Chapter 9:14. In his body, just the true qi was countless times more than Long Chen. In such a narrow space like the basement, if he went all out, Long Chen would definitely not be his opponent. With Long Chen's current strength, he could barely deal with the 8th level of the heaven realm. With a gotcha, the basement's door was smashed open by Huang Qiong. Huang Qiong did not hide his identity. After closing the door, he swaggered in front of Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen had already stood up. If it was a day later, Long Chen would definitely take the initiative and escape first. But now, he didn't move. As if he felt Long Chen's situation, the golden lightning beast in the acupuncture point on his left hand seemed to be a bit restless and irritable. It bumped around the acupuncture point on Long Chen's left hand. A terrifying aura burst out from the golden lightning beast. In its consciousness, Long Chen was already intimate with it, as if he was a part of it. Now that Long Chen was facing a threat, it was as if it was facing a threat itself. At that moment, Huang Qiong saw that he was discovered, but he didn't attack. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he sized up Long Chen with interest. He walked in a circle in front of Long Chen. The hard soles of his shoes made a grinding sound on the ground. "You're actually not running away?" After walking for a while, Huang Qiong found that Long Chen really didn't move, so he asked in confusion. Long Chen didn't reply. At that moment, he raised his left hand. However, he found that his left hand was already covered by golden lightning. A ruthless aura was released from his hand. Huang Qiong had an illusion, as if there was an extremely huge ancient ferocious beast hiding in Long Chen's left hand. "What's wrong with your hand?" From his left hand, Huang Qiong felt a kind of power that made his heart palpitate. Long Chen didn't reply. He went straight to the point and asked, "You want my Hell Emperor Destroy's army?" As he spoke, the Hell Emperor Destroyer appeared in Long Chen's hand under Long Chen's control. Hell King destroys the armies was Huang Qiong's original goal. When the Hell King destroys the armies appeared, his attention was completely attracted. He first stared at Long Chen for a while, then he smiled playfully and said, "This thing is not bad. Give it to me. Long Chen, follow me and I guarantee that you will have a good life in the Underworld Legion." At the beginning, his gaze was very gentle, but when he spoke to that point, his ice-cold gaze exploded and he gloomily stared at Long Chen and said, "But if you don't know what's good for you, you will completely disappear from this world. I know that your strength is estimated to be able to reach the 8th level of the heaven realm, but to me, the 8th level of the heaven realm is like cutting melons and vegetables." After saying that, he released his level 9 Tian Qi layer domain. The entire basement was completely covered by Huang Qiong's domain. At that moment, Long Chen had nowhere to run. "Give it to me." In terms of domain, Huang Qiong completely suppressed Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen's knees were bending, Huang Qiong was very proud of himself. He extended his hand towards Long Chen. Huang Qiong had never thought that it was impossible for him to obtain something from a subordinate. Long Chen was currently in the state of dragon soul transformation. Under the suppression of Huang Qiong's domain, every particle in Long Chen's body was compressed to the extreme. At that moment, Long Chen slowly raised his head. His eyes were blood-red and a gray ray of light was emitted from between his eyebrows. That meant that Long Chen's true martial imperial soul had already been activated. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Long Chen stomped his foot in the basement. Immediately, his entire body shot towards Huang Qiong like an arrow. "It's useless. This basement is under the control of my domain. No matter how much noise you make, the people outside won't be able to sense it." Huang Qiong burst into laughter. As he laughed, dark green lines spread across his body, gradually forming a high-level netherworld battle armor. There were even more runes on this netherworld battle armor. With one look, one could tell that it was many times better than the netherworld battle armor that Long Chen was wearing. Crack. The netherworld armor was finally formed. Emperor's technique, Sovereign's descent. Long Chen punched towards Huang Qiong's face. Insignificant skill. Huang Qiong smiled. He, who was in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, slightly controlled his domain, and he could make Long Chen's speed become extremely slow. Merely by using the power of his domain, Huang Qiong broke most of Long Chen's attacks. Long Chen naturally knew that in terms of strength, he was not comparable to the 6 experts of the monster clan. However, to him, it was even more of a rare chance to fight. His goal was to use that battle to break into the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, which he was about to reach. Growing through fighting, that was Long Chen's way of growing. Godly slaughtering heart sutra, slaughtering claw. A claw light directly suppressed Long Chen and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and spilled it onto the ground. Long Chen's body also rolled a few times on the ground before finally crashing into a wall, causing it to shake again and again. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Long Chen, if you're still alive, hand over the Hades army destroyer. My patience isn't as great as you think it is. Although treasures are important, don't you think that you'll only be able to enjoy them if you're alive? Huang Qiong stood beside Long Chen, looking down at him from above. Her face was filled with a smug and mocking smile. These words are for you. You can only enjoy treasures if you're alive. Long Chen acted as if he was not injured at all. He quickly stood up from the ground and attacked Huang Qiong with his violent fighting intent. This kind of crazy attack made Huang Qiong tremble with fear. Streaks of golden lightning appeared on Long Chen's legs. How can his speed be so fast under the suppression of my level 9 domain? This was the first time Huang Qiong had felt astonished. If not for the suppression of his domain, Long Chen's current strength would definitely have reached an extremely terrifying level. His entire body turned into golden lightning and was moving around Huang Qiong. If Huang Qiong did not look carefully, she would not be able to see Long Chen's body. Break! Boundless true energy burst out from Huang Qiong's body. A vortex-like energy directly sent Long Chen flying. Huang Qiong smiled again and moved. In an instant, she arrived in front of Long Chen and punched. Slaughtering God Heart Sutra, Heartbreak. A heartbreak punch. This move was obviously much stronger than the previous one. For Long Chen, it was a fatal danger. In Long Chen's eyes, everything disappeared. The only thing left was Huang Qiong's punch. That punch was fierce and violent, it was filled with killing intent. No wonder it was a move from the Slaughtering God Heart Sutra. Since ancient times, countless people had died from this heartbreak punch. The heart-shattering punch could be said to contain all of Huang Qiong's comprehension towards the Heaven Realm. Although it was a divine-level battle skill, Huang Qiong could only use the power of the Heaven Realm. The power of the domain and the power of the surrounding space were all condensed into the punch, forming a powerful and destructive power. Just like that. When that punch was smashed, Long Chen himself entered a magical state. He felt as if his opponent had become him. The true martial imperial soul's spying and duplication were working. Long Chen's martial spirit was growing rapidly in this process. In a short period of time, it had completed the transformation from the 4th to the 5th Tian Qi layer. In a flash, Long Chen had reached the 5th Tian Qi layer. Although his true energy had not caught up, Long Chen already had the willpower to do so. Although he had reached the 5th Tian Qi layer, Long Chen still could not avoid this huge crisis. However, he was not worried. Instead, he showed a smile that Huang Qiong did not understand. Emperor's method, martial galaxy. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only use this punch to resist. A loud explosion sounded out. Martial Star River was not a match for Huang Qiong's Murder God Heart Sutra at all. Long Chen's body trembled as the Murder God Heart Sutra's power rushed into his body, destroying it in all directions. His body was destroyed beyond recognition, and Long Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain. Long Chen's life was in danger. On his hand, the Golden Thunder Beast was extremely angry. It tried to rush out of Long Chen's martial aperture and then tear Huang Qiong apart. If I had told you to hand over hell breaks the army, I would not have crippled you. You really don't know what's good for you. Huang Qiong stopped and shook her head as she watched Long Chen fly out. The Killer Heart Sutra's heartbreak punch had even smashed Long Chen's heart. At this moment, time reversal. On Long Chen's chest, a transparent light rippled. Wherever the light rippled, Long Chen's body would recover at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen, who was on the verge of death, had become as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. For Huang Qiong, that was an illusion that she couldn't understand. Impossible! Huang Qiong cried out in surprise. She looked at Long Chen with her eyes wide open. She had seen Long Chen recover with her own eyes. What do you mean impossible? I have to thank you for helping me reach the 5th level of the Tian Qi layer. Long Chen laughed. At this moment, he took off his Hell Emperor Destroys Armies and suddenly raised his left hand. In the center of his left palm, there was an image of a golden lightning beast. Countless golden lightning bolts coiled around it, and an ancient and tyrannical power was emitted from this image. The 5th level of the Tian Qi layer? You're only at the 5th level of the Tian Qi layer? Boy, what's so strange about you? Huang Qiong was starting to panic. This Long Chen was too strange. Before dying, he was actually able to completely recover. This was simply unimaginable. He had an undying body. According to the legends, when one reached the 6th level of the Tian Qi layer, they would have a peerless golden body. Only then would they have the ability to regrow limbs. Long Chen was only at the Tian Qi layer. How could he have the peerless golden body of a peerless cultivator at the 6th level of the Tian Qi layer? Chapter 9:15. While Huang Qiong was terrified, he thought about killing Long Chen in the future. Everything would be revealed. This brat had many secrets. It was very likely that after killing Long Chen, Huang Qiong would experience a heaven-defying transformation. The opportunity was right in front of him. This time, Huang Qiong was furious. He used the godly murderous heart scripture again. Immediately, the entire basement was shaking. If Huang Qiong didn't control it with his level 9 Tian Qi layer domain, the people outside would have known what was going on. Huang Qiong moved very fast. He arrived in front of Long Chen in a flash. This time, let's see how you're going to survive. He wanted to dismember Long Chen. He didn't believe that Long Chen could survive after being dismembered. That fatal punch arrived in front of Long Chen in a flash. Darling, it's all up to you now. Huang Qiong was terrified because Long Chen wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was smiling evilly. On Long Chen's hand, the golden lightning was like a dragon. It had already covered his entire arm. Huang Qiong finally remembered that something magical had happened to Long Chen's mysterious left hand. You're playing tricks on me. I'll kill you. Huang Qiong was furious. He released his strongest power and used the godly murderous heart scripture. At this moment, the golden pattern on Long Chen's left palm suddenly cracked open. Countless golden lightning bolts burst out from it, and a loud beast roared. In this narrow basement, the entire space was suddenly illuminated by this golden power. A ferocious beast made entirely of golden lightning bolts emerged from Long Chen's palm. In an instant, it became incomparably huge, and the golden lightning bolts pounced towards Huang Qiong. In an instant, the golden lightning beast roared, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Huang Qiong's entire body. Ah! In the end, Huang Qiong let out a horrified shriek. In just a short moment, his body had been completely turned into charcoal by the golden lightning. Long Chen unfolded the domain of the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm to completely cover up the movement here. Baby, come back. Under Long Chen's summon, the golden thunder beast turned into a small thunder beast. Perhaps it was because it had used up most of its power, but the golden thunder beast was as dispirited as it was at the beginning. However, after finishing off Huang Qiong, the hatred in its heart seemed to have disappeared. It seemed to be in a very good mood as it leisurely returned to the martial aperture in Long Chen's left hand. Only then did the basement become incomparably gloomy. Everything quieted down. Woo woo. Woo woo. Inside the martial aperture, the little golden thunderous beast was anxiously pacing around. It had once again become extremely weak, exactly the same as before. That was why it was acting like a spoiled child towards Long Chen, wanting to eat more Emperor crystals. 30,000 Emperor crystals, gone in one move. Long Chen really had the urge to beat his chest and stamp his feet. This little fellow was really too wasteful. Fortunately, Huang Qiong's corpse had only been burnt to a crisp by the lightning. However, the storage ring on his hand was still there. The material of the ring is a meteorite from outer space. Although it's small, it's extremely hard. I can't break the ring with my current strength. But it's better this way, the things inside are still there. After taking all of Huang Qiong's property, Long Chen had even more property. It was quite a good deal. First of all, Long Chen had to destroy all traces of the corpses, returning everything in the basement to its original state. He also dealt with Huang Qiong's corpse. To be honest, Huang Qiong could only blame his own greed for her death. A centurion in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm had a lot of property. In the ring, there were more than 100,000 Emperor crystals. That was probably enough for him to use for a while. But judging from the golden thunderous beast's appetite, it wouldn't be long. After everything was covered up, Long Chen acted as if Huang Qiong had never been there. He continued to immerse himself in cultivation. This time, Long Chen fed the golden thunderous beast no less than 70,000 Emperor crystals before it was finally full. Bursts of lightning came from the golden thunderous beast's body, gently forging Long Chen's body. The nature of the soul-chasing hell lightning was gradually transferred to Long Chen's body. Long Chen's harvest today was undoubtedly very great. First of all, his strength had already reached the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm. His strength had advanced by another level, and he was one step closer to the Divine Martial Arts realm. At the same time, he also had the Golden Thunderous Beast, a little thing that combined body refinement and critical attacks. His strength had greatly increased. After having the Golden Thunderous Beast, Long Chen had a certain level of protection when he went to the nether battlefield. The only troublesome thing was that this little thing was too difficult to feed. One day later, Long Chen's pure origin had already reached the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm. He quickly returned to the nether battlefield. In the nether army's training camp, killing a superior was a big crime. Long Chen didn't want anyone to find out, so he returned to the nether battlefield. The only person who knew that Long Chen had left the previous night was Yi Xian. Actually, seeing that Long Chen had returned, Yi Xian smiled and said, "It seems that your strength has improved again." Long Chen nodded and said, "Last night, I gained some insights, so I went to cultivate. By the way, how's your progress with the nether aura?" "It's alright. I'm confident that I can completely cultivate it within 3 months and break Sumo's record." Speaking of that, Yi Xian was a little proud. Long Chen thought for a while, then said to Yi Xian's ear, "Last night, when I returned to the wild wolf camp, a centurion coveted my things and tried to kill me, but I killed him instead. If someone comes here to find me," Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Before Long Chen finished speaking, Yi Xian said, "That's no problem. In my eyes, you've always been cultivating with me." Long Chen was relieved. Long Chen trusted Yi Xian a lot, or else he wouldn't have directly told Yi Xian. You can even kill someone in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm. What level is your strength at? Yi Xian looked very curiously at Long Chen. Guess. I guess that you should have reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm. Your body hasn't changed yet. Obviously, you haven't experienced the heavenly bestowment, so you are not an expert in the God Martial Arts realm. Yi Xian said decisively. Long Chen became interested and asked, what's the difference between the God Martial Arts realm and the Heaven Martial Arts realm? Yi Xian looked strangely at Long Chen. In his opinion, when Long Chen reached this realm, he should know everything. The difference between the God Martial Arts realm and the Heaven Martial Arts realm is simply the foundation of the martial arts realm. The God Martial Arts realm is the real martial arts realm, and it is also the time when the real transformation takes place. From the Heaven Martial Arts realm to the God Martial Arts realm, the first step is the fusion of the spirit and the martial soul. The spirit is planted in the martial soul and forms the God Martial Soul that won't dissipate for 10,000 years. The God Martial Soul arouses the heavenly bestowment, and the body undergoes a drastic change, forming 9,999 star-like apertures, gathering 100,000 meridians in one body, and developing the God Martial Body. This is the God Martial Arts realm, and the Earth Martial Arts realm and the Heaven Martial Arts realm are just the preparation for the God Martial Arts realm. They are the preliminary arousing the power of heaven and earth. Long Chen was a little stunned. He had been busy with the cultivation of the Heaven Martial Arts realm, so he didn't know anything about the God Martial Arts realm. Listening to Yi Xian's words, the God Martial Arts realm seemed to be very complicated, and it seemed to be very powerful. The God Martial Arts realm is different from the Heaven Martial Arts realm. To be honest, I have this feeling that the whole 3 martial arts realms are only divided into 11 levels. The first 2 are the Earth Martial Arts realm and the Heaven Martial Arts realm, and the last 9 are all the God Martial Arts realm. In the God Martial Arts realm, the gap between each level is thousands of miles. I spent 29 years to reach the God Martial Arts realm, and 9 of them were used to break through the first level of the God Martial Arts realm. The Starry Sky realm, is the 9,999 star-like apertures in the body. With my talent, I estimate that it will still take more than 10 years to enter the second level of the God Martial Arts realm. After reaching the God Martial Arts realm, the body will have a lifespan of 5,000 years, but many people may not reach the second level of the God Martial Arts realm even if they use up these 5,000 years. Speaking of this, Yi Xian sighed with emotion. The path of cultivation is incomparably difficult. Reaching the God Martial Arts realm is already the path to becoming a god. No one can casually succeed. The God Martial Arts realm, are the God's martial arts realm. Long Chen was stunned. Although he didn't know what the God Martial Arts realm was like, Yi Xian wouldn't lie to him, especially when Yi Xian said that there were a total of 11 levels in the 3 martial arts realms. My sister is a peerless genius. She spent more than 1,000 years to reach the 5th level of the God Martial Arts realm. In the entire Serene Hell Mansion, she can be considered as the top genius. It's funny to say that she is my sister, but she is almost 1,000 years older than me. The time of cultivation always passes very quickly. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. This was the real world of cultivators who defied the natural order and changed their fate. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, people with an average lifespan of more than 100 years would never understand this world of cultivators. In fact, the 10 years that Long Chen had promised to reach the peak of the God Martial Arts realm was a joke in the eyes of the people in the Imperial domain. Every person who reached the peak of the God Martial Arts realm had spent more than 1,000 years or even thousands of years to achieve what they had today. Long Chen wanted to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial domain and the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, which was the most powerful of the 3 imperial domains, in a mere 10 years. This was simply a huge joke. No matter what, I have the ancestral dragon essence blood and the martial emperor soul. I can't do it. There are still about 7 years left. I, Long Chen, can't do it. Don't bully the young for being poor. He swore that he would not give up no matter how difficult it was. This was him, Long Chen. Long Chen had a feeling that he was already very close to Lingxi, as if he would suddenly meet her in the next moment. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Sitting down, Long Chen digested what he had obtained from the martial emperor soul. Chapter 9:16. Long Chen wasn't surprised that Song Yang came to find him. After a few days, they could basically confirm that Huang Qiong had disappeared. Before Huang Qiong disappeared, the only person who had a conflict with her was probably Long Chen. Because this was the Nether Square. There might be many distinguished people cultivating Nether Qi here. Even Song Yang, who was in the God martial arts realm, wouldn't dare to make a scene here. Song Yang and Yi Xian were both in the God martial arts realm. Hearing what Yi Xian said, Long Chen had a different view of the God martial arts realm. According to what Yi Xian said, Long Chen estimated that even if he had Yin and Yang sword soul, dragon soul transformation and 5 Emperor Dharma images, he might not be able to fight against experts in the God martial arts realm even if he stayed in the LV7 or 8 of the Sky martial arts realm. He might not be able to fight against experts in the LV9 of the Sky martial arts realm because of his incredible ability to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. After Song Yang came to Long Chen's side, he said to Long Chen, "Follow me out." Then he walked away. Long Chen wasn't a fool who would admit that he killed Huang Qiong. He stood up and followed Song Yang with a gloomy face. He didn't get along with Song Yang, so this should be his normal behavior. Seeing Long Chen stand up, Yi Xian also stood up. Seeing that Yi Xian had followed him over, Song Yang originally wanted to bring Long Chen back and convict him, but now, he might not be able to. Long Chen had been very close to Yi Xian these past few days. Everyone knew that this brat that appeared out of nowhere seemed to have a very good relationship with Yi Xian, the proud son of heaven. What's the matter? When they arrived at a place where no one was around, Long Chen stopped and didn't move forward. "Did you kill Huang Qiong?" Song Yang suddenly turned his head. His eyes were as deep as the abyss. From his body, a vast aura, as if there were stars hidden in it, rushed towards Long Chen. This was the aura of an expert in the God martial arts realm. The God martial arts realm was the true peak of martial arts in everyone's eyes. Long Chen was indeed shocked. He took a step back, but his spirit did not retreat. At this moment, he raised his head and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said, "Huang Qiong is dead. This is a good thing. I'm asking you, did you kill him?" Song Yang's tone became heavier. "Huang Qiong is a centurion, and I have already fought with him once. It is clear who won and who lost. Even 10 of me, Long Chen, are not a match for him. Even you couldn't see who killed him. His opponent must be a warrior in the God martial arts realm. I wonder, do I look like a warrior in the God martial arts realm to you?" Long Chen didn't want to waste time with him, so he said sarcastically. "You." Song Yang thought about it. Long Chen's words did make sense. At this moment, Yi Xian spoke. He said, "Long Chen has been cultivating Nether Qi with me these past few days and has been sitting by my side. Other than that time when Huang Qiong came to find him, he went back for a while and immediately came back. He hasn't left since. I think the death of the person you're talking about definitely has nothing to do with him." I don't know if Song Yang believes what I said. Yi Xian was someone that even martial sumo didn't dare to offend. He was the younger brother of the strongest warrior in the Spectre City, so Song Yang certainly didn't dare to offend him. Since Yi Xian had said so, whether it was true or not, if Song Yang continued to pester him, he would be courting death. He nodded to Yi Xian sincerely and said, "Of course, young Master Ye's words count. I won't disturb your Stygian cultivation anymore. Goodbye." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left. "Let's go back. I still have to compete with you." Yi Xian smiled. "Thank you. You saved my life, so I'm only doing this to repay you. Don't take it to heart." "Don't take it to heart either." If he had cultivated Stygian qi before Yi Xian, it would have been too embarrassing. Although Long Chen had cultivated Stygian qi, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the nether battlefield. In front of the nether stone, he pondered the last move of the Emperor technique. At the same time, he comprehended other things. He basically used all the Emperor crystals he had to feed the golden lightning beast in the acupuncture point of his left hand, which was a bottomless pit. There's a little golden lightning beast inside the nether stone in the Spectre capital. Does this mean that the nether stones in the other 99 capital cities, including the nether stones in the nether god Sex prefecture cities, also contain little golden lightning beasts? This golden lightning beast alone was very helpful to Long Chen. At least, if Long Chen fed it with Emperor crystals, it would become a life-saving trump card for Long Chen. If it hadn't been for this golden lightning beast, Long Chen would have run away when he saw Huang Qiong. However, even if I do, there's nothing I can do right now. I've already used up all the Emperor crystals I have to feed a golden lightning beast. I won't be able to afford anything else. I'll have to wait until I have more Emperor crystals or even divine crystals in the future. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. Only his true martial imperial soul could see what was inside the nether stone. This nether stone had been here for tens of thousands of years, and no one had taken it away. Not to mention now. Time flew quickly on the path of cultivation, especially since Long Chen was getting stronger by the day. A few months would pass in just a bit of cultivation. Yi Xian had spent 2 months and 23 days to cultivate the nether qi, which was about 7 days faster than Sumo. This set a new record in the Spectre major city. This meant that Yi Xian was at least as talented as Sumo, or even stronger. Sumo had probably cultivated for almost 1,000 years to reach his current level. Compared to these people, Long Chen's age was similar to that of a newborn. His true age was even younger than Yi Xian. When I first met little she was only 16 years old, but she was already so powerful. Compared to Yi Xian, this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. When they first met, little she was indeed only 16 years old. Lingxi wouldn't lie to him about this. This also meant that Lingxi's talent was terrifying. And she even said that this was the result of her slacking off. In that case, how powerful was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the ruler of the Sword Spirit Emperor Domain, one of the 3 great Emperor Domains? Long Chen was overwhelmed with shock. However, the raging flames of war were still burning in his heart. In any case, Yi Xian had succeeded, and Long Chen was about to enter the nether battlefield. "Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I was a step faster." Yi Xian didn't know that Long Chen had already succeeded. He stood up and smiled. "Congratulations, you can enter the nether battlefield in advance." Long Chen also stood up. "I'll be waiting for you in the nether battlefield." Yi Xian patted Long Chen's shoulder and smiled. Long Chen suddenly thought of the assassination attempt on him. Who would dare to assassinate Yi Xian in the Spirit Lord City? There were countless experts in the nether battlefield, so would the person who didn't succeed in the assassination attempt return in a place like the nether battlefield where killing people didn't even need to blink? It would be even more difficult to guard against him there. At this moment, Long Chen felt a powerful aura descend. A group of people was walking over from outside the nether battlefield. "Greetings, Marshal." Everyone who was cultivating felt this aura and quickly half-knelt. Long Chen reacted quickly. He knew who it was. In front of the nether army, he still had a lot of respect for these experts who had cultivated for thousands of years. This half-kneeling was only a part of the respect. The person who came was the one Long Chen had seen before. He was the leader of the Nether Army in the Spectre Lord City, the marshal who commanded the 500,000 Nether Army, Sumo. At this moment, Sumo was wearing a black robe. His long hair was disheveled, and he had a smile on his face. He was barefoot in the air, heading in Yi Xian's direction. Although he didn't release any aura, Long Chen could still feel how terrifying this man was. It was as if he had completely fused with the world. If it wasn't for the soul-devouring demon eyes, even if Long Chen used his eyes, he wouldn't be able to see him. This was an expert in the 4th tier of the divine martial realm. Behind Sumo, there were 5 netherworld generals in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm. Their strength was also very close to Sumo's. Following them were experts like captains. There were more than a dozen of them. Among the people present, the only one who didn't salute was Yi Xian. When Sumo arrived, his eyes were on Yi Xian. People like Long Chen were obviously ignored. Sumo stopped in front of Yi Xian. His eyes flickered with a strange light. He said gently, "I heard that you spent 83 days to cultivate netherworld qi. I'm sorry to break your record." Yi Xian smiled coldly. Faced with Yi Xian's childish words, Sumo didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "There are dangers in the nether battlefield that I can't control. I'll listen to your sister and let 2 netherworld generals accompany you. What do you think? There's no need. If I needed protection, why would I enter the nether battlefield? You can leave." Yi Xian waved his hand. He already had the intention of chasing Yi Xian away. Yi Xian's impolite words made the underworld generals, and the like behind Sumo look unsightly. Every one of them was an earth-shattering figure. Sumo had been famous for more than 1,000 years. He traveled everywhere, and his name shook the Nether Prefecture. How could he allow a young lad like Yi Xian to offend him? Since that's the case, be careful. I originally wanted to give you a universal escape talisman, but it looks like you don't need it anymore. Sumo turned and left. Give it to me. Yi Xian spread his hands. He wasn't a fool. Of course, he wasn't willing to be followed. However, if there was something good, he wouldn't reject it. Sumo smiled and handed a mysterious talisman to Yi Xian. Yi Xian accepted it. Chapter 9:17. Only then did Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, so many God martial arts realm experts made it hard for him to breathe. He was only in the 5th level of the heaven martial arts realm. Not to mention Sumo, any major could kill Long Chen 1,000 times over. Long Chen realized that he was still too weak. I won't come out of the nether battlefield until I reach the God martial arts realm. Long Chen secretly made up his mind. The God martial arts realm was a very long way to go. Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be easy. "Brother Chen, I'll go to the nether battlefield first. See you later." After putting away the cosmic escape talisman, Yi Xian cupped his hands and said to him. Long Chen was looking in the direction Sumo and the others had left. Through the spirit-devouring demon eyes, he suddenly discovered something strange. In Sumo's group of major commanders, there was one person that Long Chen felt was familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen this person before? Where? Long Chen did his best to recall. Previously, all his attention had been on Sumo, so he hadn't noticed this tall and burly major commander. Brother Chen. He spoke to Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't respond, so Yi Xian's tone became heavier. Seeing Yi Xian, Long Chen suddenly realized that this major commander of the 2nd level of the God martial arts realm was very similar to the person who had tried to assassinate Yi Xian before. Although it was just a glimpse, Long Chen still felt that it was a bit familiar. It was just a momentary thought, so Long Chen couldn't be sure whether it was correct or not. Yi Xian, let me ask you, "Do you know who the person who tried to assassinate you was?" asked Long Chen solemnly after seeing him off. "I know, it's an enemy of mine from before. One time, he came knocking on my door again and was caught by my sister and directly executed. His figure, battle skills, and aura are all similar to the person who tried to assassinate me. Moreover, he personally admitted that it's 100% him." "Why are you asking me this?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "Oh, I'm overthinking it. See you later." Long Chen shook his head and smiled. "Brother, I'll wait for you at the nether battlefield." Yi Xian didn't care much and left. He quickly disappeared from Long Chen's sight. "I'll stay here for another half a month before going to the nether battlefield. It should be about time." Long Chen decided and sat down. Time flew. 15 days passed in a flash. In the eyes of the outside world, Long Chen could be considered a genius for successfully cultivating nether chi in 3 months. However, with Yi Xian's brilliance, not many people paid attention to him. Long Chen already knew about the entrance to the nether battlefield. He had been waiting for this moment. After everything was prepared, Long Chen went to the nether battlefield. In the endless training camps of the nether army, there was a place called the Life and Death Camp. The nether battlefield was in the Life and Death Camp. Although it was called the Life and Death Camp, it was actually a pitch-black building with strict security. Those who weren't from the nether army and didn't have specific information were not allowed to enter the nether battlefield. The entrance to the nether battlefield was in the Life and Death Hall of the Life and Death Camp. The nether battlefield was a huge cosmos world. At least, it was the biggest cosmos world that Long Chen had ever seen. The Life and Death Camp was strictly guarded. There was at least one major commander here, as well as a few Kiliarchs, who were usually stationed here. In the nether army, if there weren't any missions, the training missions were in the hands of the Centurions. The Kiliarchs were cultivators of the divine martial realm. The things that they did were things that ordinary Centurions couldn't do. For example, the mission of guarding the Life and Death Camp. When Long Chen arrived in front of the gate of the Life and Death Camp, someone stopped him. "Show me your netherworld armor," said one of the guards. Said one of the men guarding the gate. At the gate, there were roughly 20 or so men like that. Their strengths should all be Centurions in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Their strengths were a lot stronger than Long Chen, so they didn't pay much attention to Long Chen's arrival. Long Chen was wearing the netherworld battle armor. Not only did this netherworld battle armor increase one's quintessential essence, but it also had many defensive properties. The netherworld armor on Long Chen's body was also tailor-made. On it was his name, where he belonged, and other information. One could also vaguely distinguish his appearance from the symbols. From this information, one could see that Long Chen was the owner of the netherworld armor. "Soldiers of the Wild Wolf Battalion, you're so young and yet you dare to come to the nether battlefield. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Are you looking to die?" The man who spoke rolled his eyes at Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was so young, the other Centurion was a bit interested. He said, "With your strength, if you go to the nether battlefield, there's a 90% chance that you will die. Go back." They were speaking the truth. If he was only in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he would be the target of those people and nether beasts. These 2 Centurions were just giving him a casual reminder. Long Chen shook his head, and said, "I've already thought it through. I want to go in. I have no regrets." The 2 Centurions were originally talking, but when they heard Long Chen's words, astonishment appeared in their eyes. One of them patted Long Chen's shoulder, and said, "Brat, you're quite courageous. Your name is Long Chen, right? I'll remember it. Everyone's life is decided by themselves. We won't interfere with you. Come and register. I hope you can come back alive and cross off your name." In a book, Long Chen left his name and other basic information. This thick book recorded many names. Some names were crossed off with a black pen, and some were crossed off with a red pen. Crossing off with a black pen means that the person has returned from the nether battlefield. Crossing off with a red pen means that the person has been confirmed to have died in the nether battlefield, explained the centurion at the side. I'm guessing that in a few years, your name will be crossed off with a red line, said the other tall cultivator with a smile. It will be a black line. Long Chen said with a smile before he walked towards the Hall of Life and Death. There were indeed many Kiliarchs in the camp of life and death. There were even some 10,000 man commanders here. However, they were stationed here and didn't usually show themselves. After Long Chen entered the Hall of Life and Death, everyone exchanged glances with one another. One of the cultivators suddenly slapped his head and said, "Long Chen, isn't that the same Long Chen who joined the Nether Army 4 months ago and had an outstanding performance in the Spectre Battle Arena? He actually managed to cultivate Nether Chi in less than 4 months." Astonishment also appeared on the faces of the others. They had previously thought that this young man was too calm and daring, but they hadn't expected him to have such a magnificent feat. Young Master Yi Xian, it should be around 2 months. Although this Long Chen can't compare to young Master Yi Xian and Martial Sumo, he is still very outstanding. It's just that his background isn't top-notch. Otherwise, I think he would be a pretty good genius. He's too impatient. Young Master Yi Xian only dares to enter the nether battlefield because he is in the god martial arts realm. Long Chen is only an ordinary soldier in the nether army. Even if he has the strength of the 8th heaven martial arts realm, the possibility of him coming out alive is not high. I didn't recognize him just now. Otherwise, if I stopped him, maybe we wouldn't have lost a genius. Why don't we go inside and chase Long Chen out? I don't think that's necessary. He has his own choice. Let's not interfere and just report this to the higher-ups. Just when that cultivator said that, a silhouette walked out of the side hall and said in a deep voice, "What a ruckus, what a scandal." Everyone immediately shut their mouths. That person walked over. It was Song Yang. He looked at the crowd and took the book from their hands. When he saw the last line, his eyes lit up. There's a soldier of the Wild Wolf Battalion called Long Chen. Did he enter the nether battlefield? One of the cultivators nodded and said, "Yes, 1,000-man commander." Another person said excitedly, "1,000-man commander, this Long Chen cultivated Nether Chi in less than 4 months. I can't tell that he is a genius with extraordinary comprehension. He has great potential. In the Wild Wolf Battalion, if the 1,000-man commander trains him a little, he will have great achievements in the future. Yes, extraordinary comprehension. His cultivation speed will also surpass ordinary people. It is very possible that in a few decades, there will be another cultivator of the god martial arts realm in the Wild Wolf Battalion." A strange smile appeared on Song Yang's face. "You're right. Such a young genius, I have to go and have a look." After saying that, Song Yang walked in the direction of the Life and Death Hall. The others looked at his back as he left, wanting to say something but hesitated. After Song Yang left, one of the centurions said, "I seem to have heard that 1,000-man commander Song Yang has a grandson called Song Yuchen, who was directly eliminated by this Long Chen. Also, this Long Chen seems to have publicly disrespected 1,000-man commander Song Yang. 1,000-man commander Qin Xiong even removed 1,000-man commander Song Yang from his position as the chief examiner. I think that's what I heard too. That means, Elder Song Yang is going to, alright, everyone, shut up and guard the Life and Death Hall. Don't talk about anything else," one of the men said. The others looked at each other in dismay and returned to their original positions. They knew that Long Chen was doomed this time. Apart from feeling sorry for him, they couldn't do anything else. The Hall of Life and Death was incomparably spacious. It was at least a mile in both width and length. Long Chen could see a dark green formation at the center of the Hall of Life and Death. Beside the dark green formation stood 2 cultivators, who were also at the 9th level of the heaven martial realm. Come here. Chapter 9:18. Long Chen quickened his pace and covered the distance of 200 meters in the blink of an eye. One of the 2 warriors took out a dark green stone. The stone was round and looked like a disc. Long Chen took the disc and realized that there was a red dot on the disc. At this moment, the red dot was in the center of the disc. After entering the nether battlefield, if you lose your way and can't find your way back, you can look at the disc. The direction indicated by the red dot is the direction of the entrance. Many thanks. The 2 warriors didn't say anything else after handing over the item to Long Chen. Long Chen stored the disc in the Great Void Realm and prepared to enter the dark green formation. The formation was flickering with green runes and the runes were changing rapidly. In Long Chen's eyes, the dark green formation was like a whirlpool. Just as Long Chen was about to enter the Hall of Life and Death, he suddenly felt that someone was staring at him from behind. Turning his head around, even though the person was still outside the Hall of Life and Death, Long Chen could still tell with his soul-devouring demon eyes who was staring at him. That person was Song Yang. Old ghost, you're still not letting go? You're courting death. Long Chen was a person who was afraid of trouble. If he had enough strength, he would definitely find a way to escape if the other party was still staring at him. The golden lightning beast has already absorbed 100,000 emperor crystals. I wonder if the energy of 100,000 emperor crystals is enough to deal with Song Yang. If it is, there will definitely be a lot of wealth in his storage ring. It's worth it. If Song Yang didn't kill him, he would already be thinking of killing Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want to be killed by this guy for no reason. Therefore, if he could do it as soon as possible, he wouldn't drag it out. With a faint smile, Long Chen didn't say anything and directly walked into the dark green formation. Fighting is not allowed within 1,000 meters of the entrance. Violators will be killed. Remember this. The martial artist beside him reminded. The voice abruptly disappeared behind him, because as the dark green array revolved, Long Chen had already left the dragon sacrificial continent and arrived at the nether battlefield. The nether battlefield. After a while, Long Chen found that his body had stabilized. At this moment, he was also in a dark green formation, but the surrounding environment was completely different. The nether battlefield. An austere and cold aura rushed towards Long Chen. A strong gust of wind blew, and a thick smell of blood came from afar. It turned out that there was also the stench of wild beasts and corpses. This smell was very obvious, and it was everywhere. This meant that many people had died in this place. Killing was prohibited within 1,000 meters of the entrance. Long Chen looked around as he quickly left the area. After leaving the area, he raised his head and looked around. The nether battlefield was a vast wilderness. Perhaps it was because of the years of killing, but there were rotting corpses and some flesh missing, leaving only skeletons behind. Perhaps it was because of the years of killing, there were rotting corpses everywhere. After walking a few steps, he could see patches of blood. There were people's and nether beasts' bloodstains. 100 meters in front of Long Chen, there was a nether beast gnawing on a corpse. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was a nether beast that looked like a mouse, but was at least 5 meters long. Just like ferocious beasts, even if it had surpassed the king rank, it still couldn't transform into a human form. Ferocious beasts emitted a ruthless aura, and this nether beast, probably because it had experienced the influence of nether aura for many years, was also filled with nether aura. This was a strange yin and yang aura. In the sky, this nether aura gathered into a layer of clouds, surging and rolling violently. And the nether beast in front of Long Chen also had grey eyes. Evidently, this corpse was not killed by this nether beast. This rat-like nether beast was very timid, and its battle strength was probably around the 6th or 7th grade emperor rank. In this nether battlefield, it was the lowest, so when it saw Long Chen, it immediately turned and fled. Its speed was extremely fast, like a street rat, and it instantly rushed into a river. Rivers could be seen everywhere in the nether battlefield, but the river water here was actually blood red. Long Chen was very sensitive to blood. This is the nether blood river. It was probably river water in the past, but now, there's too much blood mixed in, human and nether beasts, causing this river to be extremely dirty. In the river water, there was a large amount of blood mixed in. In the entire nether battlefield, there were many rivers like this. At this time, Long Chen had just walked to the side of this nether blood river. 1,000 meters away from him, the dark green formation once again lit up, and a figure appeared in the formation. Just as he appeared, he anxiously rushed towards Long Chen's direction, and instantly rushed in front of Long Chen. No need to look, Long Chen was like this. This person was Song Yang. I wonder if the Chili Arch has followed me into this nether battlefield. Do you have something to tell me? Long Chen turned around, his gaze calmly looking at this old man. 1,000 years, or even more years of cultivation, exhausted his life. For someone like Song Yang who already showed signs of old age, it was actually very difficult for him to have any more chances of breaking through. The first level of the God Martial Realm, the Starry Sky Realm, was Song Yang's end point. Long Chen thought of what Yi Xian said. Right now, in Song Yang's body, there were 9,999 acupuncture points, like an innumerable number of stars, densely covering his body. There were also 100,000 meridians, connecting these innumerable star-like acupuncture points together. The boundless true essence circulated within the countless acupuncture points. Who knew how many times the energy in Song Yang's body was compared to Long Chen's? From the 9th level of the Heaven Realm to the 1st level of the God Martial Realm, the biggest change, the most obvious change, was the change in the quantity and quality of the true essence. Not only was the quantity more, far from 10 times that of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, there was also a change in the aspect of quality. The true essence at this time was no longer the original true essence, but a power called celestial origin. Tell me? I'm telling you one thing. In the nether battlefield, military discipline is nothing. In this place, you can kill however you want, no one will care about you. Song Yang walked towards Long Chen, step by step. In other words, you're going to kill me now, right? In front of Song Yang, a super expert of the God Martial Realm, Long Chen didn't show any signs of fear. Isn't that obvious? Song Yang smiled ferociously. His body seemed to have fused with the world. Every move he made drew the power of the world. The stars in his body were like the countless stars in the sky. A total of 9,999 acupuncture points, all of which were constantly absorbing sovereign spiritual qi in the air, like countless lungs. This kind of cultivation and recovery speed was something that Long Chen couldn't compare with. From the Heaven Realm to the God Martial Realm, it was a transition from a human to a god. It was said that even if 100 experts of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for an expert of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen dared to stand there because he had 2 things to rely on. The first was the ancient blood spiritual dragon's blood escape, and the other was the golden lightning beast in the acupuncture point of his left hand. At that moment, Long Chen raised his left hand. Then I'll give you a feast first. His tone was very calm. The palm of his left hand was facing Song Yang. The golden lightning beast had absorbed 100,000 imperial crystals, so it was very irritated by Song Yang's arrival. It kept rolling around in Long Chen's acupuncture point. At that moment, Long Chen finally released it. Roar! A loud roar of a beast. In Long Chen's left palm, the golden lightning intertwined. The pattern of the small beast suddenly split open, and a giant lightning beast burst out. This was a giant beast made up of densely packed golden lightning. It looked like a lion, but also like a tiger. At this moment, it roared and pounced toward Song Yang. The golden lightning wrapped around its body, and an incomparably terrifying aura burst out from the body of the golden lightning beast. What is this? Song Yang's eyes narrowed instantly. Just as this thought appeared in Song Yang's mind, the golden lightning beast had already arrived in front of him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Song Yang took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and suddenly punched out. Immediately, 9,999 acupuncture points poured out quintessence at the same time, causing the space to tremble. Song Yang punched out, and suddenly, a huge fist energy seemed to drive the entire space, pressing towards the golden lightning beast. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. The golden lightning crackled and flew across, creating deep pits on the ground. Long Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He could already hear the wail of the golden lightning. Song Yang was too strong. The power of 100,000 Emperor crystals wasn't enough to kill him. Long Chen was still indulging in the wildest fantasies. Hastily, he called the golden lightning beast back to the acupuncture point on his left hand. The beast became even more dispirited than before. It obediently crawled in the acupuncture point on Long Chen's left hand. Long Chen let it eat the remaining imperial crystals. Finally, it recovered a little bit. Time to go. I'm still not a match for Song Yang. Because of the attack from the huge golden lightning beast, Song Yang was sent flying over 100 meters. His blood was also rolling and his face was a bit pale. A Heaven Realm cultivator had actually brought him such an injury. That made Song Yang incomparably shocked. What kind of treasure is that? Don't take it back after taking it out. While Long Chen was feeding the golden lightning beast, Song Yang was already injured. However, he still rushed towards Long Chen with all his might. He arrived in a flash and punched towards Long Chen's head. No matter if it was speed or attack, Long Chen couldn't resist a God Martial Realm cultivator at the moment. Damn it, he's so strong. What the hell am I supposed to do? At the critical moment, it was too late to use the blood escape. Besides, with Song Yang's speed, he might even be caught by the blood escape. Long Chen took out the protective talisman that Yi Xian had given him. Chapter 919. This protective talisman was given to Long Chen by Yi Xian. He didn't think that it would really come in handy at this time. This is the first time that Long Chen used a talisman. As long as he used his true essence to activate the power within the talisman, he would be able to activate the power of the talisman. That seemingly transparent talisman appeared in Long Chen's hand. At this time, there was no other time. At this critical moment, Long Chen directly activated the talisman. Immediately, the talisman on the talisman rotated, and a surge of power exploded from the talisman, forming a huge transparent light shield, blocking in front of Long Chen. Boom! Song Yang's fist directly shook the light shield. The light shield trembled, but it didn't shatter. This protective talisman was indeed able to block his opponent's attack. However, the huge impact still shook Long Chen to the point where his blood and qi started to churn. Go! Using all his strength, Long Chen pushed the protective talisman towards Song Yang. The transparent light shield rotated, and by itself had a vast power, suppressing Song Yang. Boom! The transparent light shield directly shook Song Yang dozens of meters away. Want to run? Song Yang was anxious. He still needed a short period of time to shatter this protective talisman. However, he wasn't worried. In this nether battlefield, with Long Chen's speed, he simply couldn't run far. Long Chen smiled. He waved his hand at Song Yang and said, "This time you didn't kill me. Next time it's your turn." Just as he finished speaking, under Song Yang's gaze, Long Chen directly turned into a ray of blood light. In an extremely short instant, he rushed into the nether blood river, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At this time, Song Yang only shattered the protective talisman in front of him. Why does this kid have a protective talisman? Could it be that Yi Xian gave it to him? Song Yang was very depressed. Also, the escape technique he used just now was actually so fast. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he looked around for a while. Sure enough, Long Chen was nowhere to be seen. Song Yang could only give up. This Long Chen, what was that golden lightning just now? It could actually injure me. This kid is very strange. If I let him temper himself in the nether battlefield, and if he has some fortuitous encounter, thinking of this, he shook his head again and said with a smile, Song Yang, you are getting more and more backward as you live. He is just a little boy. It will be at least 100 years before he reaches the God martial arts realm. I can't kill this little boy in 100 years. Thinking of this, he temporarily spared Long Chen's life and returned to the life and death camp. When they saw Song Yang come out with a calm expression, the centurions guarding the gate didn't say anything. After Song Yang left, they looked in the direction of the nether battlefield with pity in their eyes. They knew that the youth just now had already gone to the Yellow Springs Hell. When experts in the God martial arts realm attacked, no warrior in the Sky martial arts realm could survive. Furthermore, it was in a place like the nether battlefield. Who would have thought that Long Chen would live on well? At that moment, Long Chen was hidden in the nether blood river, drifting with the waves. The surroundings were all surging red river water. Because enough blood had been mixed in, that place became red. This nether blood river was incomparably wide, and there were quite a few nether beasts hidden within. According to legends, nether beasts were born within these nether blood river. However, Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon pupil, so he was able to avoid these nether beasts in time. Right now, he was absorbing the power of the nether beast's bloodline, recovering the power he just used for the blood escape. At the same time, he was also chatting with Kitten. Just now, Long Chen killed 2 rank 7 emperor-level nether beasts, swallowed their blood, and refined the blood into qi, turning that blood into his own dragon soul true origin. I really didn't think that the power of 100,000 emperor crystals would still be unable to deal with this Song Yang. Long Chen discovered that he was a bit too whimsical. At the same time, he also understood that the so-called God martial arts realm was indeed a lot stronger than he imagined. It wasn't like what he imagined. After reaching my current level, the power of the 5 emperor images is probably useless. The amplification of the dragon soul transformation and the yin-yang sword spirit isn't as big as I imagined. I'm only in the 5th level of the heaven realm. Currently, the most important thing is to raise my realm. With my current strength, I can forcefully fight against the 9th level of the heaven realm, but my strength can only infinitely approach the God martial arts realm. I estimate that I have to reach the 7th or 8th level of the heaven realm to be able to fight against God martial arts realm warriors. Long Chen roughly estimated. Song Yang was an expert like the 5 emperors. The 5 emperor images left behind by the 5 emperors could at most allow Long Chen to obtain amplification before the 9th level of the heaven realm. After that, there would be no more. His strength would be limited to the 9th level of the heaven realm for a short period of time, unless he quickly raised his cultivation to a higher level. The God martial arts realm is indeed a transformation. It's said that there are 9 levels in the God martial arts realm, but even within the same level, there is at least a 10-fold difference between the first level of the God martial arts realm, the Starry Sky realm, and the exceptional Starry Sky realm. Song Yang is a warrior who has just entered the first level of the God martial arts realm, and a warrior in the exceptional realm of the first level of the God martial arts realm can instantly kill Song Yang. This is the difference between beginner and exceptional. Kitten and Long Chen chatted as they rolled around in the Great Void realm. In every level of the God martial arts realm, there is a gap between beginner and exceptional. From beginner to exceptional, it takes a lot of effort, so don't underestimate the God martial arts realm. You spent a lot of time in the sky martial arts realm, probably less than 2 years. With your talent as an inheritor of the ancestral dragon, the cultivation time in the God martial arts realm is at least 10 times that of the sky martial arts realm. This is already a super existence that defies the natural order. No one in the 3 emperor regions can compare with you, especially when you have the true martial emperor spirit. But don't be complacent. Now I'll ask you to explain in detail how the God martial arts realm is divided. Kitten didn't tell Long Chen in detail before because Long Chen's strength had not reached this level yet. Tell me, I'll remember it carefully. Long Chen nodded. He was recovering his genuine essence, so he could use this opportunity to learn more about the God martial arts realm. As you know, when you reach the 9th level of the sky martial arts realm, you will reach the exceptional sky martial arts realm. Ordinary people will finish cultivating the sky martial arts fist manual, but after that, there is no such thing as the divine martial arts fist manual. The divine martial arts realm requires everyone to comprehend the way of heaven, and from the way of heaven, you can comprehend your own way. The way of heaven is actually the rule of this world. Of course, for me, the way of heaven you need to comprehend is very small, but for you, it is almost the whole world. When everyone reaches the God martial arts realm, they have to open up their own way. Everyone's way can be different or similar, but it will never be completely the same. No one can teach you how to cultivate in the God martial arts realm, but you have the true martial emperor spirit, so you can use everyone's way. Long Chen didn't understand. The Earth martial arts realm and the Sky martial arts realm were the initial stages of comprehending the way of heaven and earth, while the God martial arts realm was to open up one's own way from the way of heaven. Does this way refer to one's own will, one's own fighting method? Long Chen asked curiously. It is one's own will, but it is definitely not a fighting method. But the specific performance is more of a fighting method. You can comprehend this, you are already very perceptive. Kitten said approvingly. As for your own way, it is still far away from you. It can be said that this thing basically determines a lot of things. Now, I'll tell you about the process of the God martial arts realm. If a warrior in the 9th level of the heaven martial arts realm initially comes into contact with this thing called Tao, he will be able to condense his divine soul and plant it into his martial spirit to form the God martial spirit. The God martial spirit is the core of everyone. Even if the body decays, if the God martial spirit is not destroyed, it can also survive. If the power of the God martial spirit is not consumed, it can even survive for tens of thousands of years. Long Chen knew this better. At that time, Lingxi must have been an expert at the God martial arts realm, but her divine soul had consumed too much power, so she needed Long Chen's help. After forming the God martial soul, you can trigger the heavenly bestowment, which is a kind of power that belongs to heaven and earth. It will pour into your body from the Baihui acupoint on the top of your head and transform your body. In your body, there will be 999 apertures and 100,000 meridians like stars. This is a great evolution of the body, and at the same time, the true essence will also transform into a more powerful, divine essence, achieving the God martial body. With the God martial body, you can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, split mountains, and break rivers. There is nothing you can't do. Just like Song Yang just now, he is an expert at the God martial arts realm with 9,999 apertures in his body. His divine essence has greatly increased. This is the first level of the God martial arts realm, the Starry Sky realm. The characteristic of the Starry Sky realm is that you can initially form your own martial way, and at the same time, your true essence will greatly increase. From the initial state of the first level of the God martial arts realm to the consummation state, not only will the true essence increase, but it also means that the martial way has matured and the realm has been completed. When the 9,999 apertures are consummated, through comprehension, you can enter the second level of the God martial realm, the Divine Sense Realm. Divine Sense Realm, what is that? Long Chen asked in confusion. The Divine Sense Realm is the condensation of the God Martial Soul. It can produce a kind of insight ability, like the tentacles of the God Martial Soul. It can feel the things around, which is much more powerful than the previous illusory perception. Although it is not as good as your soul-devouring demon eyes in terms of detecting the direction of life, but the divine sense can perceive almost everything. When you reach the second level of the God Martial Realm, the Divine Sense Realm basically doesn't need to use the senses of the five senses, except in close combat. As long as you stand here, everything around you will be very clear, and more importantly, the detection range of the Divine Sense can be upgraded. Chapter 9:20. In the beginning, when I first form my soul consciousness, I can only sense things within 5 to 10 meters. Every time I level up, the range of my soul consciousness will increase. My God Martial Spirit will also undergo a huge transformation and slowly become stronger. When I reach the 9th layer of the God Martial Realm, my soul consciousness will be able to sense 100,000 li, or even further. 100,000 li, Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. 100,000 li, how terrifying was that? Didn't that mean that experts of that level, as long as they were in the center of the Nether Mansion, would be able to sense anything that happened in the entire Nether Mansion? Wasn't that the legendary ability of gods? It turned out that the legends about gods were based on facts. Among the citizens of the Myriad Kingdom territory, experts of the Divine Martial Realm after reaching the Divine Martial Realm were considered gods. Long Chen suddenly recalled that when Lingxi used the 9 Heavens Immortal Spirit Fruit to recover her physical body, her grandmother could immediately sense her presence. The Myriad Kingdom territory was so big, but she could still sense it. It was obvious that they were experts at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm back then. Peak of the Divine Martial Realm, Long Chen finally understood their strength. It wasn't pressure, but his goal. Thinking of that, Long Chen clenched his fists. Experts of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm naturally have the ability to detect anything within 100,000 li. Every level up in the Divine Martial Realm is a huge transformation. Then what's after the second level of the Divine Martial Realm? After the Starry Sky Realm and the Divine Martial Realm. The third level of the Divine Martial Realm is known as the Celestial Realm. The warriors of the Celestial Realm are able to become one with the universe. They can fuse the domain formed by the Celestial Realm into their own bodies. They can perfectly control the power of the universe and increase their attacks. One punch and one palm strike can cause the earth to shake. Fighting against a warrior of the Celestial Realm is like fighting against the entire universe. The underworld generals of your underworld army are basically warriors of the Celestial Realm who have completed their domain. Long Chen secretly memorized the words of the Celestial Realm in his heart. The Celestial Realm was actually quite easy to understand. The unity of heaven and man was an upgrade of the Heaven Realm. As expected, although the Heaven Realm had 9 layers, it was only the foundation of one of the layers of the Divine Realm. The 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm is called the Extreme Martial Realm. In this realm, one's understanding of the martial way has already reached perfection. To reach this realm, one needs to condense something very important, and that is the martial will that belongs to oneself. A martial way that belongs to oneself, one that suits oneself, and can allow oneself to explode with even more terrifying power. The Extreme Martial Realm is the pinnacle of the martial way. Everyone's martial will is different, and there are also differences in strength. The specific strength depends on one's own understanding. That sumo from your netherworld army is a warrior of the Extreme Martial Realm. He is very strong. 5 netherworld generals couldn't even withstand one move from him. Stars, Divine Consciousness, Celestial Realm, Extreme Martial Realm. That sumo is actually so strong. Only now did Long Chen understand that even though sumo was 3 levels higher than Yi Xian, if he had been in the heaven realm, Long Chen would have been able to surpass those 3 levels and kill people. However, in the divine martial realm, he couldn't. The difference between the stars realm and the extreme martial realm was not small. Even within the extreme martial realm, there was still a huge difference. How is it? Are you scared by my words? Are you discouraged? Hee, little brat, you are a guy who is blessed by the heavens. Other people spend 1,000 years to reach the extreme martial realm, but you only spent a few years. You are already abnormal, so there is nothing to be discouraged about. After a dozen years, you are still so terrifying. Nonsense, I am not discouraged at all. Continue. Even though Long Chen was a bit shocked, he didn't scare him. As the inheritor of the ancestor dragon, why would he be afraid of such things? Besides, with the true martial emperor's soul, Long Chen could completely use other people's martial arts to create his own. Seeing that Long Chen was fine, Kitten continued to explain. The 5th layer of the divine martial realm is a bit special. The 5th layer is called the wind, fire and lightning calamity. In this layer, you will have to go through 3 calamities in your body. They are the wind calamity, the devouring fire calamity and the 9 heavens lightning calamity. Many people will be stuck outside of the wind, fire and lightning calamity for the rest of their lives. There are even many people who have reached the 5th layer of the divine martial realm and were not killed by others, but were killed by these 3 calamities. These 3 calamities are tests given by the heavens when you have accumulated too much energy in your body. If you can pass them, you will become a super strong cultivator. If you can pass them, you will become a super strong cultivator. If you can't pass them, you will be directly blown to death or burned to death. The wind, fire and lightning calamity is something that many people are terrified of. However, there are still many strong cultivators who want to pass them. I think that City Lord Yi Xian has just passed the wind calamity not long ago. Other layers of the divine martial realm are divided into initial and complete. However, the 5th layer of the divine martial realm is divided into 3 levels. Those who have passed the wind calamity and those who have passed the devouring fire calamity have different battle prowess. Those who have passed the 9 heavens lightning calamity are also much stronger than those who have passed the devouring fire calamity. Those are the 3 calamities of the divine martial realm. After passing those 3 calamities, the following cultivation will be much easier, but it will definitely not be easy. Long Chen asked, do many people die in the 5th layer of the divine martial realm? Of course, the majority of people cannot safely pass through the 3 calamities. That is the time to test one's willpower, strength and luck. Those who can pass through the 3 calamities are basically extremely strong. Long Chen nodded in a stupefied manner. Just the 5th layer of the divine martial realm was already so terrifying, what about the rest of the divine martial realm? The 6th layer of the Tian Qi layer is called the peerless golden body. At that layer, one's body changes tremendously. With the peerless golden body, one can regrow a severed limb. As long as one's spirit is not destroyed, one can still live. Cultivators above the 6th layer of the Tian Qi layer are extremely difficult to kill unless they suffer a devastating attack. Those cultivators of the 6th layer have lived for thousands of years. The 7th layer of the divine martial realm is called Celestial and Celestial Dharma. Before reaching the peak of the divine martial realm, one had to condense one's own willpower. The Celestial and Celestial Dharma is to create a picture of the sky and the earth behind one's back. Then, one can use the power of the sky and the earth and transform it into one's own willpower. Inside one's own willpower, one can create a world that belongs to oneself. That world is illusory, but a cultivator of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm can use that illusory world. The 8th layer of the divine martial realm is called the heaven and earth path. Long Chen, you must be very curious about where all these small worlds come from. Some of these small worlds are naturally formed by the sky and the earth, but some are man-made. A cultivator of the heaven and earth path comprehends the heaven and earth path. He uses the 9,999 acupuncture points in his body as the foundation to create a world inside his body. That is a world that completely belongs to him. When a cultivator of the heaven and earth path dies, that space inside his body will naturally transform into the small world that you see now. From the sixth layer of the divine martial realm onwards, Long Chen looked up to those mythical realms. Currently, he only knew a little about those realms. He knew a lot about the stars, the divine consciousness, the celestial realm and the extreme martial realm. Then what is the last realm of the divine martial realm? Kitten smiled and said, the last realm is related to the next big realm, which is the tribulation realm. There are 4 basic realms, 3 martial realms, and 2 tribulation realms. The 2 tribulation realms are respectively the Nirvana tribulation realm and the reincarnation tribulation realm. The tribulation realm can be said to be an amplification of the wind, fire and thunder tribulations of the 5th layer of the divine martial realm. However, compared to the real tribulation realm, the wind, fire and thunder tribulations are just child's play. The sky and the earth are the rulers of this world. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow anyone to surpass it. That's why there are these 2 tribulation realms, which block countless cultivators on the path of cultivation. Alright. Long Chen wasn't a greedy person. He nodded and didn't say much. In the 9th layer of the divine martial realm, there will be a Nirvana golden wheel between the eyebrows. This Nirvana golden wheel is related to the Nirvana tribulation realm. However, after the Nirvana golden wheel is formed, it has the power to break through the void. Although the space of the 3 great imperial regions is extremely stable, a 9th layer of the divine martial realm cultivator can break it with one punch. Long Chen remembered all those realms. Let me sort them out. They are the stars realm, the divine consciousness realm, the celestial realm, the extreme martial realm, the wind, fire and thunder tribulations, the supreme golden body, the cosmic body, the heavenly way of Qian Kun and the Nirvana golden will, right? Asked Long Chen. That's right. Are you scared? Kitten looked at him mockingly. Long Chen smiled. He rushed out of the Nether Blood River and roared, scared my ass. I can only say that this is interesting. At that moment, he had recovered his strength. Nether battlefield, I'm coming. Let's start killing. Looking at the boundless heaven and earth, Long Chen's heroic spirit surged in his chest. I don't care if you're full of gods and Buddhas or endless demons. I, Long Chen, will devour all of you. Heavenly way, what is this thing? Standing on the boundless land, Long Chen looked around. The first battle will be you. His gaze was fixed on the Nether Blood River, the place where Long Chen had just appeared. At that moment, the blood water not far away suddenly shook. A huge blood vortex formed and the blood water surged in the river. Suddenly, a few miserable screams came from the Nether Blood River. Who? Chapter 921. Three-Headed Hell Snake. The three-headed hell snake was incomparably huge. More than half of its body was still in the Nether Blood River. Its thick body was split into 3 forks, forming 3 huge snake heads with different appearances. At this time, the snake heads towered high in the sky, at least 100 meters high. At that moment, when the 3 pairs of gray eyes saw Long Chen, a tiny creature, they immediately became ferocious. Without saying anything, the 3 gigantic snake heads rushed towards Long Chen at lightning speed. The three-headed hell snake had seen many people dressed like Long Chen. They were all wearing hell armor. In the past countless years, the three-headed hell snake had killed countless people like that. Those people had also killed countless other hell beasts. That hatred had been engraved in their souls from generation to generation. Therefore, without saying anything, the three-headed hell snake attacked Long Chen. Just an hour ago, it had swallowed a martial artist into its stomach. That three-headed hell snake was a level 8 emperor-level beast. Long Chen could barely handle it. His goal this time was mostly to reach the 8th emperor level or to reach the 8th Tian Qi layer. When his strength rose to the next level, he would consider the 9th Tian Qi layer or even higher. At that moment, Long Chen could only rely on the little golden lightning beast to kill cultivators of the 9th Tian Qi layer. The 3 heads of the three-headed hell snake covered the sky and the sun. A thick stench was emitting from its mouth. On its 3 gigantic mouths, there was a green mucus. 3 dark green tongues stretched out and swept towards Long Chen. On those tongues, there was a saw-like sharp blade. Long Chen had used up all his imperial crystals, so he could only let the little golden lightning beast rest. When Long Chen encountered the Netherworld army, he would steal other people's imperial crystals to feed the little golden lightning beast. Actually, the battle against the Nether Beast was of no help to Long Chen's comprehension of the Tian Qi layer. However, there was a large amount of blood on the Nether Beast's corpse. Long Chen could store that blood so that when he ran out of pure qi, he could use qi refinement to quickly recover his pure qi. In any case, the Nether Beasts in the Nether battlefield were inexhaustible. There was no way to kill them all. Although he couldn't use the Golden Thunder Beast, during this period of time, the Golden Thunder Beast had brought great benefits to Long Chen. This Golden Thunder Beast was called Soul-Chasing Hell Lightning. Just by hearing this name, one would know that its speed was first class. After being tempered by this Golden Thunder Beast, Long Chen's body had become even more tenacious. Especially in terms of speed, it had far surpassed experts of the same level. Who? Streaks of golden lightning danced beneath Long Chen's feet. When the three-headed hell serpent was about to attack, Long Chen suddenly turned into a bolt of golden lightning and disappeared in front of the three-headed hell serpent. This made the three-headed hell serpent confused. How could a person disappear like that? Then, it felt a fatal sense of danger. Human Emperor Technique, Sovereign Descends. Silently, Long Chen stood on top of one of the three-headed hell serpent's ugly heads. He stepped on its ugly scales and punched. Immediately, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The other 2 heads let out earth-shattering screams. The insides of the snake's head in front of them had been crushed by Long Chen. This meant that one of the heads of the three-headed hell serpent had been destroyed by Long Chen. The huge head of the hell serpent fell down softly into the water, creating a blood-red splash. The other 2 heads were incomparably furious. One in front and one behind, they attacked Long Chen. The Nether Beast was also a kind of monster beast. Generally speaking, the strength of a monster beast's body was far beyond that of a human's. Who? 2 clouds of black smoke, full of corrosive power, came out of the three-headed hell serpent's mouth. You want to injure me with that kind of speed? Said Long Chen while smiling. The lightning under his feet moved quickly. His speed was even faster than that of an ordinary cultivator of the 9th Tian Qi layer. At that moment, the golden lightning danced and he disappeared in front of the three-headed hell serpent again. He dodged one of the attacks and in a flash, he appeared behind the other head of the three-headed hell serpent. With one more attack, Long Chen destroyed the other head of the three-headed hell serpent. At that moment, the three-headed hell serpent was finally terrified. The Nether Blood River was rolling rapidly. Its huge body was about to dive into the water. In a flash, it had almost reached the bottom of the water. You want to leave? Long Chen turned into a golden thread. The three-headed hell serpent's speed was not as fast as Long Chen's. When it was about to enter the water, Long Chen punched again and directly destroyed its last head. Boom! The three-headed hell serpent was dead. Its huge body immediately collapsed. Devouring Blood World. Under the effect of the Devouring Blood World, the three-headed hell serpent's essence and blood, the most important part, was absorbed by Long Chen's Devouring Blood World and condensed into a huge ball of blood. It was stored in the Great Void World in case of emergency. As for the three-headed hell snake's corpse, it turned into an extremely shriveled corpse and fell into the unholy blood river. Many weak underworld beasts immediately swarmed over and tore at the three-headed hell snake's bloodless, shriveled corpse. In Long Chen's hand, there were 3 gray crystals. On the crystals, there was a three-headed hell serpent silhouette moving. This is the nucleus of the hell beast. If I give this nucleus to the battle merit hall, my battle achievements will increase. With enough battle achievements, as long as I am strong enough, I will be able to rise in the ranks of the Netherworld army. If possible, I will become an underworld general or underworld commander. That would be good. After killing the three-headed hell serpent, Long Chen was in a very good mood. That was the beginning of his battle in the Netherworld battlefield. Don't hide anymore, come out. After putting away the three-headed hell serpent's belongings, Long Chen suddenly said. Behind him, in the rugged mountainous area, there was a huge rock. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes could easily see that there was a person hiding behind the rock. Your perception is quite sharp. The person who came out was a middle-aged man. He was tall and sturdy, taller than Long Chen by a head. He was wearing a Netherworld battle armor that was obviously better than Long Chen's. After seeing Long Chen, he smiled and quickly walked towards Long Chen. Which battalion are you from? I am a centurion of the Bear Brutal Battalion. I was fortunate enough to see your battle just now. It was really not bad, especially the way you collected the beast blood at the end. It was simply unimaginable. The smile on his face was very warm, it seemed like he was sincere. The Bear Brutal Battalion was indeed a battalion of 1,000 people. Its position was not far from the Wild Wolf Battalion. However, Long Chen did not say anything. Being a centurion meant that he was in the 9th layer of the Tian Qi layer. What? Are you afraid of me so you are on guard against me? The centurion stopped and looked at Long Chen with a wry smile. The most important thing in the Netherworld battlefield is training. There is no enmity between us, so we won't suddenly fight to the death. We are just comparing notes and improving our cultivation. The Netherworld beasts are our real opponents. It should be your first time in the Netherworld battlefield, so you don't know. My name is Tao Feng. You should be quite young, so you can just call me Brother Tao. We have a few brothers in the Netherworld battlefield and formed a group to train. I see that you are quite talented, are you interested in joining us? While saying that, Tao Feng approached Long Chen. Sorry, I am not interested in joining a group. I am used to being alone. Long Chen still did not let down his guard. He was not an idiot. He knew that in the Netherworld battlefield, he could not easily trust others. Not joining? Fine, then forget about it. But don't forget that in the Netherworld battlefield, without the cultivation of a centurion, you basically have no ability to protect yourself. Tao Feng was still unwilling to give up. At that moment, the distance between him and Long Chen was only about 10 meters. Stop, said Long Chen indifferently. With a distance of 10 meters, if Tao Feng wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would be very easy. When Long Chen said stop, an ominous glint suddenly flashed in Tao Feng's eyes. With a whoosh, he charged towards Long Chen. As expected, he had attacked. Hand over your Netherworld core or I will take your life. Tao Feng's true objective was the Netherworld core that Long Chen had just obtained. Saying that he wanted to recruit Long Chen was just a lie to deceive Long Chen. However, Long Chen did not fall for it. As they advanced, Tao Feng took out a flaming saber from his storage ring. Within the flames, there seemed to be a ferocious beast roaring furiously. Scarlet Fire Demon Blade, a first-grade divine weapon. Can you take it? The flaming Scarlet Fire Demon Blade instantly chopped towards Long Chen. The soaring flames instantly burned in front of Long Chen. It looked like the Scarlet Fire Demon Blade was about to split Long Chen in half. Dang! An ear-piercing friction sound filled the air. Tao Feng was stupefied because he saw Long Chen stretch out his hands and grab the scarlet fire demon blade. When he looked closely, he discovered that Long Chen was wearing a pair of gloves which were surprisingly also divine weapons. Good stuff. You can even block my first-grade divine weapon, the scarlet fire demon blade. It seems like you still have many treasures. Tao Feng looked like he had found a treasure as he charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes lit up, including the true martial emperor's soul in the middle. You are a good sparring partner. While facing his opponent's storm-like attacks, Long Chen had a slight smile on his face. Golden lightning was circulating around his body. Long Chen's speed, agility, etc. When he moved, he looked like a bolt of lightning. Even Tao Feng, a cultivator of the 9th Tian Qi layer, was unexpectedly inferior to him. In terms of speed, Long Chen had an absolute advantage. Let me fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Then I will steal your martial comprehension. The true martial emperor's soul was fully activated. Chapter 922. The fiery demonic blade danced wildly, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Long Chen's clothes. After a few moves, Tao Feng was a little mad. He could tell that Long Chen was playing with him with extreme speed. I can't tell how strong he is, but he shouldn't be stronger than the 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. But how can he be so fast? Tao Feng had fought in the Nether battlefield for a few years and had always survived. It was the first time he had met an opponent like Long Chen. Long Chen activated the true martial imperial soul and slowly fought with Tao Feng, feeling out his opponent's comprehension of the Heaven Martial Realm. At the same time, he conversed with Kitten. Why did he say that his fiery demonic blade and my King of Hell destroys the armies are first-grade divine weapons? The Kitten looked at Long Chen with disdain and said, below the Heaven Realm, magical weapons, elixirs, and battle skills are divided into beginner, middle, and high levels. However, when it comes to the God Realm, no matter if it's magical weapons or battle skills, they are the same as the God Realm. The difference between them is extremely great. So, no matter if it's medicinal pellets, magical weapons, or battle skills, they are all divided into 9 grades. For example, your Mortal Emperor technique and the Netherworld Army's God-slaughtering scripture are both grade 1 divine skills. The divine martial fortune pellet you have now should be counted as a grade 2 divine skill. To be honest, items above the Heaven Martial Realm can also be divided into 9 levels. It's just that the difference between levels isn't very big, so the 9 levels are divided into 3 levels. But from the God Martial Realm onwards, it can't be like that. Long Chen finally understood. So the King of Hell destroys the armies and the Art of the Emperor were both first-grade divine level items. Now, there were divine level battle skills everywhere. The things Long Chen had obtained from the treasures of the 5 emperors were actually not trump cards. Fiery 8 consecutive cuts. As a dignified warrior in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm, he seemed to be fooled by Long Chen. That made Tao Feng's chest burn with anger. The scarlet fire bewitching blade suddenly burst out rings of flames and twined around the scarlet fire bewitching blade, as if there was a huge fire snake twining around it. Holding the scarlet fiery demon blade in his hand, Tao Feng slashed at Long Chen's head. The scarlet fiery demon blade moved in a mysterious trajectory. This should only be a grade 1 godly skill. Long Chen was confident about the demonic fire 8 consecutive slashes. Among the 3 moves of his Emperor technique, even the last move, Shattering the Void, was still a first-grade divine skill. It could be seen that even among the God tier, the gap between grades was extremely huge. Sovereign's Descent. Martial Galaxy. There were 2 consecutive punches. The left punch emitted a golden fist seal, while the right punch emitted a black fist seal. The golden blazing and the black cold mixed together. Suddenly, the two fist seals and Tao Feng's 8 consecutive slashes collided at the same time. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. However, the result was that no one could do anything to the other. The fiery demon dissipated, but Tao Feng still couldn't touch Long Chen. In the Netherworld army, Tao Feng was a dignified centurion, while Long Chen was just a soldier of the Netherworld army. In fact, Long Chen was qualified to be a deck arch. However, he didn't receive the Netherworld armor and other items of a deck arch, so he was still a soldier. If he became a deck arch, Long Chen would be directly given a grade 1 godly skill, the Godly Killer Heart Sutra. In Tao Feng's eyes, Long Chen was like a mudfish. He couldn't hit him at all. Even if he hit him, he couldn't do anything to him. On the contrary, Long Chen relied on his speed to surpass Tao Feng. He was like a golden bolt of lightning that sped by his side, making Tao Feng run around in circles. How is it? A dignified centurion can't do anything to me. Long Chen laughed loudly. He exerted force under his feet, and golden lightning wrapped around him. In an instant, he was sent behind Tao Feng. Just you wait. Tao Feng held a flaming saber in his hand and slashed at Long Chen. Suddenly, a flaming saber chased after Long Chen, but Long Chen very cleverly dodged these sabers. In Long Chen's eyes, Tao Feng was just a sparring partner. Long Chen had just killed a 3-headed nether snake, so he had a lot of beast blood to restore his spiritual essence. By the time he consumed all the beast blood, a full 4 hours had passed. In other words, Long Chen and Tao Feng had fought for 4 hours. This was Long Chen's longest battle so far. It wasn't that the battle was difficult, but that Long Chen only treated Tao Feng as a sparring partner. At this time, Long Chen had almost dug out everything that could be dug out from Tao Feng. The true martial imperial soul had been activated for 4 hours. Long Chen was a bit tired. As for Tao Feng, he was even more miserable. In his eyes, Long Chen had turned from a soft persimmon to a monster that couldn't be killed. He was in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, and his spiritual essence was many times more powerful than Long Chen's. However, Long Chen had completely exhausted his spiritual essence. Moreover, under Long Chen's super speed, Tao Feng couldn't even escape. What he didn't understand was why Long Chen would fight him for so long. Given his battle prowess, perhaps he could defeat him. Boy, I don't want to play with you anymore. It's boring to fight like this. Goodbye. Tao Feng ran away. Did I say I'm letting you go? Long Chen sneered. Golden lightning flashed, and he arrived in front of Tao Feng in a flash. He threw a punch at Tao Feng's face. What do you want? Tao Feng stared at Long Chen, gasping for breath. You wanted to kill me before, and you even tried to trick me with words. You're not a good person. I won't kill my sparring partners. You're just an accident. Tell me, what do you want? Tao Feng was regretful, but he knew that he couldn't show any fear. As long as you can withstand this move of mine, you can leave. Long Chen took a few steps back and clenched his right fist. At that moment, his spiritual essence was vibrating. His dragon soul spiritual essence was flowing from his 9 apertures into Long Chen's fist. After reaching the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, Long Chen was able to use this attack. One attack. Tao Feng smiled. He didn't know how many attacks Long Chen had made in the past 4 hours. You'll know when you try. If the last move of the Human Emperor technique was used in a place like the Myriad Kingdoms domain, it could create an effect similar to that of a cultivator at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Even in the Imperial Realm, the will that could shatter the void was very strong. Although it was still a grade 1 divine skill, the last attack of the Human Emperor technique actually had the fighting strength of a grade 2 divine skill. In terms of moves alone, the Human Emperor technique wasn't anything special. In fact, it wasn't even comparable to a first-grade divine skill. However, in terms of willpower, the human emperor technique was extremely outstanding. After all, it was a cultivation technique that originated from the strongest expert in the myriad kingdoms domain. That kind of willpower that allowed one to look down on the rest of the world was something that cultivators of the same level in the three great imperial domains couldn't feel. In the divine martial realm, there was the fourth level of the divine martial realm, the extreme state of martial arts, which contained the will of martial arts. As for the seventh level of the divine martial realm, the worldly laws was the will of the world. Therefore, will was actually very important. In Tao Feng's eyes, the Long Chen in front of him suddenly changed. A punch, a simple punch. It didn't have the domineering aura of a sovereign descending upon the world, nor the majestic domineering aura of a martial artist shaking the galaxy. However, such a simple punch made Tao Feng feel fear. 9 consecutive cuts of demonic fire. Tao Feng held the scarlet demonic blade in his hand and slashed out again and again. The flames along with the blade aura swept towards Long Chen. However, these blade auras were directly shattered by Long Chen's simple punch. Tao Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at the scene in front of him blankly. At this moment, he felt that the entire space in front of him had been completely shattered. In fact, it wasn't shattered. This was the power of will. If one thought that it was shattered, then it was shattered. The blade auras were all shattered and everything swept towards Tao Feng. A strong wave directly shook Tao Feng's body. In a short moment, Tao Feng's body was shattered into pieces. Of course, it was only the inside of his body. You. The last thing Tao Feng saw was Long Chen walking over from the shattered void with a regretful look in his eyes. Regretfully, you didn't manage to dodge my attack. Long Chen shook his head and threw Tao Feng's corpse into the nether blood river. He couldn't wear this nether battle armor. After all, it had Tao Feng's name. Long Chen took his storage ring and also obtained the scarlet demonic blade and other precious items. He also discovered over 200,000 emperor crystals on Tao Feng's body. It's enough for Xiao Jin to squander for a period of time. The name Xiao Jin was given by Long Chen. Of course, it was so tacky that even Long Chen couldn't say it. In reality, this golden lightning beast wasn't considered a living being. It only had a slight consciousness. Moreover, it was like Long Chen, living in Long Chen's body. In fact, it could also be considered as a part of Long Chen's body. As soon as he obtained the emperor crystals, Long Chen took them out. He fished out thousands of them and let the golden lightning beast swallow them first. As for Tao Feng, he could only blame his bad luck. Long Chen didn't like killing, and Tao Feng trained with him for so long. He was even grateful to Tao Feng. It was just that Tao Feng's method of approaching Long Chen at the beginning made Long Chen dislike him. Coming to the nether battlefield, he liked fair battles. Tao Feng used such a lowly method of gaining trust to deal with a weakling, made Long Chen extremely disgusted. After everything was sorted out, Long Chen looked around. The nether blood river covered the entire nether battlefield, and everywhere was the rotting stench of corpses and blood. Long Chen frowned, then followed the nether blood river downstream. He didn't know how long he would stay here, but with that compass, he had a way back, so he wasn't worried. Chapter 923. When Yi Xian had cultivated the Stygian Qi, Sumo had been there. At that time, Long Chen felt that there was indeed someone on Sumo's side who looked like the person who had tried to assassinate Yi Xian. Yi Xian could be counted as a friend, so Long Chen paid more attention to him. In the following days, Long Chen realized that even though he had the spirit of the real martial arts emperor, it was not easy to cultivate in the sky martial arts realm. However, compared with other people who could cultivate for dozens of years, his current speed was extremely fast. The martial emperor's soul could not be used indefinitely. Generally speaking, Long Chen would feel tired after activating it for about 4 hours a day. Therefore, he spent most of his time fighting with demonic beasts, or pondering over the Sky Martial Fist Manual, and pondering over the comprehension of the various warriors in the Sky Martial Arts realm. In this way, Long Chen's progress naturally increased by leaps and bounds. In almost 2 months, Long Chen fought with more than 60 opponents, most of whom were in the 9th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. There were also hundreds of Stygian beasts above the 8th level of the Royal Realm. With the power of the Martial Emperor's soul, Long Chen's cultivation realm finally rose to the 6th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached the God Martial Arts realm, he was infinitely close. Generally speaking, there were very few warriors in the 9th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm who were qualified to fight with Long Chen. Among the more than 60 warriors he defeated, Long Chen only killed 1 or 2 of them. Generally, after defeating an opponent, Long Chen would take away 3/4 of his opponent's wealth and leave a quarter for his opponent as a souvenir. Over time, he had more than 3 million imperial crystals. However, the more he obtained, the more the golden thunderbolt beast devoured. At this time, there were only 1 million imperial crystals left in Long Chen's great virtual realm. This was something Long Chen had left behind as a backup. In case the golden lightning beast ran out of energy, this thing could be used as a backup. The golden thunderbolt beast had doubled in size after accumulating 2 million imperial crystals. It was still on Long Chen's left hand, full of vigor. It even rushed out of Long Chen's body from time to play. Of course, the place where the golden thunderbolt beast had been playing must have been scorched black. Because of the golden thunderbolt beast's power, Long Chen's left arm was flowing with golden lightning from time to time. Of course, the most useful thing for Long Chen was the body-tempering effect of the soul-chasing hell electricity. What the soul-chasing hell electricity did to Long Chen's body, a small part of it made Long Chen's body even stronger, and a larger part of it made Long Chen's body even faster. In the past 2 months, Long Chen had been nurtured at every moment, so even though his cultivation level did not increase, his speed was still, at a nature-defying pace, steadily increasing. At present, in terms of speed, there was no one in the heaven realm who could compare to Long Chen. Long Chen estimated that his current speed could already catch up to some relatively ordinary warriors in the 1st level of the divine martial arts realm. In the past 2 months, Long Chen's harvest was undoubtedly huge. If this continued, his cultivation would be like a rolling snowball, it would only get bigger and bigger. The 6th level of the heaven martial arts realm. Continuing like this, in roughly half a year's time, I'll be able to reach the 7th level of the heaven martial arts realm. In roughly a year's time, I'll be able to reach the 8th level of the heaven martial arts realm, or even the 9th level of the heaven martial arts realm. At that time, entering the God martial arts realm will be much easier. In the 3 imperial regions, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. So, Long Chen's heart was filled with hope. On this day, Long Chen sat on the shore of the Nether Blood River. Beneath his feet was the vast blood-red river that flowed past, stirring up countless blood-red waves. From time to time, human or nether beast corpses would roll about in the blood-red water, then go silent again. Long Chen rejoiced that he wasn't one of them. In the middle of the Nether Blood River, a putrid, bloody smell pervaded between heaven and earth. From time to time, there would be weak and small demon beasts sticking their heads out of the river water. After seeing Long Chen, they immediately hid inside again. In the distant sky, a gust of fierce wind carrying a corrosive smell blew over, blowing Long Chen's hair up. That's him. Behind him, a few cultivators wearing the Netherworld battle armor quickly approached. There were middle-aged and elderly cultivators among them. Every single one of them was an expert amongst experts. Judging from the bloody scent on their bodies and the traces of blood in their eyes, one could tell that they had already killed many people in the Netherworld battlefield. The coldness and bloodlust hidden in the depths of their eyes was not something that ordinary people could fake. In the nether battlefield, to be honest, it was very difficult to survive by relying on a single person's strength. That's why these people formed a small group. When they met lone warriors, as long as they weren't God Martial Realm Kiliarchs, their group would be able to easily deal with them and snatch away their opponents' things. Walking at the very front of the group was a small and skinny man. At this moment, he stared fixedly at Long Chen's back, and said to the people behind him, "Yesterday, it was this madman who delayed me for a full 4 hours and humiliated me. Yesterday, I really lost too miserably. Brothers, I'll first thank you for giving me face today. This brat's greatest characteristic is that he's fast. When everyone surround him, let's see how he'll still be fast." This group of people were actually all centurions, and there were a total of 10 of them. In the Spectre main city, there were a total of 5,000 centurions. Behind Long Chen, there were 10 of them that formed a group. The nether battlefield was incomparably huge. Long Chen was still within the boundaries of the Spectre main city. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the boundaries of the other main cities? Brothers, surround him. Don't let him escape in the water. Everyone shouted in unison and surrounded Long Chen. They thought that Long Chen would escape, but unexpectedly, Long Chen didn't move at all. When they were only 10 meters away from Long Chen, they surrounded Long Chen in a circle. Only then did Long Chen slowly stand up. When Long Chen came back to his senses and saw a skinny man, he said, "Didn't I let you go yesterday? Why did you come back today? I won't let you go the second time." Bullshit. Yesterday, if you didn't dodge, and if you didn't sneak attack, you would have been able to defeat me. Today, I brought 10 brothers in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm here just to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The skinny and small man sinisterly said. The others looked at Long Chen and also wanted to attack. They could keenly sense that Long Chen's pure origin was only in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. After the skinny man finished speaking, the others also coldly looked at Long Chen. In the nether battlefield, apart from God Realm cultivators, no one dares to touch us brothers. Boy, I've heard that you're quite arrogant. Today, the 10 of us are standing here. You better quickly kowtow and apologize to us brothers. Perhaps if we're in a good mood, we'll even let you live. 10 experts in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts Realm combined, except for those in the God Martial Arts Realm, no one could match them, let alone a lone warrior. Relying on unity, they did very well in the nether battlefield. In that place, everyone had their own special battle methods. When the domains of the 10 experts of the 9th Heaven Realm combined, they did indeed form a very strong suppressive power towards Long Chen. However, to Long Chen, because of the tempering of the Golden Lightning Beast, his physical body already became incomparably condensed. In addition to the bonuses of the Dragon Soul transformation and so on, the current Long Chen was no longer afraid of the domains of the 9th Heaven Realm. Everyone was waiting for Long Chen to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Just at that time, Long Chen looked around, and suddenly said with an incomparably relaxed smile, "In the nether battlefield, it doesn't seem to have any meaning if it's just everyone's words. Let's make a bet." At first, the 10 martial artists even thought they misheard, but when they saw Long Chen's expression, they knew he didn't seem to be mistaken. "You're saying you want to make a bet with us? Kid, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Once you're done, kneel down in front of us. Let each of us pee on your head and call each of us Grandpa. Then, you can leave today." "That's right. Let each of us pee and call us Grandpa. Then, we'll let you go." The skinny man also laughed in agreement. Long Chen wasn't frightened at all. In his eyes, the opponent's powerful formation seemed to be empty. He nodded and said, "Since you like to play like this, then I'll respectfully accept. I'll accompany you. Let's make the bet like this. I'll fight against the 10 of you. If I win, you have to give me 1,000,000 Emperor crystals in total and call me Grandpa. If I lose, we'll do as you say. Additionally, I'll pay you 1,000,000 Emperor crystals. You must feel that this kind of bet is very exciting, right? Long Chen's words simply made the 10 martial artists dumbfounded. They looked at each other, then looked at Long Chen as if he was a monster and laughed. They felt that they had met an idiot. Long Chen also laughed along with them. For a moment, the 11 of them laughed crazily together. After Long Chen laughed for a while, they stopped laughing. Each of them looked at Long Chen as if he was an idiot. The more Long Chen laughed, the uglier their expressions became. Brothers, don't waste time. Beat him up. The skinny man cursed. The others were about to attack, but Long Chen waved his hand and said, I really have 1,000,000 Emperor crystals. You 10 people don't even dare to accept my bet? It seems that you 10 people really don't have any guts. How can a man without guts live in this world? Long Chen's mocking words angered the other party. Boy, what you said is the truth. If you lose, you have to kneel down, pee on us, call us Grandpa, and pay us 1,000,000 Emperor crystals. Chapter 924. The 10 warriors didn't know what Long Chen was planning. Thin man, you know this kid's background. How is his combat effectiveness? The thin man hesitated for a while and said, yesterday, he fought with me for 4 hours before he defeated me. If the 10 of us fight together, we will definitely be safe. In this way, the others were relieved. Okay, we promise you, the crowd said in unison. Then let's get started. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and instantly charged into the middle of their team. When Long Chen just showed his strength, they were directly dumbfounded. Long Chen was not a little fast at all, but they didn't know where Long Chen was at all. At the beginning, a warrior was punched in the back by Long Chen and directly flew out. Disperse, disperse. Everyone immediately shouted. They realized that it was not good for them to gather in the same place. After realizing this, the crowd began to disperse. But when they dispersed, they couldn't see where Long Chen went. This kid is strange. What the hell is going on? One of the fat men said. At that moment, he sensed danger from behind him. A golden bolt of lightning instantly appeared behind him. Martial Star River. The fat martial artist was taken aback. He quickly turned his head and punched out. He was originally proficient in strength and attack. Although he did not think that he would lose to Long Chen, he soon discovered that he was wrong. Long Chen's punch broke the man's arm. At the same time, the power of the human emperor technique rushed into the man's body. The man was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He fell to the ground, and it looked like he had lost all ability to fight. The fat warrior felt a little dizzy. At this time, he finally saw the specific location of Long Chen, but he found that his body couldn't move at all. Long Chen's spiritual ether directly cut off several of his tendons. He wouldn't be able to recover for a while. This is the first one. Long Chen raised his head. His unhurried attitude made the other 9 people stop immediately. They looked at the fat warrior under Long Chen's feet and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A warrior at the 9th level of the Sky Martial Realm was unexpectedly not a match for Long Chen's punch. Skinny, this is the martial artist you said you fought with for 4 hours. Everyone looked at the thin warrior with angry eyes. Obviously, the situation of Long Chen was completely different from what he said. They knew that this time they must have hit an iron plate. The way they looked at Long Chen had completely changed. Long Chen's performance just now was like a slap to their faces. This slap was incomparably resounding. Let's continue. Why aren't you attacking? The battle has just begun, Long Chen said casually as he curled his finger at them when he saw the fear in their eyes. To them, Long Chen's current smile was a little scary. "Brothers, let's attack together. Be careful, don't be careless. 9 cultivators in the 9th level of the Tian realm can't defeat him? That's impossible." This sentence successfully stirred their hearts. The group of people all used their battle skills. Most of them were god-tier battle skills as they charged towards Long Chen. Some of them even used talismans to deal with Long Chen. For a moment, moves filled the sky. "A bunch of idiots." Long Chen laughed. His feet turned into golden lightning as he rapidly retreated. His speed was simply too fast. Everyone's attacks completely missed. Their speed simply couldn't compare to Long Chen. When they were done with their moves, Long Chen's feet flashed, and he suddenly charged forward. A bolt of golden lightning pierced through the crowd. "Get out of the way." Everyone was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. "Do you think you can escape?" Long Chen loudly laughed. As his strength increased, the 9th level of the Tian Qi layer, in his eyes, wasn't too weak. To be honest, for his current strength, 10 people attacking him was actually almost the same as 1 person attacking him. After all, Long Chen was much faster than them in terms of speed. Therefore, he could completely fight among them with ease. The Zhenwu Imperial Soul was activated. After it was activated, Long Chen didn't rush to finish them off. Instead, he trained with them one by one. In his great virtual realm, there were dozens of essence beasts of the nether, which gave him endless fighting strength. In their eyes, Long Chen gradually changed from a soft persimmon to a frightening demon. Obviously, Long Chen was not an expert in the God martial arts realm, but if he wasn't in the God martial arts realm, how could he easily play with them? He was simply a super huge monster. "This guy is strange. We can't defeat him. Run." After fighting for nearly 2 hours, Long Chen defeated another 2 experts. Just at that moment, someone said something and the crowd was the first to want to retreat. One by one, the warriors started to escape. They thought that Long Chen was only one person and it was impossible for him to catch up to all of them. However, they completely guessed wrong. Roughly after a quarter of an hour, 10 people were lying under Long Chen's feet. Long Chen smiled and circled around them. But to them, that smile was simply a nightmare. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Now is the time to fulfill the bet. If you can't fulfill it, I don't mind having 10 more dead souls in my hands. In the nether battlefield, those who were defeated would basically be killed. Long Chen spared them and only made them temporarily lose their fighting strength. He didn't seriously injure them. This was already Long Chen's benevolence. On one hand, they were afraid of Long Chen. On the other hand, they trusted Long Chen very much. At that moment, the people lying on the ground looked like they had been ravaged by Long Chen on the bed. Every one of them had a bitter expression. They looked at each other and finally chose one person to say to Long Chen, "Big brother, 1,000,000 imperial crystals is really too much for us. It's simply going bankrupt. Can you relax a bit?" "Sure, 100,000 less. I'll make up for it with a human life." "I'll start with you," said Long Chen with a smile. Everyone instantly went silent. "Brothers, let's all gather a little. Today, we admit defeat. As long as we live, we don't need to worry about firewood. Today, we've been defeated, but as long as we survive, we will definitely rise again in the future." Alright, the main reason was that they were frightened by Long Chen. Everyone contributed a little. After pooling together, they had collected more than 500,000 imperial crystals. Everyone looked at each other and one of the men said, "Take out those divine crystals." The price of a divine crystal is equivalent to 100,000 imperial crystals. Moreover, divine crystals are even more precious. After saying that, they took out 5 more divine crystals on top of the 500,000 imperial crystals. These divine crystals were pure white jade stones. They were filled with Emperor spiritual qi, which was several times richer than the Emperor spiritual qi in imperial crystals. When the other party took out the divine crystals, although Long Chen was a little far away, he still felt refreshed. Putting a divine crystal next to him to cultivate, the effect would be countless times better. After putting away the imperial crystals and divine crystals, Long Chen looked at the other party's pained expression and said, "1,000,000 imperial crystals are barely completed, but don't you all forget something?" Everyone was somewhat indignant, but they had no choice. No one wanted to lose their life in vain. Leave a way out for others to meet in the future. "Brother, I think we should forget about it," one of the warriors asked tentatively. "I've already left your lives. Everything else is just a bet," Long Chen said without any trace of politeness. Everyone could only have a bitter expression. One of them called Long Chen grandpa. Under their furious gazes, only then did Long Chen leave in satisfaction. To be honest, Long Chen was not afraid of their revenge. Because the next time they saw Long Chen would already be even stronger. His cultivation speed was like a rocket, crazily soaring. Today's chaotic battle made his comprehension rise to another level. Long Chen continued to walk down this nether blood river. During this time, he experienced countless more battles, and even met God realm experts. But after a few tries, Long Chen knew that he didn't have the means to kill them. Even if he could kill them, he reckoned that he would have to waste a large amount of imperial crystals, so he didn't do that. Another 4 months of time passed easily and easily. In these 4 months of time, Long Chen already cultivated to the peak of the 6th level of the heaven realm. With just a little bit more time, he would be able to break into the 7th level of the heaven realm. And if Long Chen wanted to break through to the 7th level of the heaven realm, there was such an opportunity in front of him. This was the dozens of warriors in the 9th level of the heaven realm in front of him. This was an organization with even more people than the team of 10 that Long Chen met before. In the nether battlefield, they were called the Bloody Underworld Gang. They were formed by 75 warriors in the 9th level of the heaven realm, and there were even the netherworld army from other main cities. When these 75 people joined together, the netherworld army under the God realm would tremble with fear. Even God realm experts wouldn't dare to easily provoke them. After Long Chen came to the territory managed by the Bloody Underworld Gang, he inevitably had conflicts with the people here. After defeating a dozen warriors, he drew out all the people of the Bloody Underworld Gang. In this endless wilderness, they surrounded Long Chen. 75 people surrounded him tightly, afraid that Long Chen would escape and make them lose face. "You lunatic, I've heard before that in this half a year, you've swept through the nether battlefield and defeated many heaven realm experts. You're known as the #1 person under the God realm. But you actually came to provoke our Bloody Underworld Gang." The one who spoke was the leader of the Bloody Underworld Gang. The Bloody Underworld Gang had 8 leaders, 1 main and 7 deputy. The 8 people in the 9th level of the heaven realm were considered to have outstanding strength. Chapter 925. As Long Chen's strength increased, the number of his opponents also gradually increased. In the entire nether battlefield of the main city area of the Ghost, he had defeated many people in the 9th level of the heaven martial realm. That was why he had the title of the strongest person under the God martial realm. However, he did not harm anyone's life. The highest number of opponents he had encountered was also a temporarily formed gang, with a total of more than 20 people. And this time, his opponents had directly increased to 75 people. Although none of them were martial artists of the divine martial realm, many of them were already very close to it, and there were also many people who had magical means, such as talisman masters, puppet masters, and so on. Talisman masters could use powerful spirit talismans, and puppet masters could use powerful rune puppets, such as the purple lightning giant that Long Chen had once defeated. There were also alchemists who could replenish the consumed vital energy for the others in the team. Long Chen's greatest advantage was his speed. After being tempered by the golden lightning beast until now, his speed had already reached the level of the god martial realm. Another advantage was that he had killed at least hundreds of nether beasts along the way. The blood of countless nether beasts had been condensed together and placed in the great virtual realm. In this way, Long Chen could use this energy at any time when his vital energy was insufficient. In the nether battlefield, nether beasts could not be completely killed. More and more nether beasts would be born in the nether blood river, so Long Chen was not stingy with this power. At this moment, the people of the Bloody Abyss gang had formed a huge circle and were walking towards Long Chen step by step. Because of Long Chen's unique fighting style, his reputation had already spread in the nether battlefield. Soldiers of the nether army below the level of a centurion would basically run away when they encountered Long Chen. Long Chen would also not deal with them. For the current opponents in the god martial realm were too risky. He was still only in the 6th level of the heaven martial realm. He could learn a lot from the warriors in the 9th level of the heaven martial realm. Especially, 75 warriors were enough for him to take advantage of everyone's strengths and turn them all into his own strengths. The true martial emperor's spirit was such a heaven-defying thing. The battle immediately began. They knew that Long Chen was fast, so they didn't want Long Chen to stab into the crowd. First, they sent out more than 20 people to attack Long Chen from afar. There were quite a few puppet masters among them. At this moment, they used all their skills and summoned the puppet beasts that they had prepared for a long time. These walking puppets were of all kinds, but most of them were more similar to nether beasts, and they indeed had the power of nether beasts. It was estimated that some materials from nether beasts were needed to make them. These walking puppets that looked like lions, tigers, or giants, together with the martial artists in the 9th level of the heaven martial arts realm, madly attacked Long Chen. Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul form and raised his strength to its peak. This bloody and ruthless appearance caused everyone's hearts to palpitate slightly. They truly realized that such a martial artist was not easy to deal with. Golden lightning crackled on Long Chen's body. Whoosh! Long Chen disappeared from their sight and broke through their encirclement. He's so fast. How could it be? How could a martial artist in the heaven martial arts realm be so fast? Everyone was simply stunned. Don't just stand there, attack together. The leader of the Bloody Abyss faction roared. Suddenly, everyone was in high spirits and rushed toward Long Chen. For a moment, the sky was full of moves. It's not that there are more people, but there are so many of them today. It's enough for me to beat them for a long time. Now I'm almost at the 7th level of the heaven martial arts realm. As long as I reach the 7th level, using the true martial emperor soul for about 4 hours a day, Long Chen would actually be a little tired. Therefore, every time he encountered an opponent, he would limit the time of the battle to about 4 hours. He would often show mercy to his opponents. Now that there were so many enemies, he could use all his means to deal with these people. The Hell Emperor destroys the army was pierced through by Long Chen's hand. Long Chen punched out again and again, and his opponents were like an army. Every punch of Long Chen's punches created a huge hole in the army. Miserable screams rang out. Long Chen unleashed his full power. Many people were sent flying by Long Chen in just 1 or 2 moves, coughing up blood. Without a period of recuperation, they wouldn't be able to recover. The number of 75 people was decreasing rapidly. This guy is too terrifying. He's not human. Leader, let's attack him together. One of the deputy leaders said. Kill him, the leader of the Bloody Abyss faction said in a cold voice. Use the Bloody Abyss formation we obtained. The 8 of us will combine our domains and exhaust him to death. While Long Chen was chopping melons and vegetables, the 8 leaders of the Bloody Abyss faction quietly approached Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen had long noticed them, but he did not care. He only focused on the battle in front of him. Long Chen's goal was not to defeat his opponents. He strived to see each person's performance and then learn something that belonged to him. Soon, Long Chen entered a state of selflessness. The entire world around him disappeared, and what remained was the netherworld army that was guiding him in his cultivation. The mysterious rules and the understanding of the heavenly martial fist art were revealed when the other party attacked. Long Chen seized it bit by bit. His speed of copying was much faster than others. Under Long Chen's attack, the warriors lost their will to fight. The group of 75 people gradually decreased. Soon, only the 8 leaders of the Bloody Abyss faction could stand in front of Long Chen. It took Long Chen about half an hour to defeat more than 60 people. When he defeated the last enemy, Long Chen's heart shook. A strange feeling of enlightenment rushed into Long Chen's mind from the true martial imperial soul. His martial spirit was becoming stronger and stronger. The red color on it was getting darker and darker. After it reached the 7th layer of the heaven martial realm, it started to look like an Archean spiritual blood dragon. That's right. After such a high-intensity battle and consuming the essence of hundreds of nether beasts, Long Chen finally relied on the power of the true martial emperor soul to directly upgrade his martial soul to LV7 of the sky martial realm. Bloody Abyss formation, kill him. The eyes of the leaders were filled with shock as they looked at the monster that was Long Chen. However, they were not willing to give up. At that moment, they surrounded Long Chen. So impatient. Long Chen smiled. A large amount of nether beast's blood gushed out of his great virtual realm and formed a blood ball that was hundreds of meters tall. This blood ball rotated crazily and directly sent the 8 leaders flying. What is this? The blood of nether beasts. What kind of monster is he? He can actually control the blood of nether beasts. Look, the size of the blood sphere is shrinking. When they saw that the blood ball was shrinking, they were stunned. Those who were injured were still conscious. At that moment, they all moved back, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. Long Chen was using blood refining qi to refine the blood of nether beasts into his own spiritual origin. Basically, a large amount of blood could condense a little bit of spiritual origin and integrate it into Long Chen's acupuncture points. However, because the total amount of nether beast's blood was so large, in a short moment, the blood ball that was hundreds of meters tall was completely absorbed into Long Chen's stomach. Break! A majestic power and soaring murderous aura burst out from Long Chen's body. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept around. Black dust flew everywhere. Those warriors who were injured by Long Chen were also blown away by Long Chen. They screamed in the air. He has become stronger again. The leaders of the Bloody Abyss gang were keenly aware of Long Chen's situation. Long Chen had become stronger again. LV7 of the Sky Martial Realm. This meant that Long Chen was getting closer and closer to his goal. After coming to the nether battlefield for half a year, Long Chen had continuously improved by 2 levels. If his estimation was correct, he would be able to reach LV9 of the Sky Martial Realm in another 6 months to 1 year. Then, with the help of the Divine Martial Fortune Elixir, which was a very important 2nd-grade elixir, he would be able to break through to the Starry Sky Martial Realm, which was said to form 9,999 acupuncture points. Now, without the enhancement of the 5 Emperor Dharma forms, if I use weapons, I am still not a match for a God Martial Realm expert. I still need to improve to LV8 of the Sky Martial Realm before I can confront a warrior who has just entered the God Martial Realm. Of course, I still have Xiao Jin as a trump card. Moreover, my current speed has already surpassed a warrior who has just entered LV1 of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen examined his body and roughly understood his fighting strength. Although it was still not very strong, it didn't matter. As long as he kept fighting in the nether battlefield, there would be a day when he would reach the God Martial Realm. At that time, he would go find Lingxi and no one would be able to stop him. Don't let him escape. Bloody Abyss Formation! Shouted the leader of the Bloody Abyss gang. In an instant, everyone surrounded Long Chen. Everyone stood in a position that should be the 8 trigrams. At that moment, everyone was using the same battle skill. Suddenly, a blood-red formation appeared with Long Chen as the center. When the blood-red formation appeared, Long Chen felt as if the 8 of them had combined their domains. It gave him a feeling that it was equivalent to the domains of hundreds of people in LV9 of the Sky Martial Realm. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This was the most powerful domain that Long Chen had ever resisted. Because his willpower was relatively low, when he was in the Sky Martial Realm, his willpower was at a disadvantage when it came to domains. Only at this level? What made the leader of the Bloody Abyss gang collapse was that Long Chen, who had been suppressed, was actually slowly standing up. His eyes were bursting with a blood-red light. The dragon scales on his body were flowing with splendor. His left and right hands were gold and black. The King of Hell destroys the army, which was of extreme yang and extreme yin, burst out with intense light. Chapter 926. This was Long Chen's strongest punch. It was aimed at the gang leader of the Bloody Underworld gang. Suddenly, the gang leader felt a power that scared him to the point of wetting his pants. Under Long Chen's attack, the Bloody Underworld formation seemed to have no effect at all. It was instantly shattered by the destructive will. This move, shattering the void, had a strong power of martial will, so its power was similar to that of an ordinary second-grade divine skill. Long Chen's punch hit the gang leader of the Bloody Underworld gang and sent him flying back, blood spurting out of his mouth. Because he had used the Bloody Underworld formation, this formation had a kind of traction power, which caused the other 7 deputy gang leaders to also spurt out blood and fly back. In an instant, all 75 members of the Bloody Underworld gang fell to the ground and wailed. Every one of them had suffered injuries of various sizes. They looked at the figure standing in the middle, looking down on all living beings with disdain. This young man in the netherworld armor was cold and evil. He was powerful but reserved, which really made people tremble in fear. Which camp does this kid belong to? He's just a soldier of the netherworld army. Why haven't I seen him before? Yeah, I've been in the netherworld army for more than 100 years. Why haven't I seen this kid? If he's really so powerful, his name would have spread long ago. Could it be that he's a new member of the netherworld army? That's right. We've been in the netherworld battlefield for 3 years. It's normal for a genius to appear. Everyone looked at Long Chen. The initial provocation had turned into awe. When Long Chen approached, they all retreated with fear in their eyes. Kid, come at me. The gang leader got up from the ground and looked at Long Chen solemnly. He said, I know your rules. You're a good young man. Even if you defeat your opponents, you rarely kill them. You only take their property. We brothers have fought together for so many years, so we have some property. How much do you want? Long Chen opened his palm and raised his middle finger. He said, give me 50 divine gems. I can't cheat you guys too much for helping me break through today. 50 divine crystals were something that they could gather by pooling their resources. In fact, 50 divine gems was not a small amount. Long Chen estimated that the total of these people's belongings would not be more than 100 divine gems. 1 divine gems was equivalent to 100,000 imperial gems. Very easily, Long Chen obtained another 50 divine gems. All the divine gems and imperial gems had been swallowed by the golden lightning beast. A part was used for the golden lightning beast's growth, and the other part was used to refine Long Chen's body. Now that he had obtained another 50 divine gems, the golden lightning beast that had grown a little. The golden lightning beast immediately began to eat excitedly. 1 divine gems was enough for 1 divine gems to be a day. 1 divine gems was enough. 1 divine gems was king. Long S Fong. Dragon king of Gof Gof Long Chen. Down of Netherworld, said. Long world king, Long Ming, of king out. He felt that this river seemed to be endless. Down below. The person who was asked was a little nervous. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said boldly, if you follow this river to the end, it should be the Nether Blood Sea within the boundaries of our Ghost Lord City. The Nether Blood Sea is the source of all the Nether Blood rivers. Our Ghost Lord City is rather special, because in the entire Nether battlefield, there are a total of 10 Nether Blood Seas that are hundreds of thousands of miles wide, and our Ghost Lord City has one. What's so special about the Nether Blood Sea? With a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, it could already be considered a very large sea. Moreover, from what he said, this was a sea of blood. Thinking about how much blood there was, Long Chen felt his scalp go numb. Let me answer it. The leader of the Blood Abyss gang had more or less recovered by now. He walked in front of Long Chen and said, the Nether Blood Sea is considered our forbidden area. Only those who have reached the God Martial Realm are roughly qualified to go there. This is not set by anyone. It's just that there are too many experts gathered at the Nether Blood Sea. If people like us go there, we will be slaughtered at will. That's why it's our forbidden area. Also, in the Nether Blood Sea, there will be an extremely large slaughter chi that will appear all year round. Without reaching the God Martial Realm, the martial spirit will not be able to withstand this kind of chi. People like us who haven't gone near the Nether Blood Sea would probably be scared shitless. Another deputy leader said, yes, the Nether Blood Sea is the birthplace of high-level nether beasts. There are basically all god-level nether beasts there. God-level nether beasts are many times stronger than emperor-level nether beasts, just like our God Martial Realm experts. To put it simply, the Nether Blood Sea is a place that only experts are qualified to go. As for us, if we go there, we will definitely die. In the center of the Nether Blood Sea, there are nether beasts that can fight against our Lord Yi Xian, and even the Lord of the Nether Mansion. But these are just rumors. Our Nether army usually doesn't go deep into the Nether Blood Sea. There are a total of 10 Nether Blood Seas. If each of them had such a strong nether beast, the Nether Mansion would have been occupied by nether beasts long ago. So these are just rumors. This information will probably be useful when you become stronger in the future. Although you are strong, if you are not in the God Martial Realm, you will never be a match for someone in the God Martial Realm. The God Martial Realm is the path to becoming a god. As long as you step into the God Martial Realm, you will truly reach the heavens in a single step. Obviously, although they felt that Long Chen was indeed the number 1 person under the God Martial Realm, he was still not a match for a true God Martial Realm expert. Long Chen was a bit interested in the Nether Blood Sea. According to what he said, the Nether Blood Sea should be the center of the entire Nether battlefield. 10 Nether Blood Seas were distributed in the Nether battlefield. Countless Nether Blood rivers, like a spider's web, covered the entire Nether battlefield. This was the appearance of the Nether battlefield. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to them, Long Chen continued to head downstream of the Nether Blood River. The direction he was heading towards was the Nether Blood Sea. The entire Blood Sea is erupting with an aura of slaughter. Long Chen was pondering about this matter. The primordial blood spirit dragon is the ancestor of slaughter. I don't believe that there is an aura stronger than the primordial blood spirit dragon. Long Chen smiled. After Long Chen left, one of the deputy leaders asked, "Leader, why did you tell this kid about the situation of the Nether Blood Sea in such detail?" "Because I know he will definitely go. After he goes, he can still come back alive." The leader of the Blood Abyss gang smiled. 50 divine gems was the majority of their wealth. How could he be willing to lose it just like that? The group of people left together. About half a month's time had passed. Long Chen had also heard a lot about the Nether Blood Sea along the way. He felt that it was truly a suitable place for him to train, so he set off without looking back. Half a month's time had passed. Long Chen discovered that the Nether Blood River beside him had widened quite a bit. The nether beasts that appeared inside had all become grade 9 Emperor level. Back then, such demonic beasts could easily manipulate Long Chen. But now, they could only be casually killed by Long Chen. He reckoned that even if those purple blood dragons appeared in front of him, they wouldn't be a match for him now. In less than a year's time, this was Long Chen's achievement. The Nether Blood Sea is gathering at a distance of at most 1,000 miles from me. Long Chen made a rough estimate. Indeed, even though he was still very far away, there was an extremely powerful killing intent coming towards him. This killing intent seemed to come from the heavens and earth. If an ordinary person encountered it, they would have long since trembled. As expected, it is a very magical place. There is still 1,000 miles, but it can actually affect me. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He was the inheritor of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Encountering this kind of thing that provoked him, he was naturally anxious to destroy it. Long Chen, look. Suddenly, Kitten's voice was heard. The direction he was pointing at was the Nether Blood River. This Nether Blood River was connected to the Nether Blood Sea. If Long Chen were to lie in this Nether Blood River, he would probably be washed to the Nether Blood Sea. What's wrong? Long Chen looked at the Nether Blood River and said. Kitten's furry body came out of the Great Void Realm and carefully looked at the Nether Blood River. He said with a little surprise, the water here is the same as the Nether Blood Sea. Did you notice that the river water seems to be a little different? What I mean is, there seems to be a restriction on every drop of blood. These billions and billions of water droplets have billions and billions of restrictions. Doesn't this mean that all the blood droplets within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles have this kind of restriction? Only an expert can set up this kind of restriction. Countless restrictions combine together to form a seal. What I mean is that the entire Nether Blood Sea definitely has a huge seal. Seal. Does that mean that there is something underneath the Nether Blood Sea? No wonder there would be such a strong killing aura erupting from the Nether Blood Sea. Even the seal couldn't block it. Long Chen suddenly understood. Through Kitten's words, he was sure that there was something in the Nether Blood Sea. Let's go. Be careful. Let's go closer and take a look. Long Chen said softly. Kitten nodded his head. It seemed that he valued this seal more. This meant that the thing in the Nether Blood Sea was definitely not bad. Long Chen carefully went closer. That shocking killing aura was getting stronger and stronger. It had a kind of suppressive effect on Long Chen's martial spirit. Luckily, Long Chen's dragon-shaped martial spirit had a much stronger resistance than others. Just as he was about to get close, Long Chen suddenly felt a familiar aura. His soul-devouring demon eyes looked to the left and he actually saw Yi Xian. Long Chen didn't even have time to be happy when he realized that Yi Xian was in a very dangerous situation. The killer that once appeared in the Spirit Main City actually appeared again. The second level of the divine martial realm firmly suppressed Yi Xian. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to lose his life. Chapter 927. Long Chen didn't expect that he would meet Yi Xian here, and that he was in danger. Yi Xian was an expert of the God Martial Realm, and his opponent was at the second level of the God Martial Realm, the Divine Sense Realm. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Yi Xian. However, Long Chen still didn't have any hesitation. He directly used his fastest speed and rushed towards Yi Xian. This Yi Xian, although he hasn't been in the first level of the God Martial Realm for a long time, he has already reached the peak of the Starry Sky Realm. An ordinary first level of the God Martial Realm is far from being his opponent. For example, Song Yang, if he meets a second level of the God Martial Realm, no matter how strong he is, he will be powerless. Kitten said while Long Chen was moving forward at full speed. While Long Chen was moving forward, he once again fed the golden lightning beast with divine crystals. He knew that he would succeed this time. Yi Xian shouldn't have met this assassin for a long time. However, the opponent's strength was too strong, and he was completely suppressed in an instant. When Long Chen arrived, Long Chen just happened to see that the expert at the second level of the God Martial Realm actually punched through the air and directly sent Yi Xian flying. A dark green palm print directly imprinted on Yi Xian's chest. This is the combat skill of the Netherworld Army. Long Chen had been in the Netherworld Army for a long time, so he could still see this point. Moreover, those who could enter the Netherworld battlefield must be part of the Netherworld Army. Among the Netherworld Army, who on earth wanted to kill Yi Xian? Long Chen already had an answer in his heart. He came a little late, and Yi Xian was already injured. If it wasn't for Long Chen, as expected, the assassin's next move could easily kill him. Even without the next move, the seriously injured Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This Yi Xian was actually also a sword martialist. Long Chen had seen him fight from far away. His weapon was a blood-colored weapon that looked like a blood-colored crystal. It emitted an ice-cold murderous aura, and although it was very far away, Long Chen could still feel that it was a very good divine weapon. With Yi Xian's background, the divine weapon he used must be extraordinary. Moreover, since Long Chen came to the true martial imperial domain, Yi Xian was the first person to see the second level of Sword Principle. The second level of Sword Principle could burst out 5 times the destructive power. Stop. This was one of Long Chen's methods. Just as the assassin was about to end Yi Xian's life, he suddenly shouted. After the assassin heard this, his movements slowed down a little. He looked at Long Chen with vigilance. A golden bolt of lightning instantly rushed in front of him and stopped in front of Yi Xian. Long Chen didn't transform into his dragon soul, so the assassin instantly recognized him. This was the person who had saved Yi Xian last time. Because of Long Chen, the assassin had been scolded. Under the control of Long Chen, Yi Xian was instantly hugged by Long Chen under the control of his domain. They left the attack range of the second level of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was still conscious at this time. However, after being hit by the opponent's palm, his complexion had completely turned dark green. He seemed to be on the verge of death. His body was emitting an astonishing cold qi. When Long Chen lightly touched him, he immediately felt that half of his body was incomparably cold. "Brother Chen, how come it's you?" Yi Xian opened his misty eyes. After seeing Long Chen's appearance, he was somewhat sluggish. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the assassin in front of him remembered that Long Chen had escaped in front of him. This time, he was on guard. "You managed to escape from me once, but can you escape a second time?" The speed of the second level of the divine martial realm was much faster than that of Long Chen. In just a moment, the expert of the divine martial realm had turned into a dark green line and instantly rushed in front of Long Chen. Dark North Divine Palm. Although Long Chen looked like a kid who hadn't reached the divine martial realm, the assassin had suffered a loss last time because he had underestimated Long Chen. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Therefore, he immediately used an absolute killing move on Long Chen. The Dark North Divine Palm was a Grade 2 divine skill that belonged to the Netherworld Army. Only captains and above were qualified to practice it. Its power was much stronger than the Godly Killer Heart Sutra. At this moment, Long Chen felt the sky and earth freezing. An extreme yin qi crazily surged towards him. It also contained the divine origin of the assassin, which was far more vigorous than Long Chen's. In just a short moment, Long Chen was in extreme danger. This wasn't the main city of specters. In the main city of specters, the assassin wouldn't dare to chase after Long Chen so openly. In the netherworld battlefield, even if Long Chen used the blood escape technique, he didn't know if he would be able to escape from this expert's control. Long Chen, let's go. Seeing the dark north divine palm, Yi Xian's heart trembled. His eyes were already filled with despair. However, Long Chen was unexpectedly calm. When the dark north divine palm bombarded him, Long Chen suddenly raised his left hand. On his left hand, golden lightning crazily twirled. At this moment, the pattern on his palm unexpectedly cracked open. A golden lightning beast, completely composed of golden lightning, suddenly rushed out. The golden lightning beast had absorbed dozens of divine crystals and countless emperor crystals. When facing the dark north divine palm, it released all of its power. This was an extremely destructive power. In an instant, golden lightning filled the entire world, creating deep ravines in the surrounding ground. The golden lightning beast blotted out the sky and let out a series of crazy roars. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the opponent's dark north divine palm. The golden lightning was ruthless and scorching, while the dark north divine palm was cold. It had to be said that the current Long Chen of the second level of the divine martial realm was completely unable to resist this power. However, after the golden lightning beast had absorbed countless emperor crystals, its accumulated power was even more terrifying. The golden lightning beast roared and ran. The dense lightning completely engulfed the cold air of the dark north divine palm. What the hell is this? How is this possible? The assassin of the second level of the divine martial realm was incomparably shocked. Not only did the golden lightning destroy his grade 2 divine skill, but it also attacked his body and directly sent him flying. The golden lightning wantonly destroyed his divine martial body. Suddenly, a burning smell came out. A large part of his dark skin was completely burnt black by Long Chen. At the same time, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and took countless steps back. Little gold, come back. The golden lightning beast had consumed more than half of its power. At this moment, it stopped at the palm of Long Chen's left hand. Facing the assassin of the second level of the divine martial realm, it was very fierce and violent. However, facing Long Chen, it was very docile. At this moment, its body was completely formed by lightning. It was licking Long Chen's palm. Woo woo, the golden lightning beast seemed to be asking for credit from Long Chen. What made Long Chen collapse was that the golden lightning beast had absorbed so much power. Just a moment ago, it had already used up 3/4 of its power. From this, it could be seen how much power was needed to deal with the second level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen's sudden attack not only scared Yi Xian, but also the divine martial realm warrior. After he was injured, he quickly stood up. At this moment, his body was also in a state of serious injury. He coldly looked at Long Chen, then he decisively turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian, consider yourself lucky. You won't have this chance next time. After speaking, his body quickly disappeared from Long Chen's vision. He didn't know what the golden lightning beast on Long Chen's left hand was, but he was very afraid of it. We have to get out of here quickly. Long Chen was just about to let Yi Xian stay in the Great Void Realm. After all, there was such a big commotion here. It wouldn't be good if other experts came. The Nether battlefield was a land of slaughter. If another person of the second level of the divine martial realm came, Long Chen would definitely not be able to deal with him. Yi Xian endured the injuries on his body and nodded. Only after putting Yi Xian into the Great Void Realm did Long Chen heave a sigh of relief. He dived into the Nether Blood River, where it would be harder for others to discover him. It was already not the first time Yi Xian came here. Long Chen had always been a mysterious person. Even that golden lightning just now was also very mysterious. How do you feel now? Long Chen didn't even have time to sort out other things. What he was most concerned about was Yi Xian's injuries. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth revealed a trace of a helpless smile. He said somewhat heartbroken, "I also didn't think that I would be caught here. I'm probably done for." "How can you say that?" Long Chen probed a little and discovered that a cold aura was currently destroying Yi Xian's body. This cold aura, in a short while, would probably completely destroy Yi Xian. This northern underworld god palm was originally a very terrifying technique. It was very difficult for people who were hit to survive. This was also the reason why the assassin chose to leave in the end. Even if he left, it was very likely that Yi Xian would die on the spot. This is the underworld army's northern underworld god palm. The northern underworld chi in the palm has already entered my body. If I don't expel this thing, I probably won't be able to hold on for more than a month. Yi Xian said with a solemn expression. Is there any way to solve this? This sudden situation disrupted Long Chen's rhythm. To him, Yi Xian was a good friend. He was also very good to Long Chen. Something like the protection talisman must be very precious, but he casually gave it to Long Chen. This meant that he also valued Long Chen as a friend. Moreover, Long Chen had saved his life twice. This was a great kindness. Yi Xian was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He would never forget this kindness for the rest of his life. There is a way, but I'll have to trouble you. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said. Speak. Chapter 928. Long Chen thought for a while, then asked, "Can this 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill expel the northern underworld chi from your body?" "It should be possible, it seems that someone has tried it before." Yi Xian said. "Alright, I'll send you back." Long Chen nodded his head. Since he couldn't break through in the nether battlefield in a short period of time, after staying here for more than half a year, going back for a walk was also a good thing. The two of them chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. Long Chen then headed in the opposite direction of the Nether Blood River, which was also the direction he came from. Because he was rushing, the journey back was much faster. Whether or not Sumo will give you this 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill is still a question. While they were rushing, Long Chen suddenly said. Yi Xian, whose face had completely turned dark green and was extremely weak, laughed helplessly and said, "Brother Chen, you can see it too?" "That's right, I can confirm that I saw this person behind Sumo. It's a captain of the Nether Army, and his back is very familiar. It must be this person, but whether or not it was Sumo who ordered it, I don't know." Yi Xian fell into deep thought, then said, "I can't figure this out either. It's true that I can't stand Sumo, but it's mainly because I had some conflicts with the younger generation of the Su family in the Nether Mansion's capital. However, I don't have any enmity with Sumo, I just don't want my sister to marry out like this. Just because of this, he wants to kill me." It could be seen that this Yi Xian actually had some attachment to his own sister, the peerless Ghost City Lord Yi Xian, which was why he hated Sumo who was pursuing Yi Xian. Perhaps it was that person who acted on his own, or perhaps it was ordered by someone else. If the 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill is a good treasure, we only need to go back and see if Sumo is willing to take it out. Long Chen pondered for a moment, then said. "Of course, it doesn't mean that Sumo didn't want to kill you just because he took it out so readily," Long Chen added. "I think so too. However, you saved me again this time. I really don't know how to thank you." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "We are friends." "We don't care about that," Long Chen said indifferently while hurrying along. "I think it's best if you don't come to the Nether battlefield in the future. Those people are watching you closely. I guarantee that every time you come, they will kill you." "I can't come." Yi Xian was still somewhat unwilling. He came to the Nether battlefield to gain experience, this was a good opportunity. My weakness is that I have relatively little combat experience. If I don't train myself more, it will be very difficult to enter the second level of the divine martial realm, the divine sense realm. Let's talk about it after we survive. Long Chen said. On the way back, because Long Chen used his lightning speed to walk on the shore of the Nether Blood River, he basically didn't fight, so his speed was very fast. Previously, he spent half a year to reach the Nether Blood Sea, and if he hurried at full speed, in less than half a month, Long Chen was almost back at the entrance of the Nether battlefield. After half a month of getting along, Long Chen and Yi Xian were already very familiar with each other. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian, Long Chen was still a very mysterious person. From Yi Xian's mouth, Long Chen more or less learned about the situation of the Nether Mansion. This was something he had to understand. After all, he still had to find the large-scale universe teleportation formation of the Nether Mansion, go to the Eastern Royal Region, the true Martial Emperor Palace, and find the way to the Sword Spirit Imperial Region. The entire Nether Mansion was under the control of the Lord of the Nether Mansion. In the Eastern Royal Region, the Lord of the Nether Mansion was directly appointed by the ruler of the Eastern Royal Palace. He had supreme authority, and the Netherworld Army was the army that belonged to the Lord of the Nether Mansion. Yi Xian's information was more complete, so he said to Long Chen, in the Nether Mansion, there are no experts above the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, but there are many experts at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. You should know that there are 3 levels in the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Basically, those who can pass the first of the trials of wind, fire and thunder, the Oblivion Wind Tribulation, are already considered super experts. My sister is a warrior of this level, and the Emperor of the Netherworld Army is also a warrior of this level. According to the legend, the Lord of the Nether Mansion is an expert who has passed the last tribulation, the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation. His strength is many times stronger than my sister. In the Nether Mansion, the Lord of the Nether Mansion was the supreme existence. The Netherworld Army was under the control of the Lord of the Nether Mansion. There was also a supreme ruler, the so-called Emperor of the Nether Mansion. According to Yi Xian, he should be an expert who has passed the devouring fire tribulation. In the Nether Mansion, he was only weaker than the Lord of the Nether Mansion. Below the Emperor of the Nether Mansion were several Emperors of the Nether Mansion. There were many experts of this level in the Nether Mansion, such as the leaders of some big families, such as the Su family and the Yi family. In the Yi family, the last warrior who passed the Oblivion Wind Tribulation at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm has passed away, and the strongest ones are only a few patriarchs at the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Fortunately, my sister reached the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm a few decades ago, so the Yi family has a new pillar, so the Yi family will not decline because of this. It can be said that my sister, Yi Xian, is now the strongest warrior in the Yi family, and also the legend of the Yi family. The Yi family can safely exist in the prefecture of the Nether Mansion because of my sister. It could be seen that Yi Xian admired his sister very much. It was not easy for a woman to reach this level. There were many families in the Nether Mansion, and the top families, like the Su family and the Yi family, had experts at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. If I didn't reach the Divine Martial Realm, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be qualified to talk to the Palace Master of the Nether Mansion. The only way for Long Chen to walk out of the incomparably huge Nether Army was through the Cosmos Teleportation Formation. Otherwise, he would not be able to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor District. The Nether Mansion was only one of the 108 areas of the Eastern Royal Region. Without the Cosmos Teleportation Formation, it was basically impossible to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor District. The reason why the 6 demon clans could go to the Desolate Emperor District was probably because the Desolate Emperor District was not far from the Nether Mansion. After a month, Yi Xian's body was getting worse and worse. If he did not receive treatment in time, even if he could recover, he would most likely be affected. Fortunately, Yi Xian persisted. Long Chen also saw the entrance to the Nether battlefield from afar. I'm finally back. After walking out of the dark green formation, Long Chen stood in the life and death hall. There was not much time left, so he hurriedly walked out of the life and death hall. At this time, not many people had entered, so the people who came out were very conspicuous. At this moment, the few centurions who were on guard duty were chatting idly. When they heard the sound of footsteps, they immediately turned around. It was normal for someone to come out from inside. They just needed to register it. However, when they saw Long Chen's appearance, they were instantly stunned. You came out alive. Song Yang, Chili Arch, didn't you?" In their eyes, Long Chen was already dead. Long Chen did not care what they thought. He said directly, "Didn't you want to register? Hurry up." One of the centurions opened the book awkwardly. Long Chen's name had already been crossed out with a red line. This meant that Long Chen had long been considered dead. There were many people who did not make any movements in the past half a year. However, because Long Chen and Song Yang had entered before, they had assumed that Long Chen was already dead. I'm sorry," the centurion said awkwardly. However, they were puzzled as to how Long Chen had survived. "I'm leaving." After crossing out his name with a black pen, Long Chen did not say anything else and immediately rushed out of the life and death camp. The exit of the Nether Legion's training camp was near the Spectre Colosseum. Long Chen knew where it was, so he rushed towards the exit like a gust of wind. In fact, in the Nether Legion, if they did not receive orders, especially the soldiers, they did not have the right to easily leave the Nether Legion's training camp. At the entrance of the training camp, there were 2,000-man battalions guarding it. This meant that there were 2 God Martial Realm experts here. Among the 2,000-man battalions, there was one called the Wild Wolf Battalion. Song Yang was leisurely sitting in a pavilion with another Chili Arch. Long Chen also knew this Chili Arch, it was the valiant and heroic Qi Bing. "Song Yang, your grandson is not bad. It seems that in less than a year, he will be able to reach the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm," Qi Bing praised. Just now, Song Yuchen had left from there. 2 months after Long Chen had joined the Netherworld Army, Song Yuchen had rejoined the Netherworld Army. Song Yang had spent a great deal of effort to transfer Song Yuchen under his command. Now, Song Yuchen was already a corporal. He had quite a few battle achievements. As long as his strength reached the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, Song Yang could immediately make him a Chili Arch. As long as Song Yuchen was raised, Song Yang would have a successor. It's okay. This kid only cares about dressing up. If he had cultivated seriously, he would have already had outstanding achievements. Song Yang said modestly. He's already improved a lot. If Long Chen who defeated him was still alive, he probably wouldn't be a match for him now. Qi Bing said. Long Chen. Song Yang remembered that person. There's been no news for half a year. With his strength, he should be dead if he went to the Nether battlefield. Song Yang smiled lightly. All those who went against him did not have a good ending. Just when the two of them were happily chatting, there was a commotion outside the wide gate of the training camp. What's going on? Song Yang asked with wide eyes. Chili Arch, a soldier called Long Chen wants to force his way out without the Kiliarka's message. A soldier of the Nether Legion ran over and said nervously. Chapter 929. Long Chen didn't know that he still needed the Kiliarka's permission to leave. If he had known, he would have just used a blood escape instead of being surrounded by so many Netherworld soldiers. There were 2,000 soldiers in total, and 20 of them were centurions. Long Chen had beaten up hundreds of centurions. To be honest, those in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm were nothing in his eyes. Now that he had Yi Xian as a protective talisman, he naturally didn't bother with them. After all, Yi Xian's life was more important. Just as he was about to rush out, he suddenly saw someone blocking his way. It was Song Yuchen. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Of course, Song Yuchen was the most envious. Long Chen had defeated him and given him a rude awakening. From then on, he had fallen into a whirlpool of mockery. If it wasn't for his grandfather, he would probably have sunk into oblivion forever. His main goal in joining the Netherworld army was to kill Long Chen. However, after coming in, he had been busy with other things, and Long Chen had gone to the Netherworld battlefield in a while. After that, everyone thought that Long Chen was dead, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. But now, Long Chen was standing in front of him, alive and well. Song Yuchen's eyes burned with fury when he saw that cold and arrogant young man. He directly rushed towards Long Chen. "You dare to rush out of the Netherworld training camp without the Kiliarka's permission? Long Chen, you have committed a crime punishable by death. Die." After he finished speaking, he displayed his recently increased strength. The Yin-Yang 9 wheels, which were even more powerful than before, rushed towards Long Chen. The people around him quickly dodged. If they were affected by the attack of the Kiliarka's grandson, it wouldn't be worth it. To be honest, Song Yuchen's actions weren't legal. He was only a corporal, and there were many centurions here. It wasn't his turn to attack, and he had to be ruthless. They could only mourn for Long Chen. Who asked Long Chen to offend this person for no reason? Seeing that the attack was getting closer and closer to Long Chen, and was about to completely knock him down, Long Chen's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Song Yuchen. He abruptly lashed out with his leg, kicking Song Yuchen's perky buttocks. Instantly, Song Yuchen's leg was smashed into the ground. A loud bang rang out, and Song Yuchen let out an earth-shattering cry. Her body sunk deep into the ground, and she remained motionless with her body spread out. Everyone's faces were already lifeless. So strong. How can he be so strong? I guess this boy has already reached the God martial arts realm. Impossible, the God martial arts realm isn't only at this level. His cultivation is extremely close to the God martial arts realm, but he still isn't a match for someone in the God martial arts realm. Warriors in the God martial arts realm have been bestowed with the heavenly law, and that kind of heavenly law aura isn't present in Long Chen's body. While everyone was discussing, Song Yang and Qi Bing, the two great experts in the God martial arts realm, had already arrived. Song Yang fixed his eyes on the boy in the crowd. Wasn't that Long Chen who he had wanted to kill before? At the second glance, he saw his grandson who was almost being trampled under his feet. In an instant, anger burned in his chest. Without saying anything, he directly wanted to kill Long Chen. However, at this time, Qi Bing stood in front of him and first stopped his action. Then, she coldly said to Long Chen, "Long Chen, not only did you barge into the training camp of the Netherworld army, you also injured a colleague. You have violated the military discipline. Is the military discipline of the Netherworld army like this? I only asked if I could go out, but I didn't barge in. Besides, everyone here can see that it was Miss Song who first found an excuse to hit me. If I didn't fight back, I would be the one lying on the ground now. As for whether what I said is true or false, there are so many witnesses here. I don't believe that there isn't a person with a conscience here." Song Yang and Qi Bing both knew that what Long Chen said was probably the truth. Moreover, from the eyes of the onlookers, they could see this. It was definitely Song Yuchen who hated Long Chen and attacked first. Moreover, Long Chen had just called Song Yuchen Miss Song, thinking of Song Yuchen's usual dressing, and seeing his current appearance, everyone couldn't help but laugh. "All of you, quiet." Song Yang's expression was ferocious. In truth, he really wanted to beat Long Chen to death. However, in the Netherworld army, without sufficient reason, even he couldn't easily kill a soldier of the Netherworld army. "All of you, go back. This matter will be dealt with in the Wild Wolf Battalion. Song Yang scolded. Wait. Long Chen originally wanted to go out. At this time, he raised one hand and said, I have something important to do. I need to go to the city lord's mansion. If I'm late, you can't bear the consequences. This time, it was Song Yang's turn to be dumbfounded. Even a chiliarch like him couldn't bear the consequences. His expression turned from dumbfounded to a mocking smile. What matter can I, Song Yang, not handle? Tell me. Long Chen, let me tell you, even if something big happens today, you won't be able to walk out of here. At the same time, you have to return to the Wild Wolf Battalion and accept my punishment. Even if you have an excuse, you can't openly injure others here. Long Chen smiled. He didn't show any signs of weakness. He stared at Song Yang for a while before smiling and saying, since it's like this, old man, forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Goodbye. Long Chen directly turned into a golden light, instantly disappearing from Song Yang's sight. He didn't even use the blood escape, but his speed was already slightly faster than Song Yang's. This was the heaven-defying aspect of Long Chen's current speed. Chase. Song Yang's old face was extremely ugly. After instructing others to take care of Song Yuchen, he hurriedly chased after Long Chen. However, not long after, he was dumbfounded. Long Chen turned into a golden bolt of lightning and instantly flashed past. In the vast Spectre City, he had long since disappeared from Song Yang's sight. This direction is the direction of the city lord's mansion. Chase, we can't let this brat escape. Since you're out, then let me kill you without anyone knowing. Therefore, he quietly chased in the direction of the city lord's mansion. If Long Chen was in the Netherworld army, it wasn't that he didn't want to use Yi Xian to suppress the other party, but it wasn't appropriate. This kind of thing was enough for the inner circle to know, there was no need to spread it. Yi Xian had obviously been hit by the Netherworld army's Dark North God Palm. If this was spread, what would others think? Therefore, it wasn't appropriate. The city lord's mansion was a huge building complex, it was the inner city of the Ghost City. There were about 100,000 people living in it, their relationships were complicated, the number of experts was not any less than the Netherworld army of the Ghost City. The city lord's mansion was also strictly guarded. Without an order, ordinary people couldn't enter. However, Long Chen wouldn't make the same mistake he had made in the Netherworld army. He immediately turned into a bloody light, using the blood escape technique, he rushed into the city lord's mansion from the sky. Yi Xian knew where the beautiful city lord Yi Xian was. With her strength of the 5th level of the divine martial realm, wind fire thunder tribulation, she naturally sensed Long Chen's existence in an instant. Who is it? As soon as Long Chen landed on the ground, a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress stood in front of him. Long Chen felt an irresistible pressure on his body. He guessed that a powerful expert like Yi Xian could easily kill him with a wave of her hand. I'm your brother's friend. As Long Chen spoke, he'd already brought Yi Xian out of the Great Void Realm. Yi Xian's entire body was already dark green, and his entire body was emitting an ice-cold aura. He was already inhaling more than he exhaled. Although Yi Xian wasn't a member of the Netherworld army, she had a lot of contact with them. At this moment, a trace of anger appeared in her beautiful eyes. She hurriedly hugged Yi Xian into her embrace, then brought him with her as if she'd teleported into the great hall that she'd stayed in earlier. Follow me. A voice that was as sweet as the chirping of a bird was heard. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed her in. In the side hall of the hall, there was a beautifully decorated room. At this moment, Yi Xian put her brother on the soft bed. Her eyes were very gentle. Although her brother was injured, she was very calm. This is the Netherworld armies. Dark North Godly Palm. On the bed, Yi Xian was almost unconscious. After feeling his sister's body temperature, he opened his sleepy eyes and nodded slightly. Seeing her brother like this, Yi Xian bit her white teeth. "Good boy, lie down for a while." Yi Xian touched her brother's forehead and let him rest. After that, she looked at Long Chen. Long Chen said directly, "The Su family's 9-sun phoenix pill can save the dark north godly palm. I think you should quickly summon Martial Sumo. I don't know how long your brother can last. He has been hit by the dark north godly palm for a month." Yi Xian didn't expect Long Chen to make such a suggestion. She couldn't help but look at Long Chen again before walking out. Because Long Chen had just come in, many people had gathered in the hall. They were all God Martial Realm warriors who had discovered Long Chen's traces. Yi Xian said to one of them, "Go call Sumo here. Tell him to bring the 9-sun phoenix pill. I have something to ask of him." The God Martial Realm warrior nodded. His body flashed and disappeared in front of the hall. The others were waiting outside. "City Lord, what's going on?" One of the warriors, who seemed to have a higher status, asked. "Nothing. My brother is injured," Yi Xian said calmly. Those who were familiar with her would know that she was suppressing her anger. In her territory, her younger brother had been continuously assassinated. And this time, it was the Netherworld army. Who was it that wanted to deal with her younger brother? Thinking about it, Yi Xian felt a headache. "Who is it?" "Master, we will kill them now." Chapter 930. Yi Xian waved her hand and said, "Fortunately, he's still alive. We'll wait for Sumo to come. Let my brother recover first. I'll tell you about the rest later." "Yes." Everyone nodded respectfully. Only then did Yi Xian return to her room. At this moment, Yi Xian had already fallen into a deep sleep. The dense white mist, because of Yi Xian's cold body temperature, froze on the bedding. After checking on Yi Xian's condition and using her vigorous divine qi to expel the coldness for Yi Xian saw Long Chen next to her. She said to Long Chen in a gentle tone, "Can you please tell me the details?" Long Chen nodded and told Yi Xian about what happened in the Nether battlefield. He also told her about how he saved Yi Xian last time. Of course, he didn't hint that he thought Sumo was the mastermind. He knew the relationship between Yi Xian and Sumo. Without evidence, he couldn't speak carelessly. Otherwise, he might get himself killed. Yi Xian and Sumo were super experts that even Long Chen couldn't escape from with the blood escape. After listening, Yi Xian was shocked by Long Chen. In her eyes, Long Chen was only a small warrior in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. She thought that Long Chen was just lucky and saved Yi Xian once. She didn't expect that not only did Long Chen save Yi Xian, he even saved Yi Xian last time when he was in danger because of Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen didn't casually save Yi Xian. Instead, he used his own strength to force Yi Xian to retreat. A warrior in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm could defeat a warrior in the 2nd level of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen's words were vague, but Yi Xian knew that it was not that simple. This Long Chen must have something special about him. Her eyes, which were black with a slight hint of purple, were looking at Long Chen from head to toe. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a beautiful smile and said, "My little brother has never liked to talk to others since he was young. It seems like you have a good relationship with him." Long Chen smiled and didn't say anything. "Who do you think is the culprit?" After failing to make a move in the Spirit Lord City, he pretended to be a member of the Netherworld army and entered the Netherworld battlefield. Yi Xian suddenly asked. "I'm not too sure about that. I can only wait for him to wake up and let him tell me himself." Long Chen didn't want to be involved in this trouble, so he was more conservative with his words. When Yi Xian heard this, she stayed by the bedside and didn't say anything else. With the nourishment of Yi Xian's boundless true essence, Yi Xian's expression looked a little better, and he gradually woke up. "Sister, I'm so useless. I've troubled you again," Yi Xian said apologetically. "You're at the second level of the God Martial Realm, and you're very experienced. It's normal that you can't beat him. Don't think too much. When Sumo comes and uses the 9-Sun Phoenix Dan to save you, you can rest here for a few months. I will catch the culprit." Yi Xian looked at her little brother, her eyes full of love. At the same time, she seemed to have a lot of trust in Sumo. Both Long Chen and Yi Xian could hear that. "General Sumo, the 9-Sun Phoenix Dan is so precious. Will he give it to me so easily?" Yi Xian asked calmly. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You seem to have a big prejudice against him. I've been with him for hundreds of years, but I still don't know what kind of person he is. Just wait and see, he'll be here soon." As expected, after Yi Xian finished talking, there was a commotion outside. "Sister Xian, can I come in?" Sumo's magnetic voice came from outside. "Come in." Yi Xian stood up and showed a light smile. She trusted Sumo, that's why she didn't show any signs of anxiety after Yi Xian was hit by the dark north godly palm. Otherwise, if she didn't have a way to save him, she would have already lost her temper. At this moment, Sumo pushed the door open and walked in. His first glance was at Yi Xian and her brother, then he looked at Long Chen in the corner. After seeing Long Chen, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up, as if he didn't see Long Chen. He quickly walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at the heavily injured Yi Xian with a concerned expression. "Damn it, who was it that snuck into the Nether battlefield and used the Dark North godly palm? The Nether army has been leaking battle techniques to outsiders these years. It seems that I need to report to Emperor Hades to deal with this problem," Sumo said with a frown. "It's all my fault this time, I didn't look after your brother." Sumo blamed himself. He sat on the edge of the bed while Long Chen and Yi Xian were waiting to see what he would do next. At this moment, Sumo didn't say anything and took out a red crystal box from his storage ring. "This is the 9-Sun Fire Phoenix Pellet. It's an item of extreme yang. After he consumes it, I'll use my divine origin to spread it out and expel the northern dark qi from his body. Sister Xian, help your brother up." After seeing the red box, Long Chen and Yi Xian both fell into deep thought. The Nether army was most likely Sumo's people, but how could they be sure that Sumo was the mastermind? Yi Xian wasn't an idiot. She had been with Sumo for hundreds of years, how could she not know who Sumo was? Moreover, why did Sumo attack Yi Xian? Yi Xian was just a kid at the first level of the divine martial realm. If he wanted to threaten Sumo's position, it would probably take him hundreds of years. Moreover, at this time, he was so generous, he took out the precious 9-Sun Fire Phoenix Pellet without even frowning. This 9-Sun Fire Phoenix Pellet was a rank 3 pellet, it had a great healing effect. Generally speaking, as long as someone was hit by a cold fighting skill, the effect of using this 9-Sun Fire Phoenix Pellet would be much better than other pellets. If it was used properly, the 9-Sun Fire Phoenix Pellet could display an incomparably great effect, it could even cure the injuries caused by a warrior at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. In many cases, this 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill was equivalent to a life. Alright. Yi Xian wasn't surprised. She directly helped Yi Xian up and cooperated with Sumo. Sumo sat behind Yi Xian and put the 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill into Yi Xian's mouth. After that, Sumo's hands were burning with purple flames. A purple phoenix image flashed on his palms and then poured into Yi Xian's body. Sumo was also an alchemist. His alchemic fire and the 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill in Yi Xian's body worked together. The speed at which the northern underworld qi was expelled was much faster. Yi Xian's body gradually recovered and his consciousness became clearer. Long Chen had been watching everything carefully. He had a thoughtful expression on his face. Is there a problem with this sumo? Judging from the current situation, there shouldn't be a problem. But why did he subconsciously look at me with hostility when he entered the room? If he was the culprit, it would be normal for Long Chen to ruin his plan. But, judging from his other actions, that shouldn't be the case. So, Long Chen was also in a dilemma. About an hour later, the refinement of the 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill was completed. Sumo let Yi Xian lie down quietly, then gently said to the beautiful city Lord Yi Xian, I've already dispelled the northern underworld qi, but his body is already injured, so he needs the 9-Sun Fire Phoenix pill's medicinal power to gradually seep into his body, so it's best for him to lie on the bed and get a good rest. Okay, I will arrange it. If you are tired, go back and rest. Yi Xian was like a wife, wiping the sweat off of Sumo. I will go to the nether battlefield to see if there are any clues. At the same time, I will notify the nether army in the other cities and let them keep an eye on some unknown people, especially those in the second level of the god martial arts realm who have learned the northern underworld palm. Yi Xian's brother has been assassinated again and again. This is not a good thing. If we don't kill the culprit, trouble will come one after another. I really don't know who is tired of living. They even dare to touch our Yi family and Su family. When Sumo said this, his eyes were obviously filled with anger. Yi Xian was also a little angry. She said, you have to worry about this. My brother will be fine as long as he stays in the city lord's mansion. The entire nether city is under my control. I want to see who can escape from my divine sense. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. The divine sense of the 5th level of the god martial arts realm had a range of 10 miles. In other words, half of the nether city was under Yi Xian's control. The good thing was that the nether army's training camp in the east of the city was not under Yi Xian's divine sense. If that is the case, I will leave first. Sumo nodded. When he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Long Chen and said, I heard that it was you who saved Yi Xian from the nether battlefield. Is that right? Long Chen was still wearing the nether armor. Obviously, he was a member of the nether army. Sumo was the commander of the nether army in the nether city. In other words, he was Long Chen's direct superior. Naturally, Long Chen had to listen to him. Therefore, Long Chen nodded and said, I was in a hurry to come to the city lord's mansion. I had some conflicts with the warriors guarding the gate. I hope the commander will forgive me. Sumo nodded in satisfaction and said, this is not a big deal. You saved him. You have done me a great service. Come back with me to the nether army. I will reward you handsomely. Sumo was at the 4th level of the god martial arts realm. He could probably kill Long Chen with one finger. Now, he wanted Long Chen to go back. Long Chen thought, if I go back to the nether army, there might be other troubles. Sumo doesn't seem to care much about me. Thinking of this, Long Chen said, Yi Xian and I are life and death brothers. Now that he is injured, I want to stay by his side. General Sumo, can I go back later? As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Yi Xian, who was lying on the bed, said anxiously, just let Long Chen stay here. I am too bored. He saved me twice. He is my brother. We haven't had a good chat yet. Seeing that Yi Xian was so insistent, Sumo didn't say anything. I am leaving. He smiled gently at Yi Xian and left. Chapter 931. Long Chen decided to stay with Yi Xian for a while. He didn't have a goal right now, and his only goal was to reach the god martial realm as soon as possible. After Sumo left, Yi Xian talked with Yi Xian for a while, then she looked at Long Chen, waved her hand and said, come here. Long Chen didn't know what she was going to do, but he still walked in front of her. She was a rare beauty, and more importantly, she was strong and quiet. Even if she didn't have any bad intentions, Long Chen felt a bit uncomfortable standing in front of her and being stared at by her purple eyes. It seems like there are still many mysteries about you. Everyone has their own secrets. I won't force you. You saved my brother's life, and you even saved him twice. No matter what, I should give you something in return. Yi Xian smiled and said. Long Chen didn't decline. He was still very weak, and the Emperor breaks the armies, and Emperor breaks the armies, were not enough as his strength increased. Seeing that Long Chen didn't answer, Yi Xian thought for a while. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, You just came out of the Nether battlefield, so you probably don't know about the grand event that will be held in the Nether city in 10 days. I don't know. Long Chen shook his head. In front of Yi Xian, he behaved like a normal person. Yi Xian explained, in the Spectre City, every few years, there's a competition for young cultivators. The requirement is that they can't be older than 50, and they can't be lower than the 7th Tian Qi layer. They're the newest generation of cultivators in the Spectre City. You want me to participate in this competition? To be honest, Long Chen had participated in many competitions, so he wasn't very interested in this one. Yi Xian smiled and said, Of course it's not that simple. Of course, it's also a test for you. I'm planning to take on a disciple, so I've already promised that whoever wins the championship of the martial arts competition, I'll take him as my disciple. Yi Xian wanted to take a disciple. Long Chen hadn't expected this. After hearing this news, Yi Xian, who was lying on the bed, suddenly became excited. He hastily said, Brother Chen, hurry up and agree. My sister is an expert at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm. In the Serene Hell Mansion, she is the strongest expert of the Yi family. In the Serene Hell Mansion, there are hundreds of millions of young people who want to be her disciple, but none of them are qualified. You should participate in this martial arts competition. Yi Xian looked very excited. He believed in Long Chen. As long as Long Chen was his brother, he would be so excited when Yi Xian brought up this matter. Long Chen wasn't an idiot. Yi Xian was not only powerful, but she was also a powerful figure. She had the support of the powerful Yi family, and she was also beautiful. It was the dream of countless people to have a relationship with Yi Xian. Besides, his brother, Yi Xian, treated Long Chen like a brother. If Long Chen could become Yi Xian's disciple, his relationship with Yi Xian would definitely be even closer. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen and continued, The reason why I didn't reward you directly is because I can see that you have a good relationship with my brother, and I don't want to use the word reward to taint your friendship. Secondly, and this is very important, our Yi family is most famous for our 7-kill bloodline. The bloodline of our Yi family's disciples is naturally thicker than others, and when we fight, we can release a huge amount of murderous qi, which can be used as a supplement to our divine yuan, forming a terrifying killing method. Killing is our Yi family's specialty, and I noticed that you also have an extraordinary murderous qi. If I were to choose a disciple, I would definitely choose someone with a strong murderous qi, and you are very suitable. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen and continued, The reason why I didn't reward you directly is because I can see that you have a good relationship with my brother, and I don't want to use the word reward to taint your friendship. From her appearance, Long Chen really couldn't tell that the Yi family was actually a family that specialized in killing. However, thinking about it, Yi Xian might have gone to the Nether battlefield to stimulate his killing intent through battles. Yi Xian gave people the feeling that he had an imposing appearance, while Yi Xian gave people the feeling that she was quiet and pleasant. It was hard to imagine that these two were actually good at killing. At this time, Long Chen noticed that on Yi Xian's neck, there was a blood-red jade pendant. This jade pendant was stuck to her snow-white skin, and below it was a ravine that would make one's imagination run wild. Long Chen didn't notice this blood-red jade pendant at first, but now that he took a closer look, the jade pendant was embossed with a blood-red lotus in full bloom. It was beautiful and bewitching, and it had a power that could captivate people's hearts. Long Chen, what's your decision? Yi Xian didn't force Long Chen, but she was asking for his opinion. From this point, she was already very respectful to Long Chen. Thank you for your kindness. I will attend, Long Chen said with a nod. If he could become the disciple of this beautiful city lord, Long Chen's life would change. In the Spectre capital city, and even in the entire Nether Prefecture, he would have a powerful support. If someone like Song Yang wanted to bully him, he would have to consider Yi Xian. Hearing Long Chen's words, Yi Xian and her brother both smiled knowingly. They looked at each other and smiled. Of course, if you can't win, you can't become my disciple. You have to rely on yourself, but I have high hopes for you. Yi Xian smiled sweetly. Unless a cultivator of the God martial arts realm appears, no one in the Sky martial arts realm can defeat me. Long Chen said decisively. Right now, with only his speed, he was a Sky martial arts realm assassin. Even cultivators in the 9th Sky martial arts realm were like cabbages in his eyes. Yi Xian was a bit touched by his confidence. When she was at Long Chen's age and strength, she was sure that she wasn't as strong as Long Chen. Don't worry. Not many people under 50 can reach the God martial arts realm. Apart from my brother, there are a few geniuses in the Nether Prefecture. Yi Xian said gently. In this way, Long Chen felt more at ease. He had finally accepted the position of the beautiful city lord's disciple. For him, it was like a pie falling from the sky. Good, very good. Brother Chen, now that you've become my sister's disciple, our relationship will change in the future. We'll no longer be brothers, but uncle and nephew. Yi Xian said complacently. Don't talk so much. Have a good rest. Long Chen said with a smile. Seeing that Long Chen and Yi Xian's relationship was so good, the beautiful city lord was very happy. She continued, taking you as my disciple was just an idea I had a few days ago, but the news has already spread. You should prepare well in case strong cultivators come. Also, if you are the champion, there is another reward, which is a level 3 God martial weapon. Floating blood, the reason why I want to take you as my disciple is because you are a sword cultivator and your understanding of sword arts is not low. I think you have reached the 3rd level. Long Chen nodded. This woman's eyes were very sharp. She had seen through Long Chen's background so quickly. We are brother and sister. My brother uses a blade and I use a sword. Do you know how to use a sword? Asked Yi Xian. She was good at sword arts. If Long Chen knew how to use a sword, then he would be a perfect disciple. Of course. Long Chen had also used a sword before. The yin-yang sword spirit that he had obtained was also a sword user. In fact, a sword was the most suitable weapon for him. Among all weapons, the sword was the king. Looking at Long Chen, Yi Xian was even more satisfied. In our Yi clan, there are a total of 2 3rd-grade divine ranked weapons, floating blood. One of them is used by my younger brother. You should have seen that blood-red saber of his, right? It's a 3rd-grade divine ranked weapon. If you can dig out all of its potential, its might will be boundless. As for the martial competition's reward, floating snow, it's the other weapon. This is a blood-red long sword. If you become the champion, this 3rd-grade divine ranked sword will be yours. Long Chen's Emperor Destroys the Armies was only a level 1 God martial weapon. A level 3 God martial weapon was meant for Heaven Realm cultivators to use, so it was naturally a good thing. Emperor Destroys the Armies was definitely not comparable. Plus, a blood-red long sword. Blood represented killing intent. This sword named Floating Blood was definitely suitable for Long Chen. A disciple's identity, a level 3 God martial weapon, Floating Blood. That was not all. Then, Yi Xian continued, the floating blood divine sword is the reward for the champion. If it's just the floating blood divine sword, you won't be able to use it if you don't have a suitable battle skill. How about this, as long as you become the champion of the competition, I will teach you the Yi family's battle skill, killing disaster. This is also the battle skill that my brother is currently training, it is also at the 3rd rank of the divine realm. In our Yi family, most of the powerful warriors are training this killing disaster. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough comprehension to train this killing disaster. Similarly, if you don't have the God martial realm Zhen Yuan, you won't have enough power to perform the killing disaster. She had even brought out floating blood and killing calamity, which showed how much Yi Xian valued Long Chen. Thank you. Long Chen gritted his teeth, nodded and said. No need to thank me. These are what you deserve. Plus, you haven't won the championship yet. There are so many variables, who knows if these things will be given to someone else. Yi Xian was in a very good mood, he said with a smile on his bed. Just wait and see. Long Chen waved his hand. Alright, you guys talk, I will leave first. Take care and rest well. Yi Xian's last sentence was said to Yi Xian. After that, she left. She had just awakened her divine sense, and the entire mayor's mansion was under her control. Long Chen felt like he was dreaming. He never thought that saving Yi Xian twice would give him such a great opportunity. In this mayor's mansion, if Yi Xian wanted to eavesdrop, she would be able to hear every single conversation between the two of them. Therefore, the two of them stopped thinking about sumo. Chapter 932. When Sumo walked out of the mansion, Song Yang was waiting outside. Song Yang was only a chili arch. Without Yi Xian's order, a chili arch didn't have the right to enter the mansion, so he could only wait outside. This Long Chen actually dared to break out of the Nether Army's training camp and into the mansion. I guess it won't be long before someone breaks his legs and throws him out. As soon as Song Yang thought of this, he saw Sumo coming out. Sumo was a supreme figure in the Nether Army of the Nether Army. Song Yang was only a chili arch, but after seeing this super expert, he couldn't help but kneel down. Long Chen didn't do this before. Sumo didn't seem to be in a good mood, so he ignored Song Yang. Seeing that Sumo ignored him and walked past him, Song Yang felt strange. He quickly stood up and followed Sumo. General Mo, I am a chili arch of the Feral Wolf Battalion. Song Yang, I have something to report to you. Sumo ignored him and continued walking. There's a soldier of the Nether Army called Long Chen who actually ignored the orders of a chili arch and charged out of the Nether Army's training camp. Moreover, he even charged into the city lord's mansion. I would like to ask if I can order for Long Chen to be arrested and punished according to military discipline. After saying this, Song Yang looked at Sumo with anticipation. But who would have thought that Sumo would only coldly glare at him, then continue on his way towards the eastern part of the city. This caused Song Yang to be dumbfounded. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. Sumo was the kind of person who could easily crush Song Yang to death. Just a cold glare from him was enough to make Song Yang tremble in fear. He had a feeling that if it weren't for the fact that they were in the right place, Sumo would have torn him to shreds. What's going on? Song Yang didn't know what was going on. He could vaguely guess that Sumo wasn't in a good mood. After realizing this, Song Yang broke out in a cold sweat again. He didn't dare to do anything behind him. He looked at the back of the figure in front of him with respect. He could only follow Sumo and head towards the east side of the city, towards the Nether Army's training camp. Yi Xian had been on high alert lately. She had been using her divine sense to monitor the surroundings of the palace. When Sumo walked out of the range of Yi Xian's divine sense, his entire body was covered in a purple flame, and a purple godly bird silhouette appeared behind him. Song Yang kneeled on the ground in pain. This powerful aura had made him lose all ability to resist, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. What on earth did Marshal Su Mo encounter in the city lord's mansion to make him so angry? Song Yang wondered. Song Yang. Suddenly, Sumo stopped, turned his head and said to Song Yang, who was sweating profusely. Song Yang hurriedly jogged all the way to Su Mo. "Tell me everything you know about Long Chen," said Sumo coldly. Song Yang was secretly delighted. He knew that Long Chen must have offended Su Mo. This time, Long Chen would definitely be finished. Therefore, he told Su Mo all the details. From the first time he saw Long Chen until now, everything entered Su Mo's ears without missing a single detail. Can he defeat an opponent of the ninth heaven martial realm? Su Mo narrowed his eyes, paused for a moment, then continued, "He's a great benefactor to Yi Xian, so Yi Xian will definitely reward him. There are still 10 days left before the martial arts competition. When Yi Xian wants to accept a disciple, I think she'll recommend that kid to participate." What? What should I do? Long Chen might win, said Song Yang, his eyes wide open. If Long Chen became Yi Xian's disciple, Song Yang didn't know how long it would take for him to avenge his grandson. He might never have the chance to do so. That brat is a bit strange. He's only in the 7th Tian Qi layer, but he's so strong. There's definitely something strange about him. I can't underestimate him. Song Yang, I'll give you a mission. Go to Shuiyang City and call Su Shui back. Song Yang's eyes lit up with admiration. He said hurriedly, "Commander Mo, you want Miss Su Shui to participate in the competition and become Yi Xian's disciple? Miss Su Shui is so young, but she's already in the god martial realm. She's only a little bit less talented than Yi Xian. She's definitely the best candidate. Plus, she's very strong. Go, don't talk nonsense. Remember to watch your mouth. If our conversation is leaked, not only you, but your family and your illegitimate children outside will also be killed by me." After Su Mo finished speaking, he turned around and entered the training camp of the Netherworld Army. Song Yang quickly covered his mouth, but his legs were still trembling. Song Yang summoned his high-grade underworld war horse from his spatial ring, and with lightning speed, he quickly disappeared from the Spectre Lord City. As for Su Mo, after returning to his own hall, he sat down cross-legged in the middle of the hall and closed his eyes to rest. "Su-yi, I've seen the young man who saved Yi Xian twice." After Sumo finished talking, a cultivator in black came out from behind him and knelt in front of Sumo. He said in fear, "Commander Mo, it's not that I can't do it, but that young man is too strange. Every time he saves Yi Xian, it's unimaginable. If it weren't for him, Yi Xian would have already been killed by me." Sumo glanced at him and said, "What are you going to do next?" The man called Su-yi said in fear, "I'll think of another way. Next time, I'll definitely kill Yi Xian and complete the mission." "Bullshit." Sumo was enraged. Suddenly, a purple flame shot out and knocked Su-yi to the ground. Su-yi crawled up in fear and said nervously, "Commander Mo, please calm down." "Calm down, hee, you're really thinking too much. Now that we've alerted them, Yi Xian will definitely stay in the Spectre Palace for the next few months. How are you going to kill him?" Sumo smiled coldly. I'll definitely have a way." "What way do you have to escape from Yi Xian's divine sense?" Sumo asked. At this moment, Su-yi was speechless. He knelt on the ground and raised his head to look at Sumo. From Sumo's tone, he could vaguely guess what was going on. "I'm sorry, Su-yi, I can't have any flaws. Today, Yi Xian already suspected me, she just didn't say anything. I don't want any losses." Hearing this, Su-yi already knew what was going to happen next. He raised his head in despair and said sadly, "Commander Mo, I've been loyal to the Su family for thousands of years. I've made great contributions to the Su family. You can't do this to me." After saying that, he stood up and was about to escape. But at that moment, Sumo's purple flames completely engulfed this expert at the second level of the divine martial arts realm. In just a blink of an eye, Su-yi completely disappeared from the palace. This was Sumo's palace, named Purple Ink Palace. When Su-yi's figure completely disappeared, Sumo helplessly shook his head and sighed, "Su-yi, I actually don't want to kill you, but I can't have any flaws in my plan. After all, this matter is too important to me. I can even give up on Yi Xian, who I've been chasing for so many years, let alone you." Thinking about Yi Xian, Sumo's eyes were filled with emotions. Among these emotions, there was possessiveness, hostility, helplessness, and many other emotions. A few days later, in the training camp of the Underworld Army, a man and a woman dismounted from the Underworld battle horse. Both of them were wearing heavy black Underworld battle armors. The man was the old Song Yang, and the woman was naturally the girl named Su Shui that Sumo wanted to bring back. This woman was also a member of the Underworld Army. She was wearing a pitch-black Underworld battle armor with dark green patterns. Although she was wrapped in heavy armor, one could still see her astonishing figure. Her snow-white, jade-like skin formed a strong contrast with the black armor. A cold aura was emitted from her body. Her temperament was quite similar to Sumo's, both were gloomy and gave people a creepy feeling. After removing the head, the girl's pitch-black long hair fell down. She indeed had a peerless appearance. Her jade-like nose was sharp, and her white face was filled with cold killing intent. This kind of woman was swift and decisive and had an indescribable aura. Although Song Yang's strength was the same as hers, in front of her, he had no choice but to be submissive and respectfully ask Su Shui to dismount. After dismounting from the Underworld battle horse, Su Shui didn't say anything. She twisted her impressive figure under the Underworld battle armor and walked in the direction of the Purple Ink Palace. If Sumo wanted to see her, he would naturally wait for her there. This girl caused an uproar in the training camp of the Underworld Army, where there were more men than men. Basically, the soldiers of the Underworld Army stared blankly at her as she passed by, then whispered to others about this girl. "I heard that Su Shui is someone from General Mo's family. Although she's not a direct descendant like General Mo, she's probably someone who has a say in the branch. She was originally in the Ghost City, but these few years, it just so happened that it was her turn to carry out a mission, so she was transferred to Xueyang Central City. This Su Shui is known as the #1 genius of the Ghost City's younger generation. I heard that she had already entered the divine martial realm more than 10 years ago. Now, she's not even 50 years old. With such talent, only the city lord's younger brother, Yi Xian, who just arrived, is slightly stronger than Su Shui." Chapter 933. Screw you. If that's the case, I'll be disappointed. What? You're interested in Miss Su Shui, a genius? You should quickly wake up. You don't even have the qualifications to speak to such a person. Wait until you break through to the 9th Tian realm, then you can dream about that. Of course not, but Su Shui is the goddess in my heart. Who would want their goddess to get married so casually? Along the way, Su Shui could hear the chatter of the onlookers everywhere. Some of the words were very direct, but she didn't get angry. Instead, a rare smile appeared on her face. She liked the feeling of being talked about and admired. "I haven't been back in the Spectre City for a long time. I wonder what happened in the Spectre City," said Su Shui, looking around and smiling. Nothing had changed. Some old faces had disappeared, but some new faces had appeared. The replacement speed of the Netherworld Army had always been very frightening. Back when Su Shui was still in the Spectre City, you didn't know how terrifying she was. She almost broke General Mo's speed of understanding the Spectre Chi. She was the champion of all kinds of battles. She was the target of all the young cultivators. She went to the netherworld battlefield to cultivate. I heard that she once killed a divine martial realm cultivator with her own hands. The Su clan has the violet phoenix body. I heard that even though Su Shui isn't a direct descendant of the Su clan, she has awakened the violet phoenix body. That's why General Mo thinks so highly of her. General Mo's position in the Su clan is one of the highest. Su Shui instantly became a high-ranking member of the Su clan. There aren't many people in the entire Netherworld prefecture who have such achievements at such a young age. Hearing those praises, Su Shui arrived at the Purple Ink Palace. She was very familiar with the people there. Even without anyone to guide her, she could still find her way. Greetings, Miss Su Shui. In front of the gate of the Purple Ink Palace, two captains of the Second Divine Martial Realm slightly bowed to Su Shui. Su Shui was still in the Second Divine Martial Realm. According to the rules of the Netherworld Army, Su Shui should be the one bowing to them. But because of her special status, they could only change it. Su Shui didn't pay attention to them and directly walked into the Purple Ink Palace. Sumo's strength had already reached the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the peak of the extreme realm of martial arts. He was only one step away from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's divine sense had a range of 10 miles, while Sumo's divine sense had already reached 7 miles. Su Shui's arrival was naturally within his calculations. Sitting at the head of the hall, Sumo watched Su Shui's lithe figure in the Netherworld battle armor walk into the hall step by step. His eyes glowed with lust. It had been too long since he had touched a woman. Seeing Sumo, Su Shui's expression instantly changed from an icy mountain to a fiery one. The previously frightening and gloomy young girl was now smiling sweetly. She gently knelt at Sumo's feet and softly said, "Su Shui pays her respects to General Mo, get up, let me take a good look at you." Sumo's voice revealed a satisfied smile. Only then did Su Shui stand up, allowing Sumo's gaze to size up her impressive figure. "Shui, sit on my lap," said Sumo. "Aha." Su Shui nodded shyly. She held onto Sumo's neck and sat on his lap, looking at Sumo lovingly. "Aren't you going to take off the Netherworld battle armor?" asked Sumo with a smile. "I'm not going to take it off. Let's talk business first," said Su Shui mischievously. "All right." Sumo also had a lot of questions in his heart. At this moment, he told Su Shui one by one. "Why did you ask me to come back so urgently? Didn't that bitch Yi Xian set a limit on your strength? Only when you reach the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm can you marry her?" Speaking of Yi Xian, Su Shui's eyes were filled with jealousy and anger. When she was born, Yi Xian's beauty had already reached the point where everyone knew about her, and everyone looked up to her. It was not easy for her to get to where she was today, and she now had the possibility of catching up to Yi Xian. The 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm isn't that easy to get. Although I'm not far from it, it's still 10 years away. I can't wait for 10 years. Plus, there's a new change recently, said Sumo in a deep voice. What change? Su Shui tilted her head and asked with interest. Her eyelashes were very long and slightly curled up, giving her a sense of craftiness. Coupled with her quick-witted eyes, she looked very cute. Yi Xian's brother, a 29-year-old genius of the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm. He came to the Ghost City and will probably live with Yi Xian from now on, said Sumo. That's strange. What does the arrival of Yi Xian's brother have to do with you getting the right to use the Red Lotus Jade? Asked Su Shui nervously. Sumo lightly punched the table next to him. Su Shui, think about it, the Red Lotus Jade can nurture the spirit martial spirit, increase the power of comprehension, help with cultivation, and it can even save one's life. It is the Red Lotus Jade that has helped Yi Xian become stronger than me since she was a child. But now, Yi Xian's cultivation has almost reached the peak. She is standing at the peak of the Serene Hell Prefecture and is supporting the entire Yi clan. At this moment, her brother is living with her all year round, and he is also a genius. What do you think will happen? Said Sumo in a deep voice. Su Shui suddenly understood and said with fear, it is very likely that Yi Xian will pass the Red Lotus Jade to Yi Xian. After all, after 1,000 years, Yi Xian will take over her position, so she has to think about the future of the Yi clan. The Red Lotus Jade has a magical function, that is, as long as the inheritor of the Red Lotus Jade has slept with the inheritor of the Red Lotus Jade, he will be able to use part of the Red Lotus Jade. At least, it will be easy to control it. That is why you want to marry Yi Xian, that bitch is too conservative. Speaking of Yi Xian, Su Shui's eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. She clenched her fists tightly. If the Red Lotus Jade is passed on to her younger brother, then all the effort I have put in for Yi Xian over the years, all the effort I have put in to nurture her will all be wasted. Su Mo said nervously. His purpose was to possess Yi Xian's body, only then would he have the right to use the Red Lotus Jade. Su Shui, who was standing next to him, suddenly had an idea. If the Red Lotus Jade was passed on to Yi Xian, it would be even easier. She could seduce Yi Xian and the two of them would be together. At that time, Su Shui would also be able to control the Red Lotus Jade. However, she didn't say it out loud. She knew that Sumo would definitely want to do it. The reason why she didn't say it out loud was because she was now Sumo's exclusive property. How could Sumo give her to a young boy like Yi Xian? Secondly, she wasn't a direct descendant of the Su clan, so she couldn't get the full trust of the Su clan's leaders. They wouldn't be willing to let the Red Lotus Jade be in the hands of someone who didn't have full trust. Therefore, she was smart enough to keep her mouth shut. She was still young, she was only at the first level of the God Martial Realm. If it wasn't for Sumo's protection, she wouldn't have the status she had today. That status made her very reluctant to part with it. Commander Mo, after Yi Xian comes, what are you going to do? Su Shui changed the topic. That's the most important thing. I sent Su Yi to assassinate Yi Xian. The first time was in the Ghost City, but a strange young boy saved Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian and that young boy joined the Netherworld army and went to the Netherworld battlefield to train. I sent Su Yi to the Netherworld battlefield to kill Yi Xian, but I didn't expect to meet that young boy called Long Chen, who saved Yi Xian and brought him back to the Netherworld palace. That young boy is so powerful. He saved Yi Xian from Su Yi. Could it be that he's at the second level of the God Martial Realm? Said Su Shui in shock. No, he's checked. He's at the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, but he has many magical skills. Pausing, Sumo took out a few pieces of paper from his ring and said, this is what I had people organize. It's about the boy called Long Chen. Take a look. Su Shui realized the seriousness of the problem. It was really too coincidental. She read the pieces of paper from top to bottom, and her face was a bit shocked, but also a bit disdainful. She said, his real fighting ability should be at the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Basically, there are very few people in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm who can match him, but he has many ways to escape. That's why he could take Yi Xian and escape. That boy isn't as abnormal as I thought. But the trouble is that he didn't kill Yi Xian twice, which definitely made that bastard suspicious. We've already alerted him. If we make another move, we'll definitely be exposed. Next, it's not suitable to make a move on Yi Xian. Looks like we can only make a long-term plan. Your thoughts are very much in line with mine. Sumo looked at Su Shui with a bit of praise. His broad palm rubbed Su Shui's well-shaped butt. Su Shui moaned and fell into Sumo's arms. She lightly patted Sumo's chest and said with a sweet voice, "Bastard, you still haven't told me why you called me back." Sumo smiled and said, of course it's because I missed you. Your father Su Tian and a few others are all guarding in the Nether Blood Sea. Usually, there's not even one person to talk to. Also, with Yi Xian there, I have to pretend to be a gentleman. It's really suffocating. You came back just in time. Damn, it's definitely not that simple. You definitely want me to do hard labor for you. Su Shui smiled sweetly and said while looking at Sumo. Chapter 934. Su Shui was startled and asked, "Are you kidding me? He is already quite famous. Why would he compete with those Sky Martial Realm kids for the championship? Isn't that a joke?" Yi Xian has made a decision this time. She wants to take the champion of this competition as her disciple and teach her Yi family's battle skills. That Long Chen has helped her Yi family a lot, so I think she will definitely take Long Chen as her disciple. That brat is a dangerous person, so we need to get out of here as soon as possible. We can't let Yi Xian take him as her disciple. Plus, if you go to the governor's mansion, you can help our Su family get more information. If you can make a great contribution, it will be a great help to you and your father. Sumo said seriously. Su Shui finally understood. She thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Since there is such a good thing, then I will definitely go." The prize for the champion of this competition is the Yi family's 2 Divine Grade 3 Divine Grade weapons, one of them is Floating Blood. Although you are not a sword martial artist, but with Yi Xian's help, it will be easy for you to become a sword martial artist. The first and second level of sword arts are relatively easy to reach. You have a weapon soul after all, you just haven't developed it yet. Plus, I think if you become Yi Xian's disciple and win her heart, she will also teach you the Yi family's Divine Grade 3 Divine Grade battle skill, Killing Tribulation. It will be very beneficial for you. Sumo was being considerate for her. Su Shui nodded solemnly and said unhappily, "All right, but I have to call her master every day under this bitch's command and pretend to revere her. What a tough job. It is exactly because of the trouble that I need my to participate." Sumo laughed and put his palm on Su Shui's chest. Su Shui pushed him away angrily and said, "General Mo, is my father still in the Nether Blood Sea? Why don't you call him back? I miss him a bit, and there doesn't need to be so many people guarding there." Okay. Sumo was in a hurry, so he could do whatever she said. Su Shui was still thinking about what had happened. For several hundred years, all of you have been working hard for the Killing God's tomb in the Netherworld Blood Sea. Finally, it's about time. In the Su clan, the clan head and the Netherworld Emperor of the Netherworld Army are already old. The most suitable person to obtain the inheritance of the Killing God is you. Sumo also understood this point. However, when the time came to distribute it, it would depend on each person's means. Sumo was the one who contributed the most, so he should receive the most. He smiled bitterly and said, "The world is making fools of people. I pursued Yi Xian for so long, who knew that the Yi clan was actually the descendant of the Killing God, Yi Wuxiang. If that's the case, I have to let go of this relationship. Moreover, I have been good to her for so many years, but she doesn't even let me hold her hand. I have long lost hope in her." Hearing this, Su Shui was a little unhappy, but she knew that her role was just his exclusive property. Therefore, she chose to suppress the discomfort in her heart and said, "Tens of thousands of years ago, Yi Wuxiang was the founder of the Netherworld Army, the first Netherworld Emperor. His strength far surpassed that of the current Palace Master, reaching the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the Heaven and Earth Realm. He became a famous expert in the Eastern Royal region. At that time, even the Palace Master of the Netherworld Mansion had to call him Big Brother. Such a person was called the Killing God of the generation. His killing Tao made countless experts tremble in fear, and his name spread throughout the Eastern Royal region. The only pity was that he fell into the killing Tao. He killed too many people and became lawless. In the end, the palace master of the Eastern Royal Palace, a Nirvana Golden Will expert at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, used countless means and launched an earth-shattering battle. In the end, he completely killed Yi Wuxiang with the power to shatter the void. Although Yi Wuxiang died, his fame still shocked the world for 20 or 30,000 years. It was only in the last 10,000 years that it became quiet. I really didn't expect that such a peerless figure, even in a place like the true Martial Emperor Palace, would have his tomb in one of the nether blood seas. Hearing this, Sumo also felt a little emotional and said, "Yes, I also didn't expect that my Su clan was also attacked by demonic god-level demonic beasts during a trial in the nether battlefield. Then, we were swept by the nether blood sea and were accidentally swept to the entrance of the tomb. Only then did we know that the Yi clan was actually the descendant of Yi Wuxiang. Their family treasure, the red lotus jade pendant, was actually the key to open the godly killer tomb. Everything came to light, but Long Chen and the others didn't know about it. Since that's the case, General Mo, let's go to the city lord's mansion." Su Shui smiled slyly. "We'll go tomorrow." Sumo roared and couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly took off Su Shui's netherworld battle armor, revealing her snow-white naked body. He roughly pressed Su Shui onto the table and entered from the back. In the Purple Ink Palace, a moving melody immediately sounded. Spectre City, City Lord's Mansion. In the Purple Ink Palace of the City Lord's Mansion, this was the place where Yi Xian usually handled the affairs of the Spectre City and the areas under her jurisdiction. It was also the place where Yi Xian received guests. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting in the main seat, her tender red lips were red, and she was tasting the fragrant tea in her hand. Next to her, many higher-ups of the City Lord's Mansion, all the powerful generals and guests were also sitting here. This was the core of the City Lord's Mansion. The Purple Ink Palace and the Purple Ink Palace were both names given by the two together. In the outside world, the love between these two experts was incomparably strong. When Sumo caught up to Yi Xian and reached the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, they could officially get married. At this moment, the door of the Purple Ink Palace opened and a man and a woman floated in. One of them was Sumo, who was wearing a luxurious black robe and had a smile on his face. He was like a spring breeze. Following closely behind him was Su Shui, who was wearing a sturdy netherworld battle armor. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was cold. The two of them, one hot and one cold, walked into the Purple Ink Palace. The people in the Purple Ink Palace immediately stood up to welcome them. "Come, sit here." Through her divine sense, Yi Xian knew that Sumo had come to visit again. She happened to be discussing something with the others in the Purple Ink Palace. "Thank you." Sumo smiled and sat down next to Yi Xian in a familiar manner. Su Shui, who was wrapped tightly in the netherworld battle armor, sat down next to him. She looked straight ahead and didn't say a word. Everyone had seen Sumo many times, but Su Shui was still very familiar. Yi Xian looked at Su Shui with great interest. She smiled lightly and said, "I remember that the Su family has a girl called Su Shui in the Spectre City. Is that you?" Yi Xian spoke with the demeanor of a big sister. She was approachable and full of gentleness, which made people feel very comfortable. Su Shui nodded and replied simply, "Greetings, City Lord. It's me. You're so young and you've already reached the Divine Martial Realm. You're much stronger than I was when I was young. I'm looking forward to the day when you're stronger than me," Yi Xian said with a smile. She took it as encouragement. Then, she turned her smile to Sumo and asked, "You've always come to me for something. What do you want today?" If it was a private matter, Sumo wouldn't have come to her when she was dealing with her business. Sumo went straight to the point and said, "I heard that you want to recruit the champion of the martial arts competition in 3 days as your direct disciple. It just so happens that Su Shui has admired you since she was young. Although she's not good with words, she's very passionate about martial arts. She really wants to be your disciple. Under her pleading, I brought her here to see you. She should be able to participate in the martial arts competition in 3 days, right? Yi Xian was stunned. In her mind, the direct disciple was decided to be Long Chen's direct disciple. Su Shui was a divine martial realm warrior. If she suddenly came and joined the competition, how could Long Chen be her opponent? Thinking up to this point, Yi Xian felt a little awkward, but she quickly covered it up and said with a smile, Su Shui has you to guide her, so how can I be her teacher? She is from the Su family, and she practices the Su family's battle skills. Compared to me, you are more suitable to guide her during normal times. Sumo seemed to have expected Yi Xian to say that. He smiled and said, I was thinking the same thing. But the little girl just admires you, so I can't help it. Plus, she's very passionate about sword arts and has a weapon soul. It's just that she doesn't have a teacher, so it's hard for her to enter this path. If she can become the champion, then you can take her as your disciple. What do you think? On the side, Su Shui finally started to argue, City Lord Yi Xian, I really hope that you can help me improve my understanding of sword arts. I hope you can fulfill your wish. You've been my idol since I was young. Her voice was a little stiff. It seemed like she was really nervous and didn't dare to speak in front of her idol. Yi Xian bit her pink lips. To be honest, she was in a dilemma. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have announced it publicly. She had promised Long Chen before, and now there was another divine martial realm warrior coming to compete for her. This kind of thing, it all depends on my luck. If I don't have the chance to be his disciple, then I will make it up to him in other ways. After all, I'm going to give the fatal disaster to him. Yi Xian thought about it for a while. Normally, everyone had the right to participate, so Sumo didn't have to ask her. Asking for her opinion was already a sign of respect. Plus, looking at the little girl's passionate eyes, it seemed like she was really interested in sword arts. Thinking about that, she smiled and said, all right, no matter what, it all depends on whether you can become the champion or not. Prepare well, I'll see your performance in 3 days. Thanks. Sumo looked at Yi Xian gently and smiled. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded. I won't disturb you anymore. Su Shui, let's go. After saying that, Sumo stood up and left. Su Shui said goodbye to Yi Xian and quickly followed. After leaving the city lord's mansion, the two looked at each other and smiled. Shui, when we get back, I will train with you for another 300 rounds to prepare you for the competition in 3 days. Sumo said with an evil smile. Chapter 935. The Spirit City Martial Arts Competition, which was held once every 50 years, started again. Just like the previous years, it was held in a huge square near the Spirit City Mansion. The square was much larger than the Spirit Square in the Netherworld Army's training camp. It was called the Spirit Martial Arts Field. The competition hadn't officially started yet, but there was already a sea of people there. There were tens of millions of people in the main city of specters. Those who were qualified to watch the show had to be at least in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm or above, or had some internal connections. Even so, there was still a sea of people there. Looking down from above, it was densely packed with black heads. This was an event organized by the City Lord's Mansion and had nothing to do with the Netherworld Army. Therefore, the ones maintaining order were the guards of the Spectre Main City. There were a lot of guards in the Spectre Main City, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, only slightly less than the Netherworld Army. The guards weren't as strong as the Netherworld Army, but they were strong enough to maintain order. This year's martial arts competition was a little special, so there were a lot of people here. Now, everyone was talking about the beautiful city lord of the Ghost Main City accepting a disciple. It was a grand occasion for the Spirit City and all the other cities under its jurisdiction. Yi Xian was the strongest expert of the Yi clan, one of the top families in the Nether Hell Mansion. Becoming her disciple was like reaching the heavens in a single step. More importantly, Yi Xian was not only strong, she was also beautiful. She was a goddess in many people's hearts. Becoming her disciple and receiving her teachings was a great pleasure. At least in the Ghost City, as long as the young disciples were not over 50 years old and had reached the 7th Tian Qi layer, they would all participate in such a grand event. There were also quite a few people in the Netherworld army who had signed up. The number of people that had signed up had reached an astonishing 20,000. It was not easy to choose a champion from 20,000 people. It was estimated that this martial arts competition would last for half a month before it was completely over. The competition was simple. It was 2 against 1. Every person would fight a battle every day. If they were injured, the Spirit City Mansion would provide them with medicine. Based on a rough estimate, it would take around 20 days for the champion to be decided. The first day would have the largest number of people. There would be over 10,000 battles, and the number would decrease every day. As long as they fought at the same time and the city guards maintained order, it was still possible to carry out more than 10,000 battles in a day. For the competition, the Spirit City Mansion had mobilized its entire army. There were over 100 god martial arts cultivators in charge. There wouldn't be any accidents. At this time, there were already more than a dozen warriors in the god martial arts realm patrolling in the sky above the Spectre martial arts field. The Spectre martial arts field covered an area of 100,000 acres, with hundreds of large and small arenas. The sizes of the arenas were different, and the standards of the battles were also different. On the first day, there were a total of 100 arenas, and each arena had to experience more than 100 battles. A total of 24 hours was actually more than enough. At this time, it was early in the morning. The venue of the martial arts competition had been prepared. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. The spectators who didn't participate in the battle were stopped by the city guards within a certain range to prevent them from making trouble. Outside this range, they could clearly see each battle. After all, everyone present was a warrior in the 5th level of the Heaven martial arts realm or above, and their eyesight was beyond that of ordinary people. In fact, there was a lot of suspense in this competition. There were warriors from the Spirit City Mansion, geniuses from the big families in the Spirit City, and warriors from all over the world. No one knew who would be the champion. However, 3 days ago, there was a piece of news. In the Netherworld army, Marshal Su Mo's cousin, the talented young martial artist Su Shui, was also participating in this martial arts competition. Reaching the god martial arts realm before the age of 50 was already a mythical existence. Therefore, among the warriors in the competition, Su Shui was the only one in the god martial arts realm. After the news about her spread out, almost everyone believed that the champion this time would definitely be her. Many of the contestants complained. Su Shui was a disciple of one of the top-ranked clans, and she had a good relationship with Su Mo, but now she was trying to steal Yi Xian's disciple spot. It was a bit too much, but they could only swallow it. Even Yi Xian had agreed, so they could only rely on their own strength. After knowing that Su Shui would participate in the martial arts competition, more than 3,000 people directly withdrew because they knew that they would not be able to win the championship, so they might as well not take the risk. As for more people, they came for the battles. Such battles, under the watchful eyes of the public, could also hone their courage. There were still 2 hours before the start of the martial arts competition. The main figures had already arrived, and the audience outside the arena were all talking about it. For a time, it seemed that there were countless flies flying in the ghost martial arts field. Su Shui is here. What are we going to do? She's a cultivator in the god martial arts realm. She's shameless. I can't accept it. Even the geniuses of the Gongsun clan and the Fu clan couldn't reach the god martial arts realm before the age of 50. Who can compete with Su Shui? Everyone, save it. Others are stronger than us. Naturally, they have the right to do whatever they want. We are just minor characters. Fighting a few rounds in this Spectre martial arena is already our glory. As for the champion, there are more than 20,000 cultivators here. Who can guarantee that they can walk to the end? You're right. But there's no suspense. I'm speechless. If someone can defeat Su Shui, it'll be interesting. Are you kidding me? You've broken through to the godly martial arts layer. You're 100 times stronger than a cultivator of the 9th Tian Qi layer. Who could possibly defeat Su Shui? Unless he's broken through to the godly martial arts layer. But, in the Spectre City, only Yi Xian's brother can defeat Su Shui. You're right. Don't worry. It's only the first battle. It'll be a long time. There are at least 15,000 people in the 7th layer of the Heaven martial arts realm. We're in the 8th layer. Don't worry. At least we'll be able to last a few days. Since we're here, the champion isn't important. Our only goal is to train ourselves and win glory. Brothers, let's see who can last the longest on the fighting stage. Who'll be the real hero? Similar discussions and clamors could be heard from every corner of the Spectre combat field. Everyone who signed up received a purple jade card. That jade card was empty, there was nothing on it. But that day, all the participants had to use that jade card. Long Chen and Su Shui also received purple jade cards. Those who didn't have purple jade cards stood outside the arena. Those who had purple jade cards were arranged by the guards into 100 square formations. Because there were too many people, 10 times more than the previous years, they had no choice but to use a unified management system. In the Nether martial field, some of the big families and forces that were invited had their own seats. For example, the Nether army was one of the big forces. There were also some big families like the Gongsun family and the Fu family in the Nether martial field. People from the City Lord Palace sat together with Yi Xian in the highest seats of the field. At that moment, the Underworld army hadn't arrived yet. Most of the other people had arrived. Chen Lu, go get Yi Xian and Long Chen. Get them 2 seats next to me, said Yi Xian, smiling. Then she waved at a cultivator of the god martial arts realm in the distance. The god martial arts realm warrior was maintaining order. Hearing Yi Xian's call, he hurried over. After listening to the order, he went to the place where Yi Xian lived. After returning to the Spectre City, he went through layers of halls, corridors, and gardens. The warrior called Chen Lu, who was at the first level of the god martial arts realm, came to the place where Yi Xian lived. He was a guest that Yi Xian had recruited recently. In his hometown, the Spectre City, he had a legendary reputation. This year, he was just over 200 years old. It was not easy to reach the god martial arts realm before 200 years old. In terms of potential, Chen Lu was considered one of the better ones among all the god martial arts realm warriors under Yi Xian's command. Yi Xian reached the god martial arts realm at the age of 29. Chen Lu was impressed. But he thought that it was normal for a big clan to have rich resources. As for Long Chen, these days, Chen Lu had seen Long Chen a few times. He was just a kid at the 7th level of the sky martial arts realm. He had a good relationship with Yi Xian. Chen Lu did not understand why Yi Xian valued Long Chen so much. To be honest, Chen Lu was very jealous of the title of the Spectre City's disciple. Unfortunately, he was already over 50 years old, so he could only sigh. Soon, Chen Lu arrived at Yi Xian's place. At this moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian were about to leave. A god martial arts realm warrior suddenly appeared, bowed and said, young master, I have the Spectre City's order. I am here to take you to the Spectre martial arts field. Yi Xian said, my sister is too much. I know the location of the Spectre martial arts field, but she still asked you to come and pick me up. Let's go. Brother Chen, we are going to see your performance today. In the Spectre City, Yi Xian did not spread the news about her brother's assassination. Only some warriors above the second level of the God martial arts realm knew about it. Chen Lu had not entered the core of Yi Xian's group yet, so he did not know about it. Of course, he did not know what was so special about Long Chen. Chapter 936. By the way, Su Shui, Brother Chen, are you sure you can defeat her? Yi Xian wasn't happy about it. He had even argued with his sister, but Yi Xian was just following the rules. She had already agreed. In Yi Xian's mind, Long Chen had to be his sister's disciple. They had a good relationship. Such a good thing, of course, Yi Xian was willing to give it to Long Chen, who had saved his life twice. Outsiders, especially those who worked for sumo, made him feel even more uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'll deal with it when it comes, I'll try my best. To Su Shui, whom he had never met before, Long Chen was relatively indifferent. Currently, if he didn't use the Golden Thunder Beast in his hand, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat a God martial realm cultivator. However, before the real battle, nobody knew who would win. Long Chen's heart was already extremely strong. Now, even if his opponent was extremely strong, he was still calm enough. Everything was for him to fight for, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, these words sounded arrogant and conceited in Chen Lu's ears, and very comical. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Yi Xian knew that he was laughing at Long Chen, so he raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. Nothing, it's just because today is a happy day, so I laughed a bit. Chen Lu was a sly old fox, so he covered it up. However, when he looked at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with disdain. In fact, how could Long Chen not know what this guy was thinking? No matter how you looked at it, Long Chen was only in the 7th level of the Tian martial arts realm. He was barely qualified to participate in the martial arts competition, but he was definitely at the bottom. He was boasting and ignoring Su Shui. If Long Chen was Su Shui, he would also laugh. Not only Chen Lu, in the Castellan's palace, seeing how Yi Xian treated Long Chen, the others would also feel uncomfortable. In their hearts, they were much more important than Long Chen. Soon, they arrived at the Spectre Arena. There are too many experts this time. You and Yi Xian have such a good relationship, you can't step down on the first day. If you do that, the city lord and young master will lose a lot of face. Chen Lu suddenly whispered into Long Chen's ear as they approached the Spectre martial arena. Just watch, Long Chen replied coldly. It's just a piece of advice. Chen Lu snorted and walked to the front. He said to Yi Xian, Mayor, I have brought them here, I will go take care of other things. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. After Chen Lu left, she then asked Long Chen and Yi Xian to sit beside her. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled their noses. At this time, there was only half an hour left before the martial arts competition began. Most of the people who were supposed to come had already arrived. Outside the arena, there were tens of thousands of people. Inside the arena, there were more than 20,000 participants. The seats of the clans were also full. Among the 100,000 people, at least 50,000 people were looking at the beautiful woman in the purple dress, Yi Xian. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Therefore, when Long Chen and Yi Xian sat next to her, they attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was fine, many people already knew him. But who was Long Chen? That young man sitting next to the city lord, he's about the same age as young master Yi Xian. Who is he? I don't know, I've never seen him before. For a moment, Long Chen's identity became a mystery. But there were still people who knew Long Chen's identity. When he joined the underworld army, many people who were eliminated had a deep impression of Long Chen, so they recognized Long Chen. But even so, many people were still discussing Long Chen's identity. Could he be the city lord's disciple? To be able to sit in the same position as young Master Yi Xian, his status must be very high. If he's a disciple, then it's really possible. Impossible, with Su Shui, an expert in the god martial arts realm, any disciple is bullshit. And look at that young man, he's obviously very different from Yi Xian. It's impossible for him to be in the god martial arts realm, he shouldn't be a disciple. Then who on earth is he? Long Chen's identity also became a topic. No matter what, Long Chen was completely famous today. And at that moment, Yi Xian turned her head and talked to Long Chen in a low voice. The way she looked at Long Chen was filled with love and gentleness. Obviously, her attitude towards Long Chen was similar to that of her own brother. In fact, Yi Xian was talking to Long Chen about Su Shui. I'm really sorry, I'm also in a difficult position. After all, everyone has a chance to sign up, I didn't expect Su Shui to come back. Yi Xian said awkwardly. Sister, don't worry about Long Chen. He has the ability to defeat a cultivator in the second level of the god martial arts realm. Even if it's Su Shui, he won't be afraid. Yi Xian was very confident in Long Chen. I'll try my best. If it doesn't work, then it means we're not fated. Long Chen shrugged, he was very open-minded. Of course, if he could receive Yi Xian's teachings, it would be a great opportunity for him, but it didn't mean that it would be a tragedy for him if he missed this opportunity. I hope you have a great performance. That was all Yi Xian could say. She knew the difference between the god martial arts realm and the sky martial arts realm the best. Even if Long Chen had that kind of skill, without seeing it with her own eyes, she still didn't think it was very reliable. As for the others, they were even more pessimistic about Long Chen. Song Yang and Song Yuchen were also hiding in the crowd. They didn't come with the underworld army, they had changed into casual clothes. Grandpa, what's going on? How can that kid sit next to city leader Yi Xian? Song Yuchen's eyes were wide open. I don't know either, but he and Yi Xian are very close. This is going to be troublesome. That kid might be valued by Yi Xian. If we want to kill him, it will be very troublesome. Song Yang frowned and said. No, he defeated me again. I can't let him go like this. Song Yuchen looked ferocious. Don't be impulsive. There will be opportunities. Song Yang said. Opportunities my ass. Once he becomes Yi Xian's student, we'll be dead. Song Yuchen said nervously. Bullshit. With Miss Su Shui in the way, no one can become the champion. Song Yang said firmly. Where are Miss Su Shui and the others? Song Yuchen looked around. Ever since he saw Miss Su Shui 2 days ago, Song Yuchen finally realized that he was a man. He realized that he really wanted this girl. This girl, with her cold face and proud figure, had a fatal attraction to him. Even Brother Chun was moved. It could be seen how charming Su Shui was. When Song Yuchen mentioned Su Shui, everyone present gasped. They saw a group of people wearing black underworld armor descending from the sky. They came to the underworld army's seating area and sat down with Sumo in the lead. There were more than 20 people who came. Most of them were captains. Su Shui, who was elegant but cold, was like a white snow. She stood obediently behind Sumo. On Sumo's left was a tall and skinny middle-aged man wearing a dark green underworld armor. There were dense dark green runes on it. It was obvious that this person had a special status. He was one of the underworld generals stationed in the Spectre City. He was a celestial realm underworld general, Su Tian, who was also Su Shue's father. The underworld army was the last to arrive. The martial arts competition could already start. The people of the underworld army and the people of the city lord's mansion looked at each other and smiled. Sumo and Yi Xian looked at each other. They didn't need to say anything. As for Long Chen and Yi Xian, they were both looking at the cold girl next to Sumo. She was wearing the same cold underworld armor. She looked like an emotionless block of ice. I thought you would be strong. But you have an ice-cold face. You have been in the god martial realm for more than 10 years, but you are still in the early stage. I have already reached perfection. After looking at Su Shui for a while, Yi Xian said disdainfully. Brother Chen, you have a high chance of winning. Yi Xian said decisively. Everyone else was sweating. Yi Xian was probably the one who trusted Long Chen the most. It's almost time. Yi Xian murmured. At that moment, she stood up. She was sitting on a high place. When she stood up, the sunlight shone from behind her. The light seemed to come from her body. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had suddenly descended into this world. The noisy spectre martial arts field suddenly became quiet. Only absolute silence could describe the current situation. Everyone, no matter if they were men or women, were looking at this perfect girl who was standing on a high place. At that moment, Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more time. She used her beautiful voice and said gently, "Thank you all for coming. It's almost time. The martial arts competition is about to start. First of all, I hope that everyone can follow the rules. If you are a spectator, please watch quietly. If you cause any trouble, the city lord's mansion will punish you severely. If you are a participant, please read the rules carefully. If you violate them, the city lord's mansion will punish you severely." Yi Xian's beautiful voice echoed in everyone's ears. Although it was beautiful, everyone was still silent. They didn't dare to talk too loudly. Of course, whispering was not forbidden. The so-called rules for participating in the battle had already been distributed during the registration. They were the requirements for some battles. On every arena, there would be a few referees. Generally speaking, falling off the arena, being unable to get up, or admitting defeat would be considered a failure. Of course, death was also unavoidable. However, if the opponent admitted defeat and still tried to kill them, not only would they be disqualified from continuing to participate in the battle, they would also be severely punished. Chapter 937. After these 2 points, there was no need to explain anything else. There were still hundreds of people from the city lord's mansion in the Spectre Martial Arena, and they would arrange everything in detail. Thus, Yi Xian sat down quietly. The host of this competition was an old man under Yi Xian's command, who she trusted a lot. He had been following Yi Xian for a very long time. When Yi Xian was in the Serene Hell Prefecture, this old man had been following her. Even Yi Xian didn't call his name directly, but called him Grandpa Dugu. This showed that this old man had a very high position in Yi Xian's heart. His full name was Dugu Jun. Grandpa Dugu, I'll leave it to you. Yi Xian smiled at the old man not far away. The old man stood up with a smile. He was thin and didn't look young. Long Chen guessed that this kind of person was at least a few thousand years old. He was definitely an old monster. Dugu Jun's strength was at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, and he had reached the peak of the 3rd level. He was much stronger than Su Tian, one of the underworld generals from the underworld army. At the same time, Dugu Jun had a great reputation in the Spectre City. He was the 2nd strongest person in the city lord's mansion, and Yi Xian's most capable subordinate. However, in recent years, Yi Xian rarely used Dugu Jun. After all, he was getting old, and it was time for him to rest and enjoy. This time, it was Dugu Jun's request to host this competition because he was bored. At this time, Dugu Jun stood up and said to the people below, "All participants, listen up. Take out your purple jade tokens. You will find that your number has already begun to appear. Remember your number. Your number will determine your position in the battle and your opponent." Hearing this, Long Chen wasn't surprised. He took out his own purple jade token, and purple runes appeared on it. After a while, the runes changed randomly, and a series of numbers appeared. The first number was 1, and the second number was also 1. What did these two ones mean? While Long Chen was still confused, Dugu Jun waved at him, and the purple jade token in Long Chen's hand landed in Dugu Jun's hand. Dugu Jun was also startled, and said softly, "Kid, you are really unlucky to be the first one to fight." After he finished speaking, he once again faced the crowd, raised the jade tablet in his hand, and said, "On this tablet, there will be two numbers. For example, the jade tablet in my hand has 2 ones, which means that the owner of this jade tablet will participate in the first battle in the first arena. Everyone is not stupid, I believe that everyone understands what I'm saying. The first number represents the arena that will participate in the battle. According to this number, they will be divided into 100 groups, and the second number represents the order of battle. Every 2 people will have the same purple jade tablet, which means that you are all opponents. Alright, everyone, according to the first number, I will give you a quarter of an hour to divide into groups." Looking at the purple jade token in their hands, there was a commotion among the audience. This was something that would decide their fate. "Go down, kid, you will be in the first arena. Good luck in your first battle." Dugu Jun put the purple jade token in Long Chen's hand. "Thank you, Grandpa Dugu." These days, Long Chen followed Yi Xian and called him that, but Dugu Jun didn't mind at all. "Don't worry, I have high hopes for you, just like little Xian Xian." Dugu Jun stroked his long beard and smiled kindly. Long Chen nodded, stood up, and walked towards the first arena. At least Brother Chen can make it to the last battle. For Long Chen, there was no suspense in today's battle, so Yi Xian and the others weren't worried at all. Many people saw Long Chen go down. This meant that Long Chen was really a participant. Many people were looking at Long Chen, but Long Chen felt 2 particularly intense gazes. One of them was from Su Shui of the Netherworld Army, which didn't surprise him. The other gaze came from one of the big families. Long Chen raised his head. According to Yi Xian's analysis, this person should be from the Gongsun clan, one of the top families in the Spectre City. Surrounded by the Gongsun clan, there was a young man who looked even younger than Yi Xian. According to the standard of the Myriad Lands domain, he should be around 14 years old. At this moment, he was looking at Long Chen with a fiery gaze. In other words, my first opponent is this guy. Long Chen's guess wasn't far from the mark. Long Chen had seen information about this young man before. It was because he was a top figure that Yi Xian had shown his information to Long Chen. In the Spectre City, before Yi Xian's arrival, this young man called Gongsun Wudi was one of the top figures. In this martial arts competition, other than Long Chen and Su Shui, he was likely to be in the top 5, or even the top 3. He could be considered a formidable opponent. Before Su Shui's appearance, Yi Xian thought that Long Chen would only be able to defeat cultivators like Gongsun Wudi in the end. Long Chen lowered his head, not bothering to watch. It didn't matter if he fought earlier or later, so he didn't mind. He obediently went to arena number 1. Sure enough, the young man named Gongsun Wudi also went to arena number 1. As for Su Shui, who knew where she had run off to after being assigned? More than 20,000 people were divided into more than 100 groups and gathered around 100 arenas. After everything was sorted out, Dugu Jun announced the official start of the battles. On every stage, there were 3 judges in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Quite a few strong cultivators in the god martial realm were patrolling in the air. More than 10 cultivators in the god martial realm could firmly control the 100 stages. If you are all ready, those whose second number is 1, come on to the arena. The martial arts competition of the Spectre City has officially begun. Dugu Jun's blood-boiling roar resounded through the entire Spectre martial arts arena. On each arena, the participants went on the arena in an orderly manner under the control of the referees. Arena number 1 attracted a lot of attention because of Gongsun Wudi and Long Chen. Everyone was very curious about Long Chen's strength. Everyone knew Long Chen's number, so before the referees could announce it, he was the first to walk onto the 200-meter-wide arena. The ground of the 3 imperial regions was extremely hard, not to mention this arena. Long Chen's kick could only make it tremble slightly. Who is Long Chen's opponent? I hope he doesn't meet Gongsun Wudi in his first battle. Yi Xian and the others looked over nervously. At that moment, the referees announced, first battle, Gongsun Wudi and Long Chen. As soon as the announcement was made, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Out of the tens of thousands of battles, it was hard to find 1 or 2 that would attract a lot of attention. Every famous warrior would naturally attract more attention. Gongsun Wudi was attracted because of his reputation, and Long Chen was attracted because he was sitting next to Yi Xian. If Long Chen lost the first battle, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Yi Xian? The first battle was already such an important one, and most people's attention was focused on it, including Yi Xian and the others. If Long Chen can't even beat Gongsun Wudi, then he is obviously not Su Shue's opponent. Yi Xian said. Gongsun Wudi. Not far away, Chen Lu curled his lips and laughed. His opponent is Gongsun Wudi. Song Yang and Song Yuchen both laughed. Long Chen's luck was not very good, to meet such an expert in his first battle. Even if he managed to win, he would still be injured, and once he was injured, the following battles would not be as good as before. Let's begin. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, the first day's battles officially began. Some of the arenas, like the one Su Shue was in, could be decided in an instant. So, by the time the word battle was announced, some of the battles were already over. Of course, Long Chen's battle had not started yet. Who are you? Gongsun Wudi looked at Long Chen vigilantly. He also saw Long Chen sitting next to Yi Xian. Didn't you hear my name? Long Chen, don't waste time talking. Let's fight. Long Chen didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he immediately started fighting. Gongsun Wudi had never seen such an emotionless person. Before the battle, it was better to curse at each other to increase the atmosphere. Only then would it be more romantic. Let's guess, how many attacks can the young man next to the Castellan last against Gongsun Wudi? Gongsun Wudi only needs 1 attack to defeat a cultivator of the 9th Tian Qi layer. The difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. The people of the Gongsun clan were smiling, as if Gongsun Wudi was about to win. At that moment, Long Chen attacked without any warning. Blood-red scales instantly wrapped around his body. Such a strong murderous aura, this transformation. On the high platform, Yi Xian was shocked. She had the 7-kill bloodline, which made her very sensitive to murderous auras. Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon aura made her feel a sense of fear. Maybe he is the most suitable person to practice my clan's skills, but unfortunately, Su Shue showed up. However, she was sensitive enough to sense that Long Chen's true yuan seemed to have increased a lot. Coupled with his sword soul and the gloves, Yi Xian estimated that Long Chen could really fight against Gongsun Wudi. Gongsun Wudi was furious because Long Chen didn't give him face, so he attacked immediately. Damn it! With a soft shout, Gongsun Wudi tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Like a ray of light, he charged toward Long Chen at an incredible speed. The Gongsun clan also has a connate body, so Gongsun Wudi has naturally awakened this connate body. It's called the demonic rock golden wings, so the people of the Gongsun clan have a natural advantage in speed. This was the information that Long Chen had obtained from Yi Xian. Judging from Gongsun Wudi's performance, he was indeed fast. However, he was still far from Long Chen's speed. As Gongsun Wudi charged at Long Chen smiled and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared behind Gongsun Wudi, who was moving at high speed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. "I'm behind you," said Long Chen. Gongsun Wudi turned around in shock. Long Chen punched him in the face. Chapter 938. Not only did his powerful physique give Long Chen extraordinary strength, but it also gave him a powerful defensive ability. Although Xiao Lang's strongest weapon was the 9th Serenity's demonic ancestral fire, as a 9th-level Earth-tier demonic beast, the power of his claws was almost the same as a 9th-level Heavenly River-tier martial artist wielding a weapon and using battle techniques to attack Long Chen. However, he couldn't even leave a mark on Long Chen's dragon scales. In other words, in front of Long Chen's powerful physical attacks, an ordinary 9th-level Heavenly River-tier martial artist wouldn't even be able to injure Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen felt that the attack of Xiao Lang's claws was far from his limit. At this moment, Long Chen took out the Demon Emperor sword from his cosmos sack. The Demon Emperor sword was a middle-level Heaven-tier divine weapon, and its sharpness was self-evident. If even the Demon Emperor sword couldn't kill him, then Long Chen's current body was at least equivalent to a high-level Heaven-tier body refining battle technique. The high-level Heaven tier was the last of the 4 basic tiers. Even martial artists above the 6th or 7th level of the Heaven Ascension tier would find it difficult to cultivate such a body-refining battle technique. Holding the Demon Emperor sword in his hand, Long Chen first used 10% of his strength and slashed at his hand. With a clang, the Demon Emperor sword was repelled, but Long Chen's arm was unharmed. It's at least the beginner level of the Heaven tier. Long Chen thought silently in his heart. Then, he used 30% of his strength to chop down again. Another loud sound rang out, but nothing happened to it. Xiao Lang was a little stunned watching from the side. Long Chen's current body had reached an inhuman level. Even some extremely powerful demonic beasts wouldn't be as terrifying as him. 50% of his strength. Long Chen kept trying until he used all of his strength. Only then did he realize that even if he used all of his strength, he could only leave a small bloodstain on his arm. Moreover, the dragon scales on his body were incomparably hard and his recovery ability was also very strong. That small bloodstain disappeared in a short while. Because of Lingxi's departure, Long Chen was full of frustration. When he realized that he had absorbed 1% of the inheritance blood essence and his body was almost equivalent to the high level of the Heaven tier, Long Chen's fighting spirit that had disappeared gradually reignited. At least the high level of the Heaven tier. People in the first 3 levels of the Heaven Ascension tier will probably not be able to hurt me. Of course, that is if I use the Dragon Soul transformation. If I don't use the Dragon Soul transformation, my body's strength will be the same as before. Little Shi, I hope that from now on, I will gradually gain the qualifications to be with you again. This is the path that I have chosen, and since I have chosen it, I will have no regrets. Even if I have to crawl, I will walk this path to the end. Looking at his own body, Long Chen had a firm belief in himself. In the Qianquan bag, Long Chen saw the only remaining heaven-level elixir, the Forbidden Blood Lotus. In fact, the 1% of the inheritance blood essence was like an enlarged version of the Forbidden Blood Lotus. Not only did it strengthen Long Chen's body, but it also made his body's strength increase rapidly. The Forbidden Blood Lotus was no longer effective on Long Chen. Forget it. When I get to the Divine Item Dynasty, I should be able to sell this Forbidden Blood Lotus for a good price. Long Chen took a deep breath and lifted his head to look at the vast mountains and rivers. Lingxi was no longer there, and his ears were empty. This made Long Chen very confused. It was not until Xiao Lang touched his calf that Long Chen came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. He had completely recovered from the shock of Lingxi's departure. I'm a man. I have to take action. There's no use complaining and being sad. Long Chen, even if you die, you can't let others look down on you. Move forward. Long Chen warned himself fiercely. Let's go, Xiao Lang. He lowered his head and looked at the brother who had always followed him. Without him, Long Chen would definitely be very lonely. A new journey began once again at the starting point of Poplar Town. However, the original Lingxi had been replaced by Xiao Lang. However, just as Long Chen walked out of the barren mountain, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his chest. Foolish inheritor, I saved your life and helped you restore that town. I spent 10,000 years of energy that I've painstakingly accumulated. Why don't you thank me? This sentence was mysterious and dignified, but it was the voice of a child. Long Chen was shocked to hear a human's voice coming from his chest. He quickly tore off his clothes and looked down. The Void Dragon Talisman was glowing faintly. Is this voice coming from the Void Dragon Talisman? Could there be something in the Void Dragon Talisman? Long Chen was shocked. He quickly asked, Senior, may I know who you are? Forget it, forget it. I didn't want to talk to a foolish ant like you, but I've already said the first sentence. What's the harm in saying the second sentence? The voice was still that of a child. I'm a god. The thing in the Void Dragon Talisman shouldn't be simple. But why does it sound like a child? Did he save me just now and now he's here to claim credit? Long Chen thought to himself. He was sure that this fellow's personality was very arrogant. May I know how to address you, Senior? Long Chen asked respectfully. Very few people in the world know about this god's title. However, this god's name was once renowned throughout the dragon sacrificial continent in the primordial times. There wasn't a single expert in the world who didn't know about me and feared me. Listen up, ant. This god is the legendary god who controls reincarnation. My name is Reincarnation Divine Beast. This name was even more terrifying than the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The god of reincarnation should be rather terrifying. However, if he was really as powerful as he said, he probably wouldn't have bragged in front of a mere mortal like Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen thought for a while and said, Senior, you've been in the Void Dragon Talisman all this time. I wonder if you can come out and talk. You saved us and the other people in Baiyang Town just now. I have to thank you. That. Recently. Forget it. Since you've met me, I'll come out. Anyway, this Void Dragon Talisman has recognized you as its master, and I can't leave this Void Dragon Talisman. You'll see me sooner or later. After saying that, a shadow appeared from the Void Dragon Talisman and appeared in front of Long Chen. Soul? Long Chen only needed one look to know that this fellow who was known as the Reincarnation Divine Beast was actually only left with a soul. Long Chen was a little speechless. Lingxi had always existed by his side in the form of a soul. The moment Lingxi left, a legendary Reincarnation Divine Beast that he had never heard of appeared. Furthermore, Long Chen had heard it say that it couldn't leave the Void Dragon Talisman, and that the Void Dragon Talisman had recognized Long Chen as its master. Why did it seem like Long Chen had the upper hand? As he thought of this, the respect that Long Chen had for the Reincarnation Divine Beast had decreased by a lot. When Long Chen saw the Reincarnation Divine Beast's appearance clearly, the respect he had for it instantly vanished. They were both souls, so why was there such a huge difference? When Lingxi had first come out of the Lingxi sword, her beauty had simply stunned Long Chen. However, when the Reincarnation Divine Beast appeared, Long Chen swallowed his saliva. He really didn't know how to describe it. At this moment, what had appeared in front of him was a physical body formed by a soul. This physical body's appearance was very familiar to Long Chen. It was clearly a white cat, and most importantly, a pure white cat was synonymous with laziness, elegance, and charm. However, this white cat was clearly synonymous with being fat. A white cat that wasn't too big but was as fat as a ball appeared in front of Long Chen and stared at Long Chen for a long time. Only then did the white cat raise its belly and say proudly, "Lowly ant, this deity has already shown its true form in front of you. Why aren't you thanking this deity for his gift?" Long Chen felt a little conflicted. He had originally thought that the reincarnation divine beast would look very dignified, or at least not inferior to Xiaolang. He didn't expect it to actually be a fat cat. This comical appearance made Long Chen really not know how to kneel. However, the other party's life-saving grace was real. Just as Long Chen was about to kneel, the reincarnation divine beast looked at Xiaolang. It frowned slightly and shifted its body back. It said to Long Chen that, "Lowly ant, there's no need to kneel. This deity will probably be with you for a very long time in the future. However, this evil dog also wants to follow you. I hate evil dogs the most in my life, especially this evil dog, which is black and ugly. It really isn't worthy of this deity's discerning eyes. Just send it away." Xiaolang was ugly. Long Chen was a little speechless. To be honest, if Xiaolang didn't use his battle form, that pitiful puppy appearance would definitely be extremely lethal to women. In terms of ugly appearance, this fat cat wasn't any better. "Lowly ant, you are actually indifferent to the deity's words?" The reincarnation divine beast continued to stick out its belly and pointed its claws at Jiang Shan. Xiaolang was also very depressed. He opened his teeth and spat out a small 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame at the reincarnation divine beast. Of course, he was just showing off a little. Xiaolang had a feeling that this reincarnation divine beast wasn't that powerful. As expected, the reincarnation divine beast's performance almost made their jaws drop. When the wolf cub spat out the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame, the reincarnation divine beast's entire body trembled and its hair stood on end. It immediately slipped away like a wisp of smoke and quickly disappeared into the void dragon talisman. "Spare me," these 3 words kept echoing around Long Chen and Xiaolang. Long Chen then realized that this reincarnation divine beast didn't seem to have any power. Just now, he had been acting all high and mighty, but it was all just an act. Long Chen and Xiaolang looked at each other. This reincarnation divine beast had surprised them. When Long Chen saw that it had actually retreated, he asked softly, "Senior, do you think Xiaolang will follow us? I see that he's lonely and destitute, and it's really pitiful. So be it. Even though he's ugly, I'll let him stay for the time being, and I'll see how he performs in the future." Within the void dragon talisman, the reincarnation divine beast forced itself to remain calm. Long Chen and Xiaolang looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Chapter 939. The imperial city was Long Chen's last stop in the Zhangyang country. Because of Long Chen, the imperial city was in chaos. Fortunately, the disciples of the demonic palace entered the imperial city one after another. The original guards and imperial guards also chose to surrender. Therefore, the emperor was completely finished and was replaced by the demonic palace. The demonic palace completed its breakthrough after countless years. Finally, it controlled the whole Zhangyang country. Zhao Qingyun had no interest in power, but there were many people in the demonic palace who were keen on it. For example, the 2 remaining demonic elders were overjoyed when they heard that Murongyu was going to be the empress. They were busy these days, learning the original royal family's routine and preparing to choose an auspicious day for Murongyu to ascend the throne. As long as she ascended the throne, everything would be settled. In the Cangyang country, except for the demonic palace, the other forces could not even send a warrior at the 9th level of the heavenly river realm. Therefore, even if it was not Long Chen who became the emperor, but Murongyu, no one dared to say a word. After all, Murongyu was a warrior at the 9th level of the heavenly river realm. With the emperor's sword, she would be as powerful as Lin Zichen in less than a year. Long Chen kept a low profile and came to the imperial palace. He had the soul-devouring demon pupil, so he could quickly find Zhao Qingyun's whereabouts. After all, Zhao Qingyun was far more powerful than others. Even in terms of soul, there was still a gap between him and others. At this time, Zhao Qingyun was in the throne room, together with Murongyu and the 2 demonic elders. At this time, they were discussing the founding of the country. At this time, Long Chen walked in. Because of Lingxi, Long Chen did not look good. Long Chen. After seeing him, the first demonic elder and the second demonic elder subconsciously took a few steps back. Towards this monster, they felt a deep fear in their hearts. At the same time, they felt admiration towards Zhao Qingyun's eyes. "Brother Chen, you're finally back." Good. We're still discussing the date of Xiao Yu's coronation. It's currently confirmed to be on the 7th of next month. You're currently the most influential person in Cangyang Kingdom. You must be there to support Xiao Yu, Zhao Qingyun said with a smile. "Master, I'm actually here to bid farewell. Today, I'm leaving Cangyang Kingdom and going to the god Wushu sage court." Long Chen directly stated his purpose. Lingxi's departure had changed his personality a lot. For a moment, Zhao Qingyun and the others didn't notice any clues. However, they suddenly felt that the current Long Chen seemed to be different from before. He spoke less, and his eyes no longer had that unruly arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced by coldness and depth. Zhao Qingyun suddenly felt that Long Chen seemed to have matured a lot. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Qingyun frowned and stood up. She came to Long Chen and said, "On the 7th of next month, we can officially establish a new country. In about 3 months, your adoptive mother will give birth. Are you leaving today?" Zhao Qingyun had thought that although Long Chen was no longer developing in Cangyang Kingdom, he didn't seem to be in such a hurry to leave. "Something happened, so I have to hurry. I have to miss my adoptive father's child. But I'll come back one day. Adoptive father, I'm very relieved to have you in Cangyang Kingdom. And Xiao Yu will soon reach the reaching heaven state and become the pillar of the country." Long Chen nodded. "Long Chen, is it because of that girl?" Murongyu raised her head and asked. Of course, she was referring to Lingxi, who had cured her face. Long Chen nodded. Zhao Qingyun didn't know anything about Long Chen and Lingxi. He only knew that Lingxi existed, but he didn't know what was going on. Judging from the fact that Long Chen had killed the 9th prince and fled for her, she must be the most important person to Long Chen. "Have you made up your mind?" Zhao Qingyun asked one last time. "Master, remember to apologize to my adoptive father." "I'll come back," Long Chen said sincerely. "Okay. In that case, I'll send you to the heaven and earth teleportation device," Zhao Qingyun said. "I'll send you too." Murongyu stood up and said hurriedly. Long Chen nodded. Soon, they were riding on the demonic palace's means of transportation. It was a type of Earth-grade 4th-rank Great Peng bird. This kind of Peng bird was docile, but its speed was very fast. Although it couldn't compare to the current wolf cub, it wouldn't take too long to reach the snowy mountain range in the north. During the journey, Long Chen sat in front of the giant rock. He didn't say anything, and his back looked a little bleak. Murongyu and Zhao Qingyun looked at each other. After a long time, Zhao Qingyun said, "Xiao Yu, go and explain to him. You're both young, so you'll get along better." "Yes, Palace Master." Murongyu nodded. Then she walked over and sat next to Long Chen. The strong wind blew her long hair, revealing her beautiful face. What's going on? Can you tell me about it? We can be considered friends. Moreover, your master is very worried about you. Murongyu hesitated, but she still spoke. Long Chen raised his head and looked at Murongyu. From the beginning, he thought that Lingxi's matter was only related to him. But since Murongyu was kind and concerned about him, he thought about it. He could only pour out the bitterness in his heart. Lingxi, I used the imperial family's 9-heaven celestial fruit to help her regain her human body. But her family took her away. Her family's strength is far beyond my imagination. Long Chen sighed and said, now, she should be getting farther and farther away from me, until we're millions of miles apart. That girl actually has such a terrifying force behind her. Murongyu was a little sluggish. It was no wonder that Long Chen's mood was so low. After all, it was already very good that he would not be unable to recover from such a setback when they were separated by life and death. How could he be like this, actually anxiously embarking on a journey like this? In other words, you're in such a hurry to embark on a journey to find her, right? Murongyu was a little moved. Yes, I promised her that within 10 years, I will definitely appear in front of her. Long Chen nodded and looked forward with a firm gaze. From his eyes, Murongyu saw determination and persistence. It's really very touching. Murongyu smiled helplessly and said with some bitterness, looking at your current appearance, you should have a goal in your heart. Looks like I don't need to persuade you anymore. But I still have to say, be careful in everything. Your life is the most important. Don't forget that in the distant and tiny Cangyang kingdom, there is a group of people who care about you and miss you. Towards the end, Murongyu lowered her head and her voice was a little melancholic. Thank you. Long Chen nodded and said. At this time, Zhao Qingyun had already heard their conversation. He walked to the front and said, the dragon sacrificial continent is vast and boundless. Chen, is the family of the girl you mentioned in the Myriad Kingdoms domain? No. Long Chen shook his head and said. Then it must be the people of the 3 emperor domains from the rumors. The legendary emperor domains actually exist. But Chen, do you know that if you want to reach the legendary emperor domains, you can only find the way through the primordial cemetery? Zhao Qingyun said with a little shock. Master, do you know how to enter the primordial cemetery? Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingyun had some understanding of the outside world, so Long Chen quickly asked. The primeval cemetery seems to open once every period of time. Amongst the 10 great dynasties, every single dynasty will decide on the qualifications to enter the primeval cemetery before the primeval cemetery opens. I'm not clear about the specific form, but it seems that some things will naturally be born between heaven and earth. If you can fight for it, you can enter the primordial cemetery. Zhao Qingyun carefully recalled the details in his memory and said. In other words, I'll be able to find the method to enter the primordial cemetery while I'm in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. To Long Chen, this was undoubtedly good news. Even though the path ahead of him was extremely difficult, at least he had a firm goal. In next to no time, they arrived before the universe teleportation formation, and Long Chen prepared to leave. Before he left, Long Chen said to Zhao Qingyun, Master, after I leave, you must help me take good care of some people. There are 2 women in the Lingwu family in Origin Spirit City, and they're called Yin Mengyao and Lu Lan. Moreover, there's also the entire Yang family in my Baiyang town. Let them move to the Imperial City, and say that it's my idea. This way, I'll be more at ease. As for the 2 women in the Lingwu family, it'll depend on their own will. If they're unwilling to come to the Imperial City, then send some experts to protect them. Zhao Qingyun nodded, and he'd memorized it. Murongyu, who was at the side, didn't feel very comfortable when she heard that other than Lingxi, Long Chen actually had other women that he was concerned about. That's right, Chen, there's something I almost forgot. My head. Zhao Qingyun hurriedly took out a pitch-black command token from his cosmos sack. This command token was forged from solid iron and stone, and ordinary attacks couldn't damage it. There's something I haven't told you yet. Actually, Sky Demon Palace came from the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. The founder of Sky Demon Palace was from the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty, but after he came here, he never returned to the divine item dynasty, and thus broke off contact with that side. Zhao Qingyun paused for a moment, then continued, this black iron token is a token of one of the great powers in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Sky Demon Palace should be considered a branch of this power, and the Cosmos teleportation device in front of you will directly transport you to the side of the great power in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. I'm not sure if I've remembered correctly, but this great power's name should be Ancient Demon Territory. Ancient Demon Territory? Long Chen secretly remembered this name, then took the black iron token from Zhao Qingyun's hand. This iron token looked a little old. There was a strange symbol embossed on one side, and a name embossed on the other, Guangyuan. Our founder's name is Guangyuan. This should be his token of identity. If you take this iron token to the Ancient Demon Territory, you might even be qualified to cultivate in the Ancient Demon Territory. Chapter 940. After surrounding Long Chen to prevent him from escaping, at least 100 warriors of the Reaching Heaven state dashed toward Long Chen. This was the largest scene that Long Chen had ever seen. However, ever since he had absorbed 1% of the essence blood of inheritance, his strength had skyrocketed. The strength that came from his body had enhanced his battle prowess to a terrifying level. Long Chen was now ready to find out how terrifying it was. I've made it clear enough, and this guy obviously knows that I'm definitely not Long Chen. However, he still wants to kill me. Isn't the Wuxia Alliance a bit too arrogant and despotic? Some things could be tolerated, but some things couldn't. Because of Lingxi's departure, Long Chen had been venting his anger. Those warriors of the Wuxia Alliance had bumped into the muzzle of a gun, which had completely infuriated Long Chen. Over 100 warriors of the Reaching Heaven state had surrounded him, while he was only in the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. Everyone knew what the outcome would be. However, judging from the fact that Long Chen had killed a warrior of the Reaching Heaven state so easily, would there be any accidents? Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the Wuxia Alliance or those who had just arrived at the Wuxia Sage Court, was craning their necks to watch. In their eyes, those warriors of the Reaching Heaven state had already arrived in front of Long Chen. Long Chen looked like a sheep dashing into a pack of wolves. The crowd felt that it was a pity. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. It turned out that the real wolf was Long Chen, while the others were the real sheep. Puff! Long Chen's body suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the warriors. The crowd could clearly see that Long Chen had punched that warrior. With a loud bang, the clothes in front of the warrior's body suddenly burst into pieces. His face was deathly pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Everyone understood that Long Chen's punch had completely shattered his internal organs. 1. Long Chen counted in a low voice. His strong body gave him exceptional speed and agility, allowing him to move easily and nimbly in the chaotic battle of 100 people. He was like a real wolf, and in the group of 100 people, one after another, died under his fists. They were all experts in the Reaching Heaven state, but all of them were killed with just one move. No one had ever been able to take 2 blows from Long Chen. Most of them died because their internal organs were directly shattered. Impossible. In a short period of time, more than 10 people had died under Long Chen's fists. The rest of the people didn't even know where Long Chen was. the traceless spectre under Long Chen's feet played an important role. He was like a reaper, sweeping around the crowd at high speed. No one could see his figure clearly, so no one knew when they would die. The middle-aged man in the second level of the reaching heaven state was already dumbfounded. The other people in the second level of the reaching heaven state came to his side, looked at him, and said, "Everyone, is this Long Chen the Long Chen who is ranked third on the bounty list, and has a bounty of 100 king crystals? That's something equivalent to 10 million reaching heaven elixirs. That's impossible. It's rumored that Long Chen has already surpassed the reaching heaven state. It's impossible for him to be so weak. However, this Long Chen must have a lot of treasures with him, since he has such a strong body. He came from a small place, and it's highly possible that there are ancient relics in those small places, which ultimately benefited him. What should we do? What else can we do? Riches come from danger. Today, 200 of us brothers are going all out. I don't believe that we can't take care of this Long Chen. Think about it, a cultivator in the 9th level of the Heaven River tier has the ability to instantly kill a reaching heaven state elite. If we get our hands on him, won't it be? Brother Lin is right. Thinking that they could also challenge someone of a higher cultivation level, everyone's hearts immediately burned with passion. One of them hurriedly announced, "Wuxia Alliance, listen up. Everyone, stop what you're doing and try your best to capture this Long Chen. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 1,000 reaching heaven elixirs." 1,000 reaching heaven elixirs was probably enough for someone to reach the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. One had to know that in the cultivation of the reaching heaven state, most of the time, one had sufficient qi, but lacked reaching heaven elixirs, which caused many martial artists to stagnate. 1,000 reaching heaven elixirs was enough to make everyone go crazy. Kill. Everyone joined the torrent of attacks aimed at killing Long Chen. Long Chen instantly felt the pressure increase greatly. If the opponent's attacks were battle techniques, he would still feel pain when they landed on his body. Moreover, most of them were using heaven-tier battle techniques. However, at this time, almost 40 people had already died at the hands of Long Chen. "It's you guys who forced me to go on a killing spree." Long Chen shook his hands helplessly. Under the effect of the dragon soul transformation, his eyes had already turned a thick blood-red color. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly took out the Demon Emperor sword from the great virtual realm. Then, he used the Demon Emperor sword, and the speed at which he killed at least doubled. With the Demon Emperor sword in hand, Long Chen swept past the crowd at lightning speed. With a light wave of the Demon Emperor sword, he was able to cut through the necks and hearts of the reaching heaven state martial artists, killing them all with a single strike. A black shadow shuttled through the golden crowd at lightning speed. Wherever he went, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. One after another, figures fell at his feet. Only those who had sensed that something was wrong from the start and fled frantically could escape from Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword. Pfft! The Demon Emperor sword pierced through a martial artist's back all the way to his chest. Fresh flowers dripped from the Demon Emperor sword. Just as they were about to drip, the Demon Emperor sword was once again pulled out by Long Chen. Not long after, it swept through the neck of another martial artist who was charging at him. Suddenly, a huge gash appeared, and blood gushed out. More and more people from the Wuxia Alliance died at the hands of Long Chen. More and more people realized how terrifying Long Chen was and began to flee. Although the temptation of 1,000 supreme heaven elixirs was great, it was nothing compared to their own lives. Let's go. Get lost. At that moment, the few leading reaching heaven state martial artists frowned when they saw that too many people had died. They knew that it would be difficult to explain themselves if this went on. Hence, they all rushed forward and drove the others away. 5 reaching heaven state martial artists of the second level quickly surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen raised his head and saw that the ground was covered with corpses and blood. The other martial artists had already fled in a sorry state. Many of those who had come from the transporting device of heaven and earth had also fled. Only the few reaching heaven state martial artists of the second level were still surrounding Long Chen. Among them was the middle-aged man who had given the order to kill Long Chen. "You've killed them all so quickly? It's really not enough to kill." Long Chen licked his lips and looked at the middle-aged man playfully. He said, "What are you going to do now? Let me go, or do you want to end up like them?" Long Chen pointed at the corpses on the ground. The martial artists of the second level of the reaching heaven realm looked at each other in dismay. In an instant, they said, "Attack," to each other, then stopped talking. 5 martial artists of the second level of the reaching heaven realm unleashed a powerful attack on Long Chen. Each of them was much stronger than the Sword Emperor that Long Chen had met previously, and Long Chen was also much stronger than before. Floating fist shadows. With the middle-aged man taking the lead, the others all used heaven-level battle techniques one after another. They surrounded Long Chen and attacked together at this moment, creating a powerful threat that made Long Chen frown. The surrounding air vibrated rapidly. The shadows of fists, saber, and other attacks made Long Chen feel a little dazzled. However, in front of his powerful attack, the attacks of the others were nothing more than fleeting clouds. Long Chen was currently only at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, but he already possessed a body-refining battle technique that was at least at the high level of heaven level. Wielding the Demon Emperor sword, Long Chen was completely fighting with his life on the line. He did not use any battle techniques, and simply brandished the Demon Emperor sword directly, charging towards one of the reaching heaven state martial artists of the second level. Moreover, Long Chen was only dealing with him, allowing all the attacks to land on him. Die. The attacks of the second level of the reaching heaven state were indeed many times stronger than those of the first level of the reaching heaven state, but Long Chen found that he could still withstand them. His speed was extremely fast, and in the eyes of the martial artist of the Wuxia Alliance, Long Chen was like a bolt of lightning. After withstanding all the attacks, Long Chen appeared in front of him in an instant, the Demon Emperor sword in his hand sweeping out at an unparalleled speed. Instantly, the air exploded, and the wind howled. At this last moment, the martial artist could only widen his eyes, his face filled with despair and regret. His only reaction was to use his arm to block Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword. However, with a snap, Long Chen directly chopped off his arm, and then the Demon Emperor sword slashed across his neck. Half of his arm and a head that died with its eyes wide open flew into the sky at this moment, bringing with it blood. The other 4 were dumbfounded. In the face of such a huge temptation, they had chosen to attack. They had thought that no matter how strong Long Chen was, there would be a limit. Unfortunately, they were sorely mistaken. The second level of the reaching heaven state was still not Long Chen's limit. It's too late to realize it now. Long Chen thought to himself. After killing the first martial artist of the second level of the reaching heaven state, his body did not stop at all. He abruptly turned into a demonic shadow, and instantly appeared on the body of another martial artist. By the time the others reacted, the Demon Emperor sword had already pierced through the chest of the martial artist, and blood was dripping out crazily. The second martial artist of the second level of the reaching heaven state, dead. Run. At this moment, the remaining 3 martial artists were horrified. Words could no longer describe the shock and regret they felt. They fled in 3 different directions. In this way, Long Chen might only be able to kill one of them. As for who he would kill, it would depend on his luck. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.